Hi and welcome to Cryodo's Data Analysis and Visualization using Excel course. Over the next 26 hours, you'll dive deep into Excel's powerful data analysis and visualization tools, essential skills for making data-driven decisions in today's business world. You will learn to efficiently clean and prepare complex data sets utilizing functions like text, trim, and advanced formulas such as SUMIF, index match, and conditional formatting. We'll explore how to create and customize pivot tables for summarizing large data sets and build dynamic charts, graphs, interactive dashboards that present your insights. You'll also gain hands-on experience with Power Query for automating data import and information, and also learn to work with large data sets efficiently using filters, sorts, and macros. By the end of this course, you'll also have a solid understanding of how to analyze and visualize data effectively, enabling you to confidently tackle real-world challenges. This course includes a certification, so once you've completed the course, you'll receive a certificate to showcase your expertise. So you can find the link to access your certificate in the description below. Be sure to visit www.cryo.do for more resources and programs. Now let's get started. Happy learning!
Welcome to course Data Analysis and Visualization using Microsoft Excel. We are in week 7. And what we are going to do in this week, new functions, data tab, and introduction to Power Query. Recap of the last week, week 6, we have covered basics of pivot table. We learned about how we can structure and format options of pivot tables. We learned about how we can create formulas inside pivot tables. Then we learned about lookup functions and their applications. What we are going to do in this week? In this week, we are covering new functions that are unique, filter, sort by, switch, and then we will explore data tab provided by Microsoft Excel, that is data import, data cleaning and transform, introduction to Power Query, and then uses of Power Query. Learning objectives for this week. By the end of this session, you will be able to understand the latest functions introduced in Microsoft Excel, use data import functionality for heavy lifting of data from various sources. That sources can be multiple sources, web sources, or any other file, text file. We will learn about that. And then we will learn about the basics for data cleaning and transformation, understand the basics of Power Query. Let's talk about the new functions first. So what are the new functions? New functions are basically the function provided by the latest version of Microsoft Excel like Microsoft 365. So these are the additional functionalities provided by the latest versions only. So we will be covering new functions in this week, week 7. So the first function is unique function. Unique function is applied to is lies in under category of array function. So what is array function? An array formula allows you to perform multiple calculations in one go at once, or it can perform one or more calculations multiple times within a selected cell range. So for that kind of a condition, we choose to pass array formula or array function, and unique is also a array function which take array as an argument. It does not deal with only single value. At times it deals with a range, and according to that range we can provide solution. So what is the formula? What is the arguments for the unique function? Unique function, what we can provide? We can provide three arguments. The first one is array only, the second is optional argument, third is also optional argument. We will explore what kind of arguments we can pass to this second and third argument. So what unique function do? It returns a list of unique values in a list or a range. The second argument, that is the by call. So what we can give? We can pass here two type of values, that are true and false. So in case of true, how the comparison is working, how to compare and extract, this is decided by this second argument, that is by call. So if we are putting it false, so by default we have the option for false only. If we are not putting anything in the second argument, it will be considered as false only, and it means that comparison will be followed by row wise. In case you want it a column wise, you can set this value to true. It means you are putting that second argument as true. Next, we have this third argument exactly once. So in case of true, that is the optional argument again, the default value is false only. But in case of true, the values that occur once, that is the considered here as unique values, and false, all unique values will be selected here. whatever we have, this is about the occurrence and this is about the only the unique values. So generally we go for the unique values for this function. So basically with this function, unique function, what we are doing, we are returning a list of unique values in a list or a range. So we can have the information about that. It works in Office 365 version. So let's try that. And whatever we are doing the practice in the session, we are doing on Microsoft 365 only. So we have the functionality ability to work with Office 365. So let's open our sheet. This in this week also we are exploring financial sample again. So let me open that. The same file we are opening and it has a good data set and we can explore it here. Financial sample, and same will be provided to you people as well. Let me delete this, and this is our main data. To revise it once again, what we have in this table, we have multiple columns like segment, country, product, discount band, unit sold, manufacturing, sale price, gross sales, discounts, sales, COGS, profit, date, month number, month name, year, and how many records we have. We have how many columns here. Columns we already covered. How many? Now we need to see how many rows we have. So this is somewhere about 700 rows we have in this data set. It is a good large data set and it is having numerical values as well as textual values as well. So we will go for that. This is somewhere around 700 records and same we were applying. Now let's see here the unique function. It is taking three arguments. One is this array. The second argument is by call. The third argument is exactly once. So with this unique, what we will do, let me copy some data there so that we can have view on that only. So let me copy it from the top rows this time. So I will be taking total 10 rows, or let me take 15 rows here, and I'm copying here segment, country, product, discount band, and unit sold as well. So I'll copy this 15 rows. I'm making a new worksheet and then pasting this data over there, and I have the record here now. So now I need to find out the unique values that lies in the segment. So what I'll write here, I'll put the function here in row number 20. In row number 20, I kept for putting the functions here only. So let's try here, equals to, I'll write unique. You can read the description given by the Microsoft Excel as well. It returns the unique values from a range or array. I'll give parenthesis here, and after parenthesis, what range I am providing it here? This is for the array. The range I am providing is for the segment. So this is my range till this total 15 rows. I pass it on, and after passing it, I need to tell which thing you need to choose. So for comparison, we have the option how to compare. Let it take us by row only. Let it take that we do it by false. Let me take the false value here, comma. So you see here, you can see the description again. In the true, we have written the unique columns. In the false, we have written unique rows. So I will be choosing here by the rows only. So I will be putting false here. Next in the condition we have, this is about the exactly ones. So return every distinct item or returns item that appear exactly once. So same for this also, I'll return here false. I don't want to discard anything. So return every distinct item is coming here now. So I'll close the parenthesis and see the results. Now you can see all the records here. Nothing is repeated here. So only unique values are passed on here. This is the power of unique function. Let's increase the range this time. Let me make it G17 and we'll see. This is an error or something else. This is not an error now. So it basically returned everything because the every combination here is the unique. Every combination as in because we have some different values here. Let me change the range here to two columns this time. Let me include D17. So this time we have this much rows here. So this is total 11 because some segment and country combination was similar. So it has been discarded. So now the unique function is working for the combination. So whatever the unique combination fits here, that is the resultant of this unique function. If I do it E17, in that case also this is a unique combination as compared to the past table. So we can provide the range to unique function by this array, and that is why it lies in the category of array function. With the second argument, what we can do, we can provide how we want to do comparison. We want to make it by column wise or we want to make it by row wise. Do you want it exactly once or so accordingly true or false you can set for these arguments, but these are optional one as well. So if I don't give these arguments here, I'll just give the range. In that case also I'll be getting the answer because it will be considering the default value of the unique function. So if you want to make any changes in the default functionality, then you can take the second and the third arguments. Otherwise, you can work with the only single argument as well. So this is unique function. It returns a list of unique values in a list or a range. So optional values or optional arguments you want to give or not, it depends on your own condition. We can try it with other cells also. In that case, let me pass something else here. Let me pass D3 and D17. So you'll be getting only values for unique countries. So now in my data set, I can actually know which countries are unique. Like I have this main data and total I have a 700 rows with this data. I want to know how many countries we are covering here. So what I can do, I can go in the last row of this data set. Let me go to the 705th or 706th row so that I can apply the formula over there. In that case, what I can do, in that case, I'll be coming here. I have the country with this side. So I'll be providing unique function, writing here unique function. And this is something B1 to B701. 701 I'm writing. This is the range and I'll be going with the default values only. So these are the countries. Only these countries are covered in this data set. That is countries. Countries are Canada, Germany, France, Mexico, United States of America. So we have total 5 countries here, unique countries we are talking about, and it's with the unique function. This is easy to do this. Similarly, I want to know about the category, this segment. For the segment also we copied and we got the results here. So how many segments we are covering in this data set? Government, mid-market, channel partners, enterprise, small business. Even I can do with this other cell as well, other column as well. So I'll do it here. So I have how many products now? This is Cartera, Montana, Paseo, Velo, VTT, Amarilla. So I have total 6 products in this sheet. And if I go with this discount band, how many discount band we are giving in this data set? None, low, medium, high. So see, you don't need to explore all the 700 rows to check the values provided in this cell or in this sheet or in this data. What you can do, you can directly apply the unique function and go with this. Similarly, if I apply it in units sold, you will get multiple values because it is a numerical data set and that is why it is showing everything here. This is the functionality of the unique function. The alternatively, what you can do, you can use this like if you're working with the older version, you will not get so much functionalities with the function, this unique function. In that case, what you can do, you can go to, let me copy this data somewhere so that we will see how to remove the duplicates or something. I'll be deleting this function here. Everything is deleted. Let me save the data here and I will be copying this sheet to another sheet to have the data set with me. I have the data here. Now, if I want to remove the duplicacy or let me copy only the country part here. I will be copying the country part here only. So now total I have this 701 records for this column. That is column is C. And the first one is the heading. So 700 records we have for this data set. Now if I click on that, I'll go to data and then I have the option to remove the duplicates. Let me go to the remove duplicates, or in fact we can go it by home and then we can look for removing the duplicacy. So it is basically with the newer version, and in the older version you can find this remove duplicate to another place as well. So this place can be same or not, it depends here. Let me right click here and here also we cannot find here. I'll go back to this data and then we have here filtration, advanced, text to columns, ungroup. I'll go back. Let me select the fewer range so that we can see here data review. So we are basically looking for a previous versions functionality so that actually we can work with this removing of duplicates. So how this works, that we are looking for here by exploring where we can find the remove duplicates. This is for the style, conditional format, tables, cell styles, insert, delete format. Here you can find it maybe row height, auto fit, rename, conditional formatting. These all options we already covered. Here we have gone through everything. We covered everything here. So maybe it's in the older version, it's already there in the data remove duplicates. But we are looking for here for something that should be working to match it with the older version, but it is not provided here. Maybe you can look it for in your Excel where it is provided if you're working in an older version. Otherwise, this unique function is good to go when you're working with the remove duplicates. You want to have only the unique values with yourself. That time you can use everything here. So in the older version, what you can do if you need to do use this unique functionality, you can go with the data tab and click on remove duplicates. And the newer version, we are provided with the unique function. Next, very interesting function is in filter function. Filter function works with three arguments. That arguments are array, include, if empty. So filters a range or an array. Filter function is used to filter a range or an array. How it works, let's see that. It also works in Office 365 version. Alternative we will talk about later. So before that, we need to understand the working of the filter function, how this filter function works. Right now we have understood that it filters a range or an array. So now let me go back to my data set. So we can apply here. I'll go to my same data set where we were writing the unique function. I will be deleting this and then I will be going here with other function, that is filter function. So this is my data set. Total I have how many records with this table? We have somewhere columns like segment, country, product and discount, band and unit sold. So we are working, let me add the serial number as well here so that we have the count with us, like how many records we have with our data set. So total we have 14 rows here, and for that 14 rows we are applying the data and everything. So I will be writing the filter function here. Filter function filter. Go through the description given by Microsoft Excel, that is filter a range or array. I'll be starting the parenthesis. So this time what I am giving, I will be providing a range to maybe the segment only. So the my range is only segment. Range has been provided here for that is array. After that I need to tell what you need to include or what you don't want to include. So basically we are providing a condition. If that range satisfy that condition, only that the content will be displayed. So let's see the working, only then you'll be getting it what I'm talking about. So first we have provided the array. That array is C3 to C70. Then now I am telling the condition. Let me tell the condition as C3. For the same condition, what it should be have? It should be having the value. Maybe we can take a numerical data here so that it will be easy for us to understand. So let me take something like units sold. I'm going back here. So this is my, let's scroll it to up, come back to the data and then select something that is for useful. Filter function, we with numerical data, we can have more function. We can see, look for more functionality of the filter function. That's why we are having here filter function. I'll copy it here. Now I'm taking unit sold, manufacturing, sale price and gross sales. So let me delete the extra sheets so that we are not confused here. I'll be deleting this as well. The sheet is deleted now. This was the other sheet where we were working. I'll delete this also. Now fresh data set we have. So we have taken this data set from the main data. I'll copy it again. Control C and Control V. Let me do it one more time. Yes, we have the data here. Now we have the data for units sold, manufacturing price, sale price and gross sales. So we have this data set here, and then what we are doing now, we will be providing a range for the filtration. So what will be the range here? Let me expand the more value so that we can see everything here. Otherwise it was shown in another format. So formula I am putting here, I'll write equals to and then I'll write filter, and then filter range I am giving for this unit sold. This is my range now. This is E3 to E18, comma. Second, what you want to include. So what I include, I want to give condition for the same range, the values which are larger than 1000 that should be included. So this third argument is an optional one argument. So it is my choice whether I want to give it or not. This time I am keeping it blank and I'll close the parenthesis, and now you have the record with you. So this is the resultant of this unit sold. So what are the values that are bigger than or larger than 1000 that are displayed here? Let me change this condition to maybe 2000. So this time this is the result. If I change this to maybe 2500, so I'll have these values. So I'm changing the condition, this inclusion condition, and accordingly I'm having the data set with me with the filtration process. What if now I increase the size? What if I increase the size? Size as in, let me have it as a full range. Now I'll do here from E3 to H18. So I'm taking complete range. So this time it will be giving me filtration for the unit sold, but it will be providing me the corresponding value for other fields also. Those other fields are manufacturing price, sale price, and gross sales. So unit sold, manufacturing price, sale price, and gross sales are written here. With this example, we have learnt about how we can do the filtration for multiple columns. First, we tried with one single column for units sold. Now, when we are doing the filtration, and we in that case, what we are doing, we are providing the range as E3 to H18, that is to till this column, that is with. So we are selecting here units sold as well as manufacturing price, sale price, and gross sales. In this way, with the filtration, we are getting the complete array but including only this condition. Next, we have the third argument. So what we can do with the third argument? For example, we are looking for a value but it is not present in that range. What will happen in that case? Let's try for a value here. I'll go back with the formula. So in the same formula, or what we can do here, let's try some different value. I'll write here the same way we tried for the lookup function. I'll write here lookup value, and here we are putting the lookup value, and in another field we are writing the formula for using this filter function. So what we will do, but we are trying to search a lookup value with the filter. So in this case, let me write here a formula here, or and in that case I can put a value from the unit sold. So I am putting a value 345 maybe in this lookup value, and in this formula I will be writing the formula filter, and what we are passing to it, we are passing array first, and that array is this unit sold only. And after providing the array, what we will do, we need to provide a condition here. In that case of condition, what we are looking for a complete range maybe. So I will be giving a complete range, but that should be equal to maybe this lookup value, that is our D20. So I will be writing here D20, and now I will be closing this parenthesis, not providing the third argument. So in this case, there is some error with the formula. So let's try it again. So what we are trying to do, we are actually comparing the values here. So let me compare it with the E18 only. The inclusion should be including E18 only. So with E18, so we are getting this value here. So we have equals to function here, and here we are equating a range. And with that range, what we are taking that condition. So if you want all the columns to be collected here, so I'll be writing here H18. So let me capitalize it. So we have the complete range with us. So this is the formula. Accordingly, we are getting this input. So we have 345. Let's try for another value, 2146. So I will be getting the result something for 2146. Let me try for 958. So this way, the formula, with that formula, I have the change result every time. So whichever unit sold is equal to, accordingly we are getting the corresponding value for unit sold, manufacturing price, sale price, and gross sale. So similarly, I can try for any other value. Now the case is that if that value does not exist. So let me change this lookup value to 100. Now this value does not exist. But in that case, this is the error that I will be getting if I am not providing the third argument. So what we have in the third argument, let's see that I'll be putting here comma. So this third argument is for the if empty. So if the value is empty, if this filtration function is not able to find any relevant choices or any relevant row or any relevant cell, in that case, what should be displayed? So this third argument handles that message or that string that should be reflected if the array does not meet the given criteria. So in that case, let me write here no results. No results I'll be writing here. No results. I'll be closing it with the parenthesis with the quotes, and once it is done, I'll click enter. Now you can see here. So if I do it 345, it is giving me that complete row here. If I'm doing 2146, I'm getting the complete row here as well. But if I am putting some value that is not equal to or that is not from that range or the from that condition, I will be getting the no results. If I am not providing the third argument, in that case, we will be getting an error that is hash calc error, we can say that. So this is the working of the filter function. Let me go back to the slide so that we can understand what we have here. So what we have covered in the filter is array, and array filter takes the array and it takes total three arguments, and the mandatory one is array and the include, and if empty is our choice if you want to give or not. Then after that we have a filters a range of for array, and it works in the latest version like 365. What is the alternatives? As it is working in the latest version only, what do we have in the older version? In that case, we have the filtration here. So let me try that as well. So this is, we'll go to data and we have this filter with us. With that filter, you can provide here filtration. Now you can actually click on that particular value. So we were looking for something for 345. In that case, I can select that particular row here. But in filter cases, we have multiple functionalities to do with that. But with the older version, we can go with this filter thing. So I can choose it. I can have the values on based on manufacturing price as well, sale price as well, gross sales as well as this option is providing me the facility of sorting the values from smallest to largest, from largest to smallest. I can sort it by color as well if I have filled the color something yellow, something red, and based on that also I can do this sorting. Similarly, I have the number of the filters as well. So you can actually put your condition. If you don't want to select from this thing, then from number filters, you can go with the logical condition. Logical conditions like the value should be equals to something, it does not equal to something, greater than or greater than equal to, less than. All this we can try. Let me try here, maybe greater than value. So I will be writing here greater than for maybe 1000, so that we can see here. I'll be clicking here OK. So it will be showing me only those values which is having the value for unit sold that is greater than 1000. All the lower values not will be selected here. So now it is your choice, you want to continue with this filter thing only, this user interface, or you want to have your own formula to do this. So with this formula now you can have this result to somewhere else also. So like in that case, if I need a something for 345 units sold and I need this record to some other position as well. In that case, what you need to do, you need to copy the content and you need to paste it to that particular location. This is with the filter thing. But with the function, what you apply a single cell value formula and there you can have the results here. So with this function, you get that functionality that wherever you require that particular value, you can put the function and you can use it here. So that is why with the latest version, we are having the more functionalities with Microsoft Office, whether it is Excel or any other tool. So we, with the version changes and the latest technology coming up, we are coming with more functionalities as it is affecting the user's choice as well. So this is about the filter function. We have covered two functions till now, that is new function. What are these functions? We covered first unique function that also takes an array. Array is the formula that allows you to perform multiple calculations at once, or it can perform one or more calculations multiple times within a selected cell range. And it takes three arguments. The first argument is array and other two arguments are by call and exactly ones. That is optional one. So you can look for the choices according to the it represents. By call you can give true or false. Exactly once also you can give true or false. And alternatively, in the older version, you can go for the removing the duplicates and you can have the unique values with your data set. Next, we covered filter. Filter is for the filtering a particular range. Alternatively, you can go with the filter option that is available in the data. What is the next function? Next function is sort. So what we can do with this sort function? Sort function is taking, let's see what sort is justifying here. It is like having the value from smallest to largest or largest to smallest. We have the functions in order version, but we have now this function as well. What this function do? This takes total 4 arguments. The first argument is array only, and second, third, and fourth argument is the optional one. So it is taking sort index, it is taking sort order, it is taking by call. So let's understand how these arguments work with the sort function. So sort function is used to sort the contents of a range or array. The range you will provide here and accordingly it will work. So second argument, sort index, this is the optional argument. If you don't want to specify it, you can go with the range only. Only with a single argument it will work. It will work very fine. Sort index, what we are doing, we are putting the column index to use for sorting and the default value is 1. Sort order. So what you can do here, in the sort order, you can give values like 1, -1 and default is the ascending order. So if you want to set it into descending order, that time you need to pass -1. If you want to have the sorting in the ascending order, that time you will give the value 1. Next, with the fourth argument, we have by call. This is again the optional one. What values you can provide here? True or false. True is when you want to do sorting by the column. False when you do want to do the sorting by row. And default is false. So you should remember that. Otherwise, in fact, Microsoft Excel will also provide you what we can do with this sort function. Let's try it, the function here first so that we can understand it more. I'll remove this filter. I'll click on that and this is my normal data set here. So I want to have the sorted value here. So what I'll do, I will be writing the formula here only. So my formula will be what I am trying to do. I will be writing sort here. It sorts a range of array. Now I need to provide it range. First we are trying this sort function without giving these optional parameters, optional argument, that is sort index, sort order or by call. So I will be giving the complete array, that is my entire table. Let me include this last row as well. And this is my range. And once the range is provided, I'll close the parenthesis here. So this is E3 to H18. Something happened here. This is already written here. Let me need to remove this so that I can have the values here. It is not having space, so that is why it was giving the error. Now you can see it here. By default, the sorting has not set for the column, so that is why it is giving the column names at the last. But for now, we can ignore this and you can just look for the values here. In the values, you can see that our sorting has been done based on the unit sold and we have given the entire range with us. So it is considering the first column for doing the order and it has been done in the ascending order. So this is when we can provide the range. Now let's try the same sort function with giving the values. This time what I am giving in the sort index, I will be passing here 1. Sort index, what I am passing 1. And in case of sort order, what I will be doing, I will be passing again 1. So ascending or descending, what you want to choose, you can give it here. So you have the resultant like this. By default it was showing the same. Let's have it in the -1 so that we can have in the descending order this time. So we have the units sold in comparison with the descending order. So what happens, whatever changes are doing and similarly, so see this 2665 will be showing the data corresponding to its table. So manufacturing price, sale price, gross sales, it will not be changed. It will just same. So you can see it here. This is 5, 125 and some 333, 187. So similarly, we can find it here, the exact value. So sorting is happening like this. You can specify the range, you can decrease this. Also, you can choose any particular column as well, you can go for the entire table as well. So this is the example of sort. We can have it with the single argument as well, with providing only range, or what we can do, we can go for ascending or descending order as well. Now let's try some other functionalities here, some other options here. So this time what I am giving the argument here, just you need to see it carefully. This time what I am doing, I will be writing here same range, but this time I am giving 2 to this. This sorted index is 2 now. So I have some other changes now. Basically with that, we have changed the column. So this time what is happening? We are doing the ascending or descending order, or we are doing the sorting based on the second column, and that second column is manufacturing price. It is not considering unit sold or sale price or gross sales. This time it is considering the column second for sorting the content. By default it was taking the first column, but this time we are providing something, that providing we are providing it value second. Let me change it to third so that we can sort the data with the third column, and third column is sale price. So you have here sale price now. This is, you can see here. So it is in same order. Let me change the order. Let's put it in the ascending order. That time you'll get this like value. You can see the third column here. Similarly, we can make it for the fourth column as well. So this time the changes will be reflected like that. So you can change the order of the column. Sort index you can change. You can provide the array accordingly. Sort order you can give. You want to go for by, you want to go for ascending order, descending order, you can decide that. Then we have the fourth argument as well, that is for the by column. So you want to put the sorting with the columns or with the rows, that you can decide it here. So by default, what happens? By default, it takes the column only, and we can sort the data with the true or false. So it is taking the value as true only. What if I try the false here? What if I try false here? In that case, this sorting is according to row, and it will not reflect any changes here. So we can see it here like that. So it's better to go with the column here only. So with this sort function, what we can do, we can provide the complete range to sort function. Sort index, we can decide the index of the column, with which column you want to use for the sorting. Default value is 1, and accordingly you can change the number of the column. You want to consider second column, you can take it. You want to consider third column, you can take it. Similarly fourth, fifth, and so on, if it is part of the table. Then in the sort order, we have ascending and the descending one, and default is the ascending order. And in the column, what you can give, you can change the criteria for the sorting. By default it is with the column only, and you can sort it by the row as well. So sorting by column and sorting by row, you can make it. Next, now problem with the sort function is that sort function does not provide a way to sort data by more than one level. So what happens if we have the multiple values? I have 100 three times. So what will happen? 100 is equals to everything. In such cases, we need a second criteria to sort it. So I'll explain it with an example. So I have something, we don't have equal values here. So, or maybe we can go for the second column. I will be deleting all the parameters here. But what we are passing the sort index is second now. Second as in, let me give the complete range first. This complete range is E3 to E18. And then I am giving the column index as the second. So we are sorting it based on the second column. And I'll be clicking enter. There are some error here. Let me give some other values also. Sort order we provided. I'll provide the sort order as well. Second column we have not included in the range. So let me give the complete range. I will be giving H18 only. So this is the range. Now in that case, what you can see. So we have the values here 3. 3, 3, 3 is equal. So in that case, now further on, these values are not sorted. This has been sorted with this column, but in case of equality, what should be done? Which row should become first? Which row should become second, third, or so on? By default, it will go for the same position. It was placed at first position, that is shown here. second position, third position. So whatever the data was, accordingly it reflected as the output. But in such cases, what is required? In such cases, we require the second criteria. So if the first criteria is same, in that case, it will consider any other column to do the sorting. In case that is also same, then it will take for another value. So this is the third criteria of the sorting. In case of the equality, we need to go to another level to sort the data. So with the limitation of the sort function is that we cannot give the second criteria for the sorting. So that's why we have another function, that is sort by function. So sort by function, it sorts the contents of a range or array based on the values in the corresponding range or array. So what we can have now, we have similarly, so what we can give the array first, and then by which array you want to do the sorting, and then you need to provide the sort order here. So similarly, if you want to add the second criteria by adding comma, you can do that. If you want to add third criteria, just put the comma and provide that. What you need to provide? You need to provide the by array and you need to provide the sort order for that. So what we can do it, let's try it, the example, so that we can understand this. So it is taking only 3 arguments. So we will try it for maybe with the first criteria only. I will be deleting it here, and same we are providing with the sort by function now. So this is sort by function. So sort by function, let's read the description given by the Microsoft Excel. It sorts a range or array based on the values in a corresponding range or array. So I will be giving first array as which array you want to sort. I want to sort it the complete array. This is my complete range. And then you want to sort it based on maybe the second array. I want to sort it based on this array. And then sort order should be, what should be the sort order? Now here I need to decide you want to have ascending order or descending order. So I'll go for ascending order. Right now I am having only the one value. In that case, I will be getting the resultant for the same. Now this 3355, it was done with the sort function also. Now it's time to add another condition, that is another criteria. This time I will be giving the second array. So in that case, if that equality is happening, that should be doing it based on the sale price. Sale price. So with the sale price also, I'll also again choose how you want to have the sort order. You want to have the 1 or 2. I will be putting here the 1. Let's see the resultant for that. Now you can see that it's again sorted based on the, if 3 3 is equal, then again the rows are sorted based on the 15 20. But the case is that again I have some equal values. These values are equal. 15 I have 3 times, 20 I have twice, similarly 12 and 5. So let's provide the third criteria as well. Maybe for the third time, what I can do, I can provide the value for this gross sales. And similarly, what I am doing, I am providing again the order. And this time I can give the order in the descending order. So I am changing the order here. There's some error. Let me rectify that. Or maybe I can make it 1 again. Yes. So we provided the correct order this time. Now you can see that this, in case of equality, how the rows are sorted based on this 15 20 thing. This another field, that is sale price. And even if this is equal, then it has gone with the sorting with the gross sales. And this is the complete sorting where we are giving 3 conditions in total. So the first condition is the for the first field, then second field, and then third field. And in case of equality, it is going with the level wise. So first level cleared, then second level, and then third level. Similarly, we can have the multiple columns as well. So the difference between sort and sort by is that with the sort function, we cannot provide the multiple criteria, but sort by function is able to do that. And what is the alternative for the sort? Or sort function is a new function. What we have done in the previous case, we have the sorting option here. So let's see here. In the home, you have this sort and filter. So you can sort it with A to Z. Or if I click on that, I'll go with the custom sort. In that custom sort, you can click here unit sold. This is the first field by default. I can go with the second field as well. So sort values on based on color, font color, conditional formatting. I'll go with the cell values. Here you can choose the order, smallest to largest, largest to smallest, or you can go with the custom list. Then For the second criteria as well, then we have the second criteria. You can go for any other column. Similarly, you can add another level also and add another level also. You can delete this particular level by clicking on that and click delete level. You can copy it and you have different options as well. Sort top to bottom or sort left to right. It is your choice. You want to have a case sensitive searching or case sensitive sorting, you can do that as well. In fact, I can move it up and down also. I can add level in between as well. So this is the case provided by the sort function. Now with the new things what we are having actually the functionality to do it anywhere. Especially you don't need to open the window. Now it's your choice. Whatever suits with your application, that you can choose and go for that kind of sorting you want to have with the sort function. It will be good to go. If you want to use sort by function, that is perfect. And in fact, you can go with this window as well. This is about sorting. Let's go back to slide and see what we have. So alternative we covered. What we have the alternative with us. Next function is switch function. It's also comes into the new function, and those who have done the programming, any programming language, they might have heard about the switch case. Similarly, we have the switch here also. So switch takes these arguments. First is the expression, then the value 1, and the result 1. Similarly, we can increase it for value 2, result 2, value 3, result 3. It depends on you. And by default also you have something to show. So you'll understand that you can compare the switch with the if-else function. So whenever we have the multiple conditions to test, that time we use switch function or if-else function. So the benefit of using switch function is that we have the default value as well. So if the value does not match from the same criteria, we can give any particular message or we can show any other value as well. This is the advantage of using switch function. Now understand this switch function. Switch evaluates one value called the expression. It has to check for this expression against a list of values and it returns the result corresponding to the first matching value. So if this expression is equal to value 1, then it will give result 1. If this expression is equal to value 2 provided in this function, then it will return result 2. Similarly, going on 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If it is not, this expression is not matching with anything, then it will be going for the default value. So let's see here. If there is no match, an optional default value may be returned. It again works in Office 365 version. Alternative we will cover. So let's have understand it with the example. So let me take the same things here, or what I can do here, I can click it through something else. Let me have one more field here. It was starting from unit sold. So I will be taking maybe segment here. Segment. So I will be copying segment here. Now I'm just increasing my data set. This is now having one more column that is with the segment. Now what I'll do with this switch function, I should test the multiple conditions. So multiple conditions what I can have. So I will be having the value has switch function. Switch function I'll start here. So let's read the description given by Microsoft Excel. It evaluates an expression against a list of values and returns the result corresponding to the first matching value. If there is no match, an optional default value is returned. So I will be giving here expression first. So that expression is, let's give this lookup value only. So this is the expression here, D20. I will be changing this value so that we can have the result here. So if this value is equal to, maybe what we can write or what we can give here, if this value is equal to 5, so this is the expression, then we are giving the value here. If this is equal to 5, in that case what is the result? Maybe I'll be writing 5 only here. For example, we are doing here, this is 5. Then in the second condition, if this expression is equal to, we have how many values here? We can see here in the manufacturing price 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3. So we have two values here 5, 3, 5, 3. So in case of, if it is 3, if D20 is 3, in that case what I am having the value? I am having the value as 3 only in the string, in the text only. So this is my second condition. So we have tested for the second condition. Now, in case of default, so if it is not matching with anything, so I will be writing here no results only. So this is my default value. We are providing here the default values as well. So for if-else function, we don't have this condition. We are checking the multiple conditions. And if that conditions is not satisfied, in that case, what will happen? It will happen that we will be getting an error here. But in this case, with the switch, we will not be getting any kind of error. So let's close this and understand that now it is providing us no result because this lookup value is not even 5 or not 3. If I have 5 here, so this is 5. If I have 3 here, so it is 3. If I am giving any other value, then in that case it is showing me no result. So we are testing here multiple conditions. If that condition is satisfied, if D20 is equal to 5, it will print 5. If D20 is equal to 3, that time it will print 3. Or otherwise, if it is not matching any condition, it will be printing the no results. So this is the working of the switch case. Now other case is that if you need to, in that case now it is equating the value. D20 is equal to 3, or the switch case is taking the equal values. Now if you have a case like you need to test it for greater than or maybe smaller than values, you need to do that kind of comparison. How you can do that? Let's see one more example for the switch. This is done. Now let's see one more example. In that case, what we are doing here, we are putting a value here. Now let me take another value. This E20 will be for my second lookup value. So I will be writing here switch again, switch function. Now expression I am passing here this one. So I need to write some value before that. Let me write here. This time I am writing, let's test it for the unit sold. So I'm writing for now 1000 only here. So in that formula, what we are doing now, I am writing switch function. This is my switch function. And with this switch function, we are giving the expression as E20. So before E20, I will be writing here true. Just understand this concept, how we are doing here. I'm writing here true. And then in case of value, what I am giving the value? So this is the alternative way to do this. And that value is this lookup value E20 greater than equals to 1000. If this is the case, what should be printed? Let me print might be the 1. I'm printing here 1. And then let's test for it a second condition as well, where we have the value maybe same E20 is greater than, or let me do it here, less than 1000. In that case, or less than, or let's do it here some other condition, or maybe we can test for, let's make it greater than 500. Let's do it. If it is greater than 500, what we are doing here, so we can have multiple, it will return as the first value here. You don't need to worry about that. In that case, we are having the output as second, and let's have a default value as, so default value we will give third, and I'm closing the parenthesis here. So this is one return here. This is for 1000. Let me try it for 500. So in that case, it is third because it is taking default value. If I take 499, so again the default value is working in that case. If I'll take 1200, so I have the result as 1. So this is the condition. So for testing the logical operation, that kind of greater than or equals to, in that case we can go with this switch thing by combining it with the true, and then you can provide it. It's just a alternative method to do that. So we covered switch function. So alternative way to use switch function is you can go with the switch function is you can use if-else function. If-else we already covered. If I go with the description for if-else function to revise the concepts, if-else function, it checks whether one or more conditions are met and returns a value corresponding to the first true condition. And similarly, we have the switch as well. But in the switch, what we are getting the functionality, the more functionality we are getting, that we can actually have a something value for the default value as well. So it will not result into error. It will give, anyway, it will be providing us any output. Or what you can do, you can combine the if-else function with if-error function or is-error function to avoid the errors. That is why similar function if is. What we covered till now. So let's revise that before moving forward. Next, we will be covering the data tab. This we covered the new functions. New functions are the functions that are provided with the latest version of Microsoft Excel, Microsoft 365. The first function we covered unique function. It takes the array function, it comes into the category of the array functions. An array formula allows you to perform multiple calculations at once, or it can perform one or more calculations multiple times within a selected cell range. Unique is doing, it is having the value, is having the arguments as array by call and exactly once. It returns a list of unique values in a list or a range. You can give pass value true or false to by call. Exactly once you can again give true or false. You need to see what is the default value. Then alternatively, you can go with the removing the duplicates as well. With the filtration, you have the opportunity to filter out your data according to your condition. You will be passing your array and then you will be providing the criteria, and if it is empty, in that case, if you want to print something, you can go for that. And alternatively, you can use the Excel's functionality of filtration of the data. Next, we have covered the sort. Sort is used to sort the data according to one particular field. By default, it takes the first column to sort the data, and you can sort it in any other order also. You can go for ascending or descending order. Any column you want to choose, you can do it. It sorts the contents of a range or array. The problem with the sort function is that it only takes the first criteria, that it takes only consider the one single column. In case of equality, we have the problem with us. So in the sort index, you can provide here the column number. You want to give column number 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. In the sort order, you can give the value 1 and -1. This is ascending and descending. By column, you can have the value true or false. Default one is the false. And then when we need to do work on the multiple criteria, we can use the sort by function. It sorts the contents of a range or array based on the values in the corresponding range or array. So here you are providing the range, the complete range. Then you're giving the first field, second field, third field. You can decide here entire array you need to pass, and then you are here deciding it should be in the ascending order or the descending order. Similarly, you can add multiple criterias here. So it will be by array 2 and sorted order 2. Similarly, for the third criteria, it will be by array 3 and sort order 3. Alternatively, you can go for the sort function or sort functionality, we can say sort functionality of the Microsoft Excel. It is provided into the older version as well, and of course we have it in the new version as well. Next we covered switch. Switch is very interesting one. It is the alternative and the better way to use switch function. So switch function takes the expression and it compares it with the value, and accordingly if that value 1 is equal to the expression, it considers the equality, then it will be giving us the result 1. If it is equal to value 2, then it will be giving us the result 2. And similarly, we can check it for multiple conditions. Either it is first condition, second condition, third condition, fourth condition, or whenever it is finding the result, it will close it. So whatever is the first value that is matching with the expression, it will give that value as result. And we have the option to provide default value as well. So it will not give you error in that case. It will go for that particular value here. So it evaluates one value against a list of values and returns the list corresponding to the first matching value. If there is no match, an optional default value may be returned. So this is with the alternative ones. So alternative, we can use ifs function. The problem is only we don't have the default value. After completing new functions, we have very interesting topic for this week, that is data tab. So what we have in the data tab, we can actually import the data from various data sources from this data tab option. So how we can do that? In the data tab, we have the option get and transform data. So with this option, what we can do, we can use or we can have the data import we can do from various sources. And these sources can be, it can be CSV file, it can be text file, it can be any folder as well, or in fact from any other kind of database as well. So you have two options now, load and transform. So you can directly load the data from these two sources, or in fact, you can do some kind of analysis, some kind of transformation also. So both the things are allowed with Microsoft Excel. So we can load the data as well as we can transform the data. So when we are talking about loading option, we can load the data from table, we can load it from any connection. In fact, we can have data from any pivot also. So how we can get the data from other sources? For that, we need to go to the this data tab. This is shown in picture here. From that data tab, we have this get data, and from there, you need to choose that particular source from where you want to have the data with you in that particular file. So this is get data. You can see some options here from file. You can have it from any workbook. You can have it from text or CSV file. You can have it from any XML file, or maybe from a JSON file, from a folder, from a SharePoint folder. So there are different options available. Now it is your choice, or it is requirement of your project or your client's request. Accordingly, you can have data into Microsoft Excel from various sources. In fact, you can go with this from database option as well, from Azure as well, from online source services as well, from other sources as well, and we have some combined queries as well. We can get it from here. You can see it again. So these options are also available for text and CSV. So this is get and transform data, and we are talking about this get and transform data in this week. We will be covering everything written in this data tab, all the ribbons here. So then from web, you can have the data from table and the range. You can have it from some recent sources as well, and you can have it from existing connections as well. So let's start this data transformation. I'll be opening my Microsoft Excel workbook. Let's go back to the same financial sample. This time, now I will be going to a new sheet. Let me take a new sheet, and here, maybe you are at Home tab. There, from there, you can go to Data tab. And in Data tab, you can see this Get Data option. You have some other options also. If we read the description given by Microsoft Excel, easily discover, connect and combine data from multiple sources, then shape and refine it to meet your needs. So you can actually play with data, and this time data is from different sources as well. So if you click on that, as we have seen in the screenshot as well in the slide, so in this screenshot, what is written? Just see that all the options carefully. If I click on from file, I have other subheadings for that, that is from workbook, from text CSV, from XML, from JSON, from PDF, and from folder as well. If I hover my mouse on this option, I'll get the description about that, that is import data from Microsoft Excel workbook. If I go to this text CSV, import data from a text, comma separated, that is for the full form for CSV, common separated value, or formatted text where space delimited file is used, or you can have it from XML file, you can have it for a JSON data, and from PDF also you can import the data. And if you want to go for a particular folder where metadata or links is given, that folder also can be taken here. Then in the second option, we have the option from different databases as well. You can actually use SQL Server database also in your Microsoft Excel. We have some data connection for that, and after once the connection is established, we can access the database from Microsoft Excel through these databases. So option is available for SQL Server. It is available for Microsoft Access database as well, from analysis services, from SQL Server analysis services database. And with the option, the latest thing is with the Azure. From Azure Data Explorer, you can have the data in Microsoft Excel. Some other sources are also written. These sources are like you are getting data from any other source, that is another table in Microsoft only. And from web also you can have that data from Microsoft Query as well, from OData feed, from ODBC connection, from OLDB connection, and from a blank query as well. So we'll read about that. Before that, let's try how we can get the data from a CSV file. So I'm not opening anything from any workbook or something. So it's easy to take the data from another workbook, or it's easy to take the data from Microsoft Excel. In this exercise, what we are going to try, we will be playing with the text file, how we can convert the text file into CSV, or maybe if the CSV file into a Microsoft Excel data. I'll click on that. So I have some text files with me in my folder, and you will be provided with all these notepads, all these text editors you will be getting here. So first I'm opening this birth king country 2001. So this data has been taken from internet. It is freely available and same will be provided to all of you. I have just clicked on OK. It is taking some processing time. You can see here. Now this file origin is given here. I am not changed anything. I just clicked on OK. Nothing else I have done. I have something as a delimiter. I will not be changing anything here. Data type detection. So by default or automatically, Microsoft Excel is trying to recognize each column with respect to data type. So how it is doing? So how it is detecting the data type? It is based on the first 200 rows. It is based on the entire data set or do not detect data types. So by default, what I am getting as an option, I am getting as an option based on first 200 rows. Secondly, I can go it for the entire data set as well. So this, you can see preview is evaluating, it is taking time for that. I can go with the do not detection option as well. Again, preview is evaluating. Whatever you are seeing here, this is known as the preview of the data set. This is basically you are loading the data. Now you have two options. Either you can load the data or transform the data. If I choose to load the data, that time I'm not changing anything. I'm just having that data as it is in my Excel file. I'm not doing any kind of transformation over there. I'm just going with the flow. For the brief introduction of this load and transform, what we will cover first, we will cover load first, and then we will come to transform data, and that will be done by the Power Query. Power Query we will be learning in next few minutes. So before that, we need to able to understand all the basics thing that is involved with the loading of the data. So in the loading of the data, what Microsoft Excel is doing, it is automatically detecting all the delimiters. So delimiter was the space given. Let me open this file first so that you should be understanding what is there available in the text file. So I'll be going to my same folder where these text files are given here. Let me open that. So I'm opening this file birth king country 2001. Let me click on that. So if I'm opening that, you can see the data here. Now everything is based in a text. There is no form like tabular, no rows and columns exist here. First you can see here, first is written F, then 1, 31, Hispanic, 4131800010 122 22 540. So how Excel is taking it as a table. So what it did, it actually identified the spaces here. So it consider it a different columns. So according to the space here, how many columns we have? We have, let me count it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Based on these delimiter, Microsoft Excel is able to identify different 16 columns, and accordingly it picked the data for multiple rows into Microsoft Excel. Now you can see that we have this file. Now just imagine the case that there is this option is not available. Now you have the data in the text file and you need to do some kind of an analysis. You need to have a pivot table. You need to have a pivot chart or some kind of graphs you want to show. You want to represent your data with the average sum, or these kind of cases are available. So are you going to write it again? No, that is not required. Microsoft Excel is simplifying your life by providing this opportunity, or I can say this functionality with us. So we can actually directly access that text file into our data. So let's go back. We have seen that text file. I'll click on that again. So this is the preview it is providing me. In this preview, what we can see, we have the origin of the file, delimiter customized one. Now it has identified the different columns. If you remember, the first cell is F only. That might be for the female. And the column name was not written there. So it has not taken any kind of column here. So what we can do in the transform of data, we can actually play with the data, and whatever the things you want to provide, you can provide it here. So if I click on directly load data, I'm not changing anything here. Not the column name, not the delimiter. I'm just going with the flow with the default version, and I'll click on the load data. Once I clicked on the load data, it is taking some processing time. You can see it here. Now I have that text data in my Microsoft Excel. And by default, this Excel is helping me so much that it provided some kind of style also. I can choose different one also, but this is providing me a good color. And we have a editor as well, that is for queries and connections. So connection is already happened between birth, kings and country 2001. So see, I am just hovering my mouse here. I can see this kind of preview available where it is showing the tables preview here with all the column numbers are written, last refreshed, load status, data sources, everything is available with this sheet. You can view in the worksheet, or you can edit it, you can delete it. It's up to you. And the connection, if I click on connection right now, this was not taken from any kind of database or something. That is why it is coming 0 connections. But in case of queries, we have the data from a text file, and 2500 rows are loaded with this data with a single click. So now here what I can do, this now you can see the table design. The name is already given by default. I have not provided any name. So this is a table automatically. The name is birth, king, country, and this name was taken by the same text name. So the text file's name has been taken as the table name. Now you can use the pivot table. Yes, we can do that. We can remove the duplicates. We can convert it to the range as well. We have the option to insert the slicer. I can export it to somewhere else also. I can refresh the data. And this we already read about header row, and we have read about the banded rows and filter button. Everything we have already covered in the table design, table style option. And similarly, with this option of the load data, Microsoft Excel is gifting us some table design as well. It is not returning a simple data. So here I can now actually change the data. Let me make it gender, or maybe for this column I can have some other parameter. So I have different parameters here, so I can put it here for different answers, and accordingly I can make a data. So if I have the data, I can now use all the functions here. So let me try the sum function here for the column 7. So let me try here. I'll go it down for 2501 row. So that I can provide the total here. I will be providing a range. We are testing here whether we can try these formulas over the data taken from the different sources or not. So this time I'm giving the range as G2 to G2501. So I'm providing this complete range. Yes, we have the sum with us, so we can have the different formulas as well. I can go for the count numbers as well. I can go for the average also. I can go with the max. I can go with the minimum function, standard deviation, variance. In fact, we can try more functions as well. So all the functionality available with Microsoft Excel is also available with this loading of the data. It is not considered here, or there is no constraint how you got this data. This data is from any other source, any other database. It is from Azure, it is from any other file or CSV file. Whatever functionalities is available with Microsoft Excel, that actually you can run it here. Sorting you can do, filtration you can do. Let's try the inserting the slicer here. Slicers are interesting one. So let's try that slicer thing. I will be going with a table design, and let's have a slicer. So I can choose a particular column. Let me choose gender. In that case, if I have the gender here, I can go for the female as, and the male values as well. So whatever we already covered till this week, we can apply it here for this data set also. Now let's go back and try something for a different data now. This time, let me close this, and I will be coming to a new sheet now. In this new sheet, I'll go back to my data tab, and let's try something from text CSV. From that text CSV, let's try this another text file, that is bone loss. It is a scientific file of a survey done by a medical team. Now you can see here only two columns, column 1 and column 2, a small set. So by default, it is detecting the data type as well based on first 200 rows. Limiter, data limit, delimiter is used as tab. And if I click on the load, it is processing the file. And again, we have now 69 rows loaded. So once I have this query and connections tab is common for both the sheets. So in the first query, what query we have run? We have run the query to fetch the records of this text file. Then we have this bone loss file. We have 69 rows loaded here. So you can do your calculation here. So now you can think of an example that you are working with a simulator, and that simulator is passing all the result into a text file. And when you want to do some kind of analysis on that, you want to present your results with charts or graphs. So what you can do, you can directly open your text file into Microsoft Excel, and with the Microsoft Excel's functions, pivot charts, pivot tables, you can easily represent your data in a beautiful form. This is for the column 1, column 2. You can do the sorting, you can put the slicer, you can have the pivot table here, you can have the pivot charts, or normal graph you want to do, you can do it here. Now, we have read about data type somewhere. So that data type we are going to cover in the transform section. First, we will be expert in the loading of the data, and then we will come to the transforming of the data. Go back to the data tab and let's try here from text CSV again. This time I am taking the data 1 here. What we have in the data 1 now, it's again taking time, a very small data set. That is, we have 3 columns and some 4 rows. So we have name, ages and gender. So easily we can load that also. This time I'm running my third query here. It is processed here and 4 rows are returned to it. And preview, and I can see the thumbnail for that particular query is listed in this editor, in this window. Let me take another file as well. We are executing loading work of multiple files. This time I have FIV data. This is again a result of a survey. We can say that now space were provided in the text file. Let me open that file as well so that you can understand that. If I open that, so space is provided here. See, space is provided here. So that is why the first column has been taken as the blank one because of the space over there. And rest we have now column 2 to column 8, we have the values here. If I again load the data, then this fourth query will be executed here. Now we have some 654 rows loaded here. Let's go back and we have some other files as well. Don't leave that. Let's have the loading of that also. So I'll be going to this SMSA. This is the last file with me and processing is happening here. Now you can see here delimiter is tab only. Based on some first 200 rows, we can actually detect the data type. Let me load that data. Query is processed for SMSA and now 60 rows are loaded. Now how many queries we have executed on this editor till now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is already done. If you're doing any kind of changes in that text file, you just need to refresh here. So automatically Microsoft Excel will be picking the latest state of that data. It's not like that it will be based on the previous state only. It will take the latest state of the data only. So we have executed that. We have all the sheets with us. This birth king, you can see here, SMSA, FIV data, data 1, bone loss. And if I go with, let's see with the FIV data, I'll go with the table design. Table name is the same name of the text file. Now filtration is provided, the same kind of table style is provided. This is the default one. Header row is there, pended row is there, filter button is there. So this is the default setting with this load button. After completing the load, what we have the next? So once you have the data, you can actually clean the data. And that cleaning comes with the transformation, load or transform. So what is the need of the data? So I have this text file. Just see in this example, this is my text file. So I can actually have this kind of a data, but there could be some changes there. Like my data provided for the month can be wrong, my year can be wrong, client ID can be repeated. So all that thing we can actually, if you want to have same kind of data, in that case you can go with the loading of the data. If you want to make changes in the data, if you want to have a good look of the data, that time we can use the transformation of the data. So we will cover now the transformation of the data. Before that, we have some other option also with the data tab. Let's quickly revise that as well. I'll click on the data tab. In the data tab, we have this get data. This we already covered. Now we have one option from web. This is very interesting one. Let me go to a link so that you can have a data here. I'm copying a link. I have written in this a text file. So this is the address, a URL address for a web link from where the data is already available. So what I want to do, I want to have the data from a website now. I'll click on from web. I just clicked on this from web and now it is asking for a URL. URL I already copied. I will paste that URL here and I'll click on OK. And make sure your internet should be connected when you're doing this because you are requesting the data from web. Now same preview is provided. This data source is on the web server only and you're requesting the web server to provide you the data. Now you can see that we have multiple columns here. So this is data about the COVID. So what we have in the columns, we have date, state, positive, probable cases, negative, pending, total, result score, some other columns as well. So delimiter is comma here. Some Unicode's conversion file origin has been loaded here. So if I click on load, I can run another query this time. It will take time. And the best thing is of this web source is that from that web source, if anyone is updating the data, you will get here the refresh data only. When you click on this refresh button, you'll get the latest state of the data. So I can go through this data. So we have total 56 rows loaded. So we have tried the text file as well as we have tried from the web as well. The data sources from web. In this data tab from web we tried, you can have the data from a table or range as well. You can link that. You can have it from the recent sources as well. So if I click on recent sources, what was my recent sources? This all we covered, right? This we covered. We covered the data from the web source. We had the data from these files. So it is showing me into the same sources and accordingly I can have the data again. Whenever you need to do the refreshing, just click on the refresh button. It will click. See, once I clicked on the refresh all, or we can go it again to see that what is happening here. If I click on refresh all, it will be actually re-execute all the queries mentioned here. So if I click on refresh all, see here, you can see all the processing icons here. So all the 6 queries are refreshed for getting the latest state of the data from their respective sources. And if I go for any particular one, I can go with that also. If I select one, the states is selected and I'll click on refresh. So it will be updating or refreshing the states only. If I want to refresh all the sources, then I can go for the refresh all. Queries and connection, of course, we will cover. See, if I click on that, it's gone. If I click on that again, I can see it here. The properties, I can set it from there. If you want to have some changes in the default version, you can do the changes from this external data properties option. After doing this, let me open a new sheet again and we have 2 more interesting things of data types, stocks and geography. And believe you me, you will be enjoy this. Let me write this thing and see the magic with the Microsoft Excel. So this is about stocks and geography. Let me close this for now. And what we can have now, I'm clicking on the stocks. Now what you need to do, let me explore something about stocks of TCS. TCS is a company, it's an Indian company. I'll click on that and click on stocks. TCS is written and after that from that data tab, stocks I have clicked. Now I got another window here that is something like data selector and it is loading. My internet speed is slow this time. So it is getting the data and we got the data. And the data type is stock and we got some results here. You can see it here. Let me click on one particular one. Let me go for the second one. I don't know what it is. So this has been done here. I got some kind of result. I wrote in the cell TCS and after that I clicked on the stocks. But in return, what I am getting something like this. But this is a hyperlink. When I clicked on that, I actually got to know about the information of the stocks of TCS. See this magic. In fact, the company's history description is also coming. Number of employees is also coming. Headquarters is also coming. Industry is also coming. You can read it here. The container store group is a specialty retailer of a storage and organization products. It is giving the description here. Let me try for any other company also. And this time, let me go for any other company. I'll go for Infosys here, or let's go for the Microsoft. Let's go for the Microsoft and I'll click on the stocks again. Data type is stock. So it will again look for something data selector, and from Microsoft website only, I think we are getting the data. Again, we got the hyperlink here. I clicked on that, so you can see here the stock rate for right now. For the Microsoft Corporation, price is written, exchange type is written, last trade time is written, exchange abbreviation, and all the information is available in your Microsoft Excel with a single click. You have not done anything, you have not copied it from any other source. Microsoft Excel is doing it for you. I'll be deleting this. Then we have this geography thing. What we can do with this geography? Let me write some countries here. I'll write India, I'll write Canada, I'll go with UK, and then I'll go with Germany, and maybe then France. We have France. So after doing this, I click on India and geography. Now see the magic. Again, we'll get some kind of things here. Canada, again, I'm doing same thing. You can see here converting to a data type. I'll click on UK again. This time again, I have converting to link data type. For Germany and France, let me try it in the collectively. So it's done again. Once it is done, I again got some kind of hyperlink. Now to explore those hyperlinks, let's scroll it here. I'll start with India. Now, when I clicked on India, India's flag is there. Capital is written. Leader name, that is President of India, Sri Ramnath Kovind. His name is written here. Population is written here. Area in square per kilometer is written. Abbreviation, GDP, currency code, largest city, Kurehi Bahar, national anthem, official language, official name, subdivisions, life expectancy, birth rate, and so many more things are written here. And what you have done? You have just written the name of that country and clicked on the geography. So everything is written here, and in fact they have provided the data source as well from where they got the data, and Bing is doing for you. Then let's explore the Canada here. Again, Canada's flag, Prime Minister's name is written here. Now, population is written here 2019. And similarly, we have so many other things as well. Similarly, I have for the United Kingdom. Similarly, I have for the Germany. And similarly, I have for the France. And if you remember that I have written UK here, not United Kingdom. I'll do it again. I have written here UK, and now if I click on geography, after linking it is United Kingdom now. Let me try same for USA. And if I click on USA, in that case, again, United States of America, and with the icon this time. Icon also has been provided with here. And I can go with all the links here, everything here. Let me try it for a city now. I'll be writing here maybe Delhi. And in case of Delhi, I'll click on the geography. So let's see what we have in the output. It is going with a data selector, and if I click on here, so Delhi's information is written here. Chief Minister's name is given. Another minister's name is written. Country is written. Population, area, and other things about the geography has been listed here. So this is the data type. Right now, Microsoft Excel has provided two types of data types where the Bing is providing the information, and for the working of these sources or these data types, your laptop or your system, your device should be connected to internet. Only then you can have the output here. And you can please go through this disclaimer as well. Financial market information is provided as is and not for professional or trading purposes or advice. So it is its terms and condition. Similarly, in the data, we have the sorting option. Sorting we already covered. Filtration we already covered. We can go for the filtration for a particular range as well. Some advanced option as well. Then we have text to column. So we can convert that text to a column as well with this data tab. Some analysis we can do that, or what if analysis. This we will cover later on, and grouping, ungrouping we covered in something in pivot table as well. So this was all about the data tab. Now it's time to do the transformation of the data. To do the transformation, right now what I'll do, I'll delete from these sheets whatever I had from the text. I will be deleting it so that we can learn about the transformation of the data. We already learned about the loading of the data. Now it is time to get to know about how we can actually transform our data with the Power Query. So Power Query, what is Power Query? Let me go back to my slide. Power Query, this tool that simplifies the process of importing data from different source files and sorting them into an Excel sheet in the most convenient and a usable format. The behind this logic, this Power Query, the language used is M. How we can go that? The same source data, and from that you need to pick for a particular source, and instead of load you can go for the transform. So who is doing all that work? The language M is doing the work. It opens in a separate window. This kind of window we will execute in Microsoft Excel as well. This is the window of Power Query, and all the transformation will be done in this window only. Once you are done with the transformation, only then you will come to the loading part of that data. So whatever changes you want to do, you'll do in this Power Query thing is in this window. And once you're done with your changes, then you will finalize it and get the data in your normal workbook or normal worksheet of Microsoft Excel with using load option. So where we can use this Power Query, we can use it for the connection to various data sources. We have the data from different sources, maybe from a web also, or you have it from any others file, you have it from a text file, and maybe you want to change the format of the data, you want to have a different kind of a decimal values, you want to show some kind of currency symbols, or you have any other requirement. That time what you can do, you can use Power Query for doing the transformation thing. You can combine the tables here, you can merge the data, you can record the applied steps here, and you can actually transform the data. You can pivot the data or unpivot the data. And in fact, you can load the direct connections as well. So let's try all this on Power Query to understand it more. Let me go back to my sheet, and this time I'll click on data, and from the text file, I will be going with the file SMSA. So it is taking the data here. It is taking processing time and preview is available. I'll not go with the load here. What I'll do, I'll click on the transform data. So once I have clicked on the transform data, a separate window is there with a good smiley, and now you can see your data here in a different window. This is different from Microsoft Excel, and this window is, you can see it here, Power Query Editor, and behind that which language is working, this is the M language. You don't need to learn this. By default in the back engine this is running, and whatever you are doing, this will be reflected in the applied status. So let's maximize this window, this Power Editor. So in fact, the queries that we have executed before, that is also shown here in the query editor. So we had the data from these all tables, and in fact, we can see it here. I can collapse this tab also for the later on, or I can minimize it. Let's see the data now. What we have in the data, we have the column city, state, Jan temperature, July temperature, and some conversion has been done, or some other columns we have. Now, what I can do, now see, just explore the option. You can, once you're done with the transformation part of your data, what you can do, you can close and load the data into Microsoft Excel. This is the Power Query Editor. You want to refresh the preview, you can refresh all. This is same like we used in the Microsoft Excel only. So it will be getting the latest state of the data from the main source. Now after that, let's try choose columns now. Now I need to choose some particular column from this data. So what I can do, I can go with the choose column. So I can go to the that particular column. Now, what column you want to choose? Let me want to have education column here. I'll click on education. So if I click on education, that particular column will be selected. So this manage column ribbon is operating the things about the managing the columns. So if you want to choose any particular column, you can choose it. If I want to keep it into one particular cursor, see here I have clicked on that, it has given me a insert slicer like option, and there I can go for, if you want to select all columns, you just check this. If you want to go for any particular column, you can select that. So this is for the selection of a particular column, choosing a column. Now what I want to do, after selecting a column, what I can do, I can remove that column as well. Let me see this time what I want to do. I have some columns here, and I don't want to keep that. I don't want to have that column into my main data. So this last column I have selected. let me click on the remove column so I can remove the selected column. So once this is done, that column has been deleted, but you can see the applied steps here. So we got the data from source. Yes, it is done. We have the promoted headers. Yes, we have. We have changed the type. Yes, it is done. And then by default, this work has been done. Once you are loading the data and once you are having the data in the Power Query editor, that time in the backend, you already performed these steps. Now, what I had, I removed one column. So this is saved here. That status is saved here. Applied steps. Next, I want to keep or some rows. Now, this is the same like choosing a column. Now, what you want to do? You want to keep the top rows? Yes. I want to number of rows. How many rows you want to keep? That you can select here. Right now, I'm not doing anything. Keep the bottom rows, keep a range of rows, or keep duplicates, or keep errors. So from that data, now you are having a minute sector of the data. And from that, how you can do that? So you can actually select the columns as well. You can have the one particular kind of rows as well. Now here, if I want to have maybe top 100 rows, I can keep that data. If I go with the second option, I can keep the last 500 rows. That is also allowed. In fact, if I click on the range of, so first rows to, so how, which from maybe I want to start from 100 rows and then I want to have next 200 rows. So that I also can do. So this is all about the selection of the data. You can keep only the duplicate values. You want to keep the errors, you can keep that. And in the second option, we have the option to remove the rows. What you can remove? You can remove the top rows. You can remove the bottom rows. You can remove some alternative rows also. You can remove the duplicates as well, remove blank rows as well, and remove errors as well. Right now, what I'll do, I'll remove the blank rows. So once I have clicked that, again, I have applied step that blank rows has been deleted from my data. Next, let me try something else also. I want to remove the errors as well. So again, you got a one more thing in the errors. You got one more thing in the properties as well as the applied steps. After that, let me go it again. It's already tried. Let me remove the duplicates as well now. If I am removing the duplicates, my data is now, sorted again. I got some 60 records now. Only 60 records are left with me. Only the unique values. Now see, you have tried that and you can see this formula as well. Table dot distinct removed error on that city, and accordingly, so this is with this query is with the M language. You don't need to understand that, but going through, you can learn about the logic behind everything what is happening here. You have seen that how this removed duplicate and removed error has been corrected or has been executed by language in the logic behind. After that, you have the option for the sorting as well. So you can go with the ascending or the descending order, selecting on that. Let me sort it based on the city. So I'll be selecting the complete data, or let me select the city column only. And what I can do, I can sort it in the ascending order. So this is alphabetically order. If I go to Z to A, so this is my descending order. Let me go with the AZ option only. So this is sorting I can do with this transformation only. So I don't need to go to Microsoft Excel. Also, I have this Power Query editor with much more functionalities, and after transforming of the data, I can have the correct form of the data into Microsoft Excel. Then we have the split column. So if you have got data from a text file and still you are finding that this data is not into the correct form, you can actually split the column as well, and you can split it by different options, by delimiter, by number of characters, by positions, by lowercase to uppercase, by uppercase to lowercase, by digit to non-digit, by non-digit to digit. So if these condition fits to your project or your application, you can go for that. Then we have the option for group by. I can make it a group also. Split, we understood that we have divided the columns into multiple types. In the group by, we are combining it. What you want to combine? You want to combine state to some other. This state, why it is showing the state? Because my cursor is in the state. My cell is selected cell is from the column state. That is why this state coming. Let me try anything else also. I'll go to January temperature and I'll click on the group by. This time I am having the option Jan temp. I can go for other also by clicking on this drop down list. I can go with a new column name, operation, what you want to perform, and the column. So if you want to have a total, you have to have the average, everything you can do with this group by thing. Then now data type we talked about, it was detecting the data type automatically, and what it has detected now, see, data type is a whole number for this. If I click on city, I'll go to the city. This time data type is text. If I'll go to state, data type is text. If I go to temperature, this is a whole number again. It's a numbers only. And in this case, we have a decimal value as well. So this is decimal number. It is automatically detecting the data type. Data type is the type of that data, how it is storing that data. Then there is an option use first row as header. So whatever it was taken in the text file, it took it as the header of that. If I'll go for that, if I uncheck that, so some changes will be occurred here. Let me go with the simple only. So this is my header now. Header is given here. It has removed here and it has considered the first row as a column name. That is a wrong one. Let me go to this change. So if I do this, delete, this time I'll get my data like this. Promoted, I'll again delete this and I'm again changing this time and I'm again doing this to get my data back, and finally we got it as city, state, and January temperature. So actually you can undo your steps as well from this timeline. This steps, anything you have tried and you think that after that this is not fitting to your data, that time you can delete that, you can undo those changes. So this is for, and you can replace the values as well from this transform. Then we have some merge queries and append queries that you can try it, but this is for here you have the data here, and here what you can choose, you can choose it from any other source as well, and then you can have the combined data here from multiple sources as well. Let's go to transform now. We covered the home. Now transform, what we have, group by we covered in the home as well, and the first row as header as well. Transpose, what we can do with the transpose, transpose this table is treating rows as columns and columns as rows. This is a huge data. You should try it for a small data, like we can convert our rows to columns and columns to rows with this transpose thing. Reverse rows, invert this table rows such that that last row will be displayed in the first and the first row will be displayed in the last. This is the reversing of the row. Count rows, return the number of rows in the table. Let me click on that. So this time it is coming 60. One query is performed here, table, row count, and sorted rows, and we got this data here. I'll go back to transform. Clicking on that, let me come back to my table here. My table. So number of rows here already written here. I can close and load the data in itself also. So if I click on the here, close and load data, what you will get, let's see there. I have closed the data and I'm waiting for loading the data. And the last data, what I was doing, I was working on the count of the number, and that's why this is written. So whatever was the return, what was the output of that Power Query, that I got it here. I'll go to this file again. I have clicked on that. So here my data will be presented in that Power Query editor again. I have this data. So we were covering the transform. We learned about getting the number of rows, the count of the rows. Then we have data type. We can change it to any other type as well. If I want to change it, I can change it here also. Detection is already done. If you want to rename something, rename a column, that you can also do. You can replace the values, you can fill it. You have the option to apply it to the convert to the list and convert to a column as well. Then you have the split column that you already tried. And in fact, functions, how we can forget the function. So from the statistic function, you can apply these functions. Let me go to this January temperature. So this column I have selected. This time I have option to use the functions like sum, minimum, maximum, median, average, standard deviation, count values, and count distinct functions. Let me remind you again that this Power Query is using M language, and this M language will be executing these functions on your data set, and then you will be providing will be the result. If I go to standard, we have add, multiply, subtract, divide, integer divide, modulo, percentage, and percentage of. And some scientific functions we have absolute value, power to square, power to cube, power to power, square root, exponent, logarithm we have for the base 10 and the natural, and factorial also you can calculate. In the trigonometry, we have sine, cosine, tangent, arcsine, and two other trigonometry functions as well. Rounding off is allowed with round up, round down, and round. Information like this number is even in the odd, or you want to have the sign of a number. See, for the sign, what you will have the sign. If it is a positive number, then no sign will be there, or if it is a negative number, the sign will be there. You can have this date and time duration you can have in the column of the month or year as well, expand, aggregation. So this data type also you can create. Next, in the third, we have the add column. In the add column, you can actually add a new column. So you can have it from examples as well. You can customize that column as well. Conditional column also can be provided. Format can also provided. This is the good one thing. So if I want to change my complete city data into a new case, what I can do, I can change the format of the data. Let me have it in the uppercase. So my whole data will be converted to the capital one now. If I want to see this, I am doing in the adding of a column. So that's why the city is repeated into one more column, and that column is uppercase now, and still we have the city also with us. City column is also with us. We just added one more column, but this time we replicated the value of the city to a new column with the uppercase value. That is this acron you can see. Let me add something as lowercase now. So I'll be adding one more column with a city, but in this time into the lowercase. If I do it in a capitalize each word, this will be the sentence case like this. I can go with other trimming option also, cleaning also. I can add some prefixes as well. See, in the prefixes, what will happen? It will create a new column, adding a specified text value to the front of each value in the selected column. If I talk about the suffix, it's create a new column, adding a specified text value to this time, and in the end, it will add. In the prefix, we were adding a column's value in front of that word, and in case of suffix we are ending it with a particular phrase. So this is power of the format with the adding column. In the extract also we can extract the length, we can extract the first characters, last characters, we can have the range, we can have text before delimiter, we can have the text after delimiter, text between delimiters. So these all options are available with us. Let's try for this add column. Let me go to some column here, and this time I want to have a date. Date may be, let me select this, and here I want to parse something. So I'll get an error because it was not a date here. If I have provided a date over there, I can go with that. Let me click on my table again. This is an error here. So what we can do, we can have a look on other data set also. This time you can see applied steps has been changed. If I click on SMC again, this time I'll get the data here. Here it is error. That is why let me undo my changes here. Parsing, no, I'm not doing parses, and I got my data back. If you want to go through any other query also, you can click on that and you can switch to that database as well. So we covered this add column very well, date and time and duration. In the view, what we have some query settings, whatever query settings you want to do, that you can do it here. Advanced editor options is also there. You have monospaced with us, column quality, formula bar, query settings are with us. So whatever changes you want to do in that data, you can very easily do it with that transfer option. And once you are done with that, just you need to go back to home and close and load that data, and that data will be loaded into your Microsoft Excel file. In the same manner, it will be provided here. So we will be getting the data in the same manner here. We covered in this way what we covered. Let me go back to my slide. We covered about the connection to the various data sources. We know that how we can combine the tables, how we can merge the data, how we can record the applied steps, and In this way, we can transform the data, pivot and in-pivot the data, and ultimately we can load our connections here. So this query sections is handling everything. You can go with this bone loss and then you can open into the Power Query editor, and whatever changes you want to do, you can change it here. For example, here you want to change the format or something, you can do that. You are not ready to have it, you are finding something as an error, so you can apply some more functions here to correct that data, and ultimately that corrected data can be loaded to Microsoft Excel. And if then you want to have a pivot table or you want to have a chart, that time you can have it. Just revise the once again what we have covered. I'll go back to my summary. So in this session, we learned new functions and their uses. We learned about unique function. We learned about sort function, sort by function. We learned about filter function. We learned about switch function. So these functions are available in the latest version of Microsoft Office. That is why it is known as the new function. We learned about the use of array functions, that with the array function we can have the complete range with us. Then we learned about the importing of data using Power Query, data connections with files, data transformation using Power Queries. So let's revise the Power Query, this data tab again. Data can be taken from multiple sources. So we covered the taking data from file. We did practice with the text files. Importing you can practice it with other sources as well. We can have it from the databases, different databases. You can have it from the Azure as well, and you can refresh the data every time to get the latest state of the data. Then we learnt about the stock and geography. You can write your keyword here and then click on the stock and geography. The data through the search engine Bing will be provided to your Microsoft Excel related to stocks or geography. You can sort the data, you can filter the data, you can change it to the text to column. And after that, once you are selecting the data, before loading, you have the option to transform also. And for that transform, what we are doing, we are actually using the M-long language over here. And we have the option, we have different options here to transform our data here. We can use choose column, we can remove the columns, and for the rows also we have options to keep particular rows. You can keep the particular top rows, particular bottom rows, or you can go for a particular range as well. You can remove the rows. Sorting can be performed here, splitting of the column can be performed here, data can be grouped here. You can check the automatic detection of the data type, and if you want to change it, you can do it with the transform. Here in the home, you will be shown here the existing status of the data, and if you want to make some changes, you can do it with the transform tab. And similarly, when we go to transform, there we have the group by changing option, changing the row header option. We have the option to change the data type. We want to rename our column, we can do that. We want to split the column, we can do that. Format also we can change here also. We can have the lowercase value, uppercase value, capitalize each word. We want to trimming, we want clean the data, that cleaning can also be performed here. Prefixes can be provided, suffixes can be provided. We can extract the data as well. Length you can have, first characters, range you can have, you can apply some functions as well. This is all with the transformation. And in the functions, we have the option for statistic function, standard function, scientific function, trigonometric function, rounding off function, and some information based function. You can have the date time as well, duration as well for the time stamp. And if you want to add a column, you can add that column as well. And in the view, you can change the setting of this editor, this Power Query editor, and you can easily move on different data set with this query editor. And this query settings editor and is showing the applied steps with us. So you can undo any changes by clicking on that, and whatever steps you're performing on that data set for the transformation, that will be listed here in this applied steps window. Once you are done with the data transformation thing, you can close and click on the load. That data will be given to your Microsoft Excel file. Everything will be provided in that data. So this is all about this week. We covered so many things here. We covered very important function, new functions, and Power Query. And if you think about the Microsoft Excel data analysis, Power Query is very useful tool. You have much more functionalities, and ultimately you can have the data from multiple sources in your Microsoft Excel. That's all for this week. Thank you. Welcome to course data analysis and visualization using Microsoft Excel. We are into week 8, and in this week we are covering advanced pivot table functions, Power Pivot tools. Recap for the last session, what we have done in the last week, week 7, we have covered new functions and their uses. New functions are basically the functions that are provided or given by Microsoft Excel only in the latest version only, like Microsoft 365. Then we have covered the use of array functions. In the array functions, we have the flexibility or the ability to provide or pass range of values as an argument, and in this way we can entirely work on entire column or entire row. Then we learned about how we can import data using Power Query. We made the connection relationships among the files, among the different Excel sheets using the Power Query. We learned about the data transformation only using Power Query. And now in this week, what we are covering, advanced pivot table functions, like we will cover fields, items, sets, and then we will come to pivot charts, slices and timeline. We will learn in the more detail now, grouping and the ungrouping, and there is an important function get pivot data. After that, we will jump to Power Pivot tools. There we will learn about introduction to Excel Power Pivot, what we can do with the more tables and relationships, and then how we can create the data models, and then we will come to the KPIs, learning objectives for this week. By the end of this session, you will be able to understand the advanced functions of pivot tables, how you can add pivot charts, slices, timelines in your workbook. We will learn about Power Pivot and data models and how we can use the relationships. So let's come and start the first topic, advanced pivot table functions. First, we have the field, items, and sets. Calculated fields. What we can do with the calculated fields? We can create formulas with the pivot table fields. We have already covered how we can make pivot table into Microsoft Excel. Now in this week, we are learning how we can have our own field into pivot table, that is calculated field. And then we will come to the calculated item as well. There we will learn about creating formulas using items in one field. Here one screenshot you can see we have the pivot table analyze. So this is enabled only when we have the pivot table with us in the workbook. And after that we just need to go to this pivot table analyze, and then we have this fields, items, and sets. There we can see calculated field and calculated item is given, and depending on that or choosing or your requirement of your application project, you can go for both. You can pick any one as well. You can go for the calculated field and the calculated item. So what we can do with this calculated field and calculated item, we can actually make our own field or make our own item irrespective of the table data. So this is kind of that data that you don't want to do the changes into the main data. You just want to keep it into the pivot table. So let's try with the hands-on. We will understand what we can do with that. So let me open my folder first. So I'll come to my file, and there we can see what we can do with this calculated field. So we will be working on are the same sample, that is financial sample. This data set we already worked on. So let's see that in the table what we have. We have different columns like segment, country, product, discount band, unit sold, manufacturing, sales price, gross sales, discount, sales, COGS, profit, date, month number, month name, and year. We have, and approximately we have somewhere 700 records in this table. So what I'll do to work on this calculated field on and calculated item, first I'll have the pivot table with me. So let me click on insert and then pivot table from table and range. So this by default, this range will be selected, that is for the financials. So where you want to have the pivot table, where you want to place this table. So I want to have it into the new worksheet. I'll click on this new worksheet. Now I have the option here for the rows and the column that you want to choose for this particular pivot table. But right now what I'll do, I'll first have the country. So by default country has gone into the rows part. Then for the second column, what I'll take, let me take any other field now. I'll take profit now. So let me look for the profit. Profit is also selected. You can see here sum of profit is visible now. In the countries, we have different countries, that is Canada, France, Germany, Mexico, and United States of America. For respective of different profit, it has calculated the sum of individual profit and then it is displaying us the result. The third field I'm selecting here, gross sales. So let me look for the gross sales. This is my gross sales here. Again, what we have in the rows, we have the country. In the values, we have sum of profits and sum of gross sales. I'm not changing anything, so I'm just going with the default values here. Not to this data we are seeing here. This is the part, or this is referred from the main data only. Now let me come to the calculated field and let's understand. Once I have this pivot table with me, this pivot table analyzer is enabled. Here you can see different options which we already covered when we were doing the pivot table. That time we talked about we can change the name of the pivot table. We can look for the active fields over there, and in slicer and timeline we will be covering in few minutes in more detail. Then we can refresh the data source as well. Now here in the field item, this calculation part, you can see this belongs to that data that you don't want to include into the main data, but you want to keep into the pivot table. So let me cover this calculated field once. Then we will come to calculated item. This calculated item will be enabled only when I have an item here, like I'm selecting this a group, and then you can see this calculated item is enabled. Now let me have one more value here. I'll go back to my pivot, and this is my fields and item. There I'll select the calculated field. Now one name is provided here. Let me take a condition or take a criteria where I want to calculate the tax depending on the gross sales for a different country or maybe for everyone. So this is based on the gross sales, we are applying some kind of tax here. And this data I don't want to include it on in the main data. I just want to keep it in my pivot table with the group, with the particular group or with the pivot table data. So what I'll be writing, I am putting my name here. The name is text here. This name text is for a new column that I want to insert. And again, I'm repeating that this field we are not basically putting into the main data. We are keeping it only in the pivot table. In the pivot table, we want to put this data. That's why we are having this data here. And now I have this formula here. There you can actually insert the formulas. Before that, there is a list of fields are visible here. So it is showing you all the fields that are part of the main data. So from where this pivot table has been formed. So you can see here segment, country, product, discount, band, unit sold, manufacturing price, sale price, gross sales, discount, sales, COGS, profit, date, month number, month name, year. You can see here. And even if we see the order, let me come back. So in the second last column is month name. So I'll go back to my main data. In the main data as well, I have the same order of the columns has been shown in this field also. So you can see here the second last column is the month name. So it is showing the same order. I'll come back to my pivot table analyze part. Here we will click on the calculated field. So I'll put another name now. This time let me see here. The text should not be part. So let me see any name exists like this. No, it does not exist. So I'll put a name here, that is text. Text is the new field's name which I want to insert into my table with respect to pivot table data. Now in the formula, what I can do, let me write here for now 100. I'm writing here 100, and after that, I'll click on the add. So basically, I'm adding a new column here. I'll click on add. So once this add thing is done, you just look for the same column here. You can see here text is there. So what I'll do, by clicking on text, and then I'll come to insert field and I'll click on OK this time. So you can see here sum of text is shown. This field is there, and what value we have? We have the value as 100. How this 100 has come up? Let me go back to this calculated field, and in the text what we have put the value as 100, and that is why it is coming as the 100 value. So let me delete this for now, or before that what I can do, I can make a new column. Now let's make a new column or a new field depending on another column's value. So let me take here text 1. So this is my text 1 now, and how I am calculating this text. So I'll be clicking on gross sales for now. So after clicking on gross sales, my cursor is here. My cursor is in the formula after the equals to, and then I'm clicking on this gross sales and I'll click on insert field. You can see this gross sales is inserted into the formula after the equals to sign. After that, I'll put multiplication of, let me take here 0.2. So what I want to do, I want to create a new field. The name should for that field should be text1 and the value should be multiplication of the gross sales of the 0.2. After that, I'll click on add. Add is done. I'll go back to this text1 and click on OK. So you can see here sum of text1 is provided and this is the 0.2 multiplication value for the gross sale. So you can make your own field by assigning your own values as well, or you can have a value depending on any other column as well. So let me take another value here. I'll go back to my pivot table, analyze, field items, calculated items, and then let me make text 2, and this text 2 is dependent on, so let me take the formula as, now I am multiplying this profit. I'll click on profit and I'll give 0.3 of the profit. I'll click on add. So let me go back to the text 2 and click on OK. So I have the sum of text 2 as well. Now if I go to the main data, this data is not reflected here. This is only part of the pivot table. This is only included into the pivot table where we can have the calculated field, as it is clear from the name also that this calculated field are those fields which you want to create depending on your condition, but you don't want to add it to the main data, that you can actually have that data into your pivot table only, and this is not reflected anywhere else and it is not disturbing your main data as well. So whatever is your condition, accordingly you can pick and you can decide the formula how you want. In fact, let's take another example now. So what we are doing, we are going to pivot table, analyze, clicking on the calculations, field items inset, click on calculated items. So this time I am making a text 3. This is my text 3 now, and this time what we are choosing, we are choosing a column which is not part of pivot table. So let me take here, now I am taking unit sold. So let me take a sale price here. So we are taking a sale price. Price is not part of pivot table. So I want to insert that into the formula. So I click on the sale price and insert field. Sale price you can see here. So let me make 0.1 for the sale price and click on the add. And after that, we have the text 3 with us. Let me click on the OK. So you can see sum of text 3 as well. So you can have the data from entire table as well, and accordingly you can calculate the new field, and this is part of pivot table now. After completing this calculated field, we have the calculated item as well. So let's see what we can do with the calculated item now. To enable this calculated item, I need to go to the group data. So this is my group data here. I'll click on, now you can see this calculated item is enabled now. Now I'll click on this calculated item. So now you have some other parts also. What other parts? You have same kind of fields as well. And apart from fields, you have the items as well. So items you can see here in the fields country. If I click on the segment is not part of here. In the country, you can see you have Canada, France, Germany, Mexico, United States of America. Each is the part of, each is relevant to a group. If I go to product is not here. So if I go to gross sales is not also part of a group. So what I'll do, I'll go to this country and I can see the different items options as well. So as we have created a field here, a calculated field, in the same manner, we can create a calculated item as well. And to create a calculated item, let me take another field here, another name we can say here. Let me make it O text. This is my O text 1 I'll make. Into the formula, what I'll choose now? Let me choose this Canada. Let me choose this Canada from the item. This is inserted here and I'll multiply. I want to multiply with this 2. And after that, in the same manner as we inserted the calculated field, we will calculate we will have the calculated item as well. I'll click on add part here. Now, once you have clicked on add, I can look for that particular part where now I don't need to look it into the fields part. I need to look into the items part. So where we have this item, we have into the country. Now into the country field section, you have the item that is O text 1. If you click on this O text 1, you can see here this O text 1 is inserted into the row part, and that is the double times or twice of the Canada. Sum of profit, sum of gross sales, sum of text 1, sum of text 2, sum of text 3. So in this pivot table, we have the calculated field as well. We have the calculated item as well. So let me check this value. So what can I do? Let me divide this value. I'll choose this value and I'll divide it by 2. So you can see here, this is the value equals to the Canada value. So what it is doing? It is doing the multiplication by 2 as we have given in the formula. So let me try for another fields as well. I'll go back to, let me enable this by going into the group. I'll go to the calculated item. So let me write here O text 2. So this is for another country and this is my France. France I am going to insert here. France you can see, let me multiply it with 3 here and clicking on the add. Let me add one more part now. I'll go back to the country. Now this is this time what we are creating. O text 3 and instead of the France, I'll pick the Germany here. Germany is there and I want to multiply it by 4. I'll click on add here. Then let me take again country here and I'll make O text 4 now. And instead of Germany, I'll come to the Mexico now. This is the next country. Mexico and we are going to multiply Mexico by 5. Click on add. So now in the country, what you have in the country, let me click on that. We have O text 1, O text 2, O text 3, O text 4. So now let me insert O text 2 here. Before that, I need to select a particular value. Now you can see here. See, now you have O text 1, O text 2, O text 3 and O text 4. You entirely have what you have covered here. You have the inserted field as well. What inserted fields we have added? We have added sum of text. This was with the value only. Then we have added sum of text 1. Then we have with sum of text 2, sum of text 3. And in the inserted item, what we have added O text 1. This was the multiplied value of the Canada by 2. In the O text 2, we again have the value multiplied by 3. In the O text 3, we have again the value of multiplied by 4 for the Germany. And O text 4, again we have the value for the Mexico multiplied by 4. So in this way, we have the inserted row as well, inserted items as well. Now let's come to another option for the calculation part. This is the solve part. What we can do in the solve part? So you can see here in the solve part, you can see O text 1, O text 2, O text 3, O text 4. So let me move it up. So if I move it up, O text 4. So this is now O text 1. The order is O text 1, O text 2, O text 4, O text 3. Let me close here and if I refresh here and I'll go to the solve order. So here you can see the order has been moved here and similarly I can move it to down. Now if the value in a pivot table cell is affected by 2 or more calculated items, the value is determined by the last formula in the solve order. So how the determination takes place? This takes place according to this order. So whenever we have such choices, in that case, we can sort this order and we can solve the order. And according to our formula, we can calculate and go with that flow. And the fourth option, we have the list formulas. In the list formulas, you can actually see what you have. This is the order in which we are calculating the calculated field. First we are having the text, then text 1, text 2, text 3. After that we have the calculated item. In the calculated item we have the O text 1, O text 2, O text 4 and O text 3. This order we have changed. So if you want to have the summary of what you have provided in the calculated item and the calculated field, how you can do that? You just need to go to your table part and then pivot table analyze, and that in the pivot table analyze you have the values for this list formulas where you can list the formulas. And if you want to delete something here, you can delete as well. So if I click on this O text 3 and delete, click on delete and close. Now it is deleted from here. So now only you have O text 1, O text 2, O text 4. And again if I go to the list formulas, then I will be seeing here only 3 texts here because this O text 3 is already deleted. So you have the summary sheet with you and you can control the order and you can delete the inserted or the calculated field or column with the option available with the solve order. After covering this, what we are more going to cover, we will talk about this filtration part as well. Before that, I'll come to the pivot chart. Pivot chart is a beautiful option available with the Microsoft Excel. We have already covered this pivot chart before as well. Now we are more focusing on the pivot chart, on the pivot, why we are making the pivot charts with the pivot table. So this is insert a pivot chart tied to the data in this pivot table. You can see now if I go to a normal chart, there you can see this is my normal chart here. This charts are provided. This is again for everything. So here you can see insert a column or a bar chart. So use this chart type to be visually compare values across a few categories. Now let's practice on the pivot chart. So let me take a new data. I will be deleting that. We delete this and let me come to a new data set to make a pivot chart. So here we are only talking about how we can make chart with respect to pivot table. To make that, let me select a different set of tables or columns. We can see I'll click on insert and go to the pivot table. So I'll click on a new worksheet I want to create here. In this new worksheet, what we are going to cover, let me take country here. This is my country. Country I'm selecting in the pivot table. After the country, I'm taking the product. Each product we will be taking. So now you can see here Canada and how different products are listed here. And I'll take the profit. Profit here. Everyone is concerned about the profit. And so that is why we are taking here profit only. So business is all about the profit. Here we have taken the profit. So now what I have in the rows, I have the country and the product. In the values, I have the sum of profit. So let's see how we can create a chart depending on this data. In the data set, what we have in the rows, we have the country and the product. In the values, we have the sum of profit. What we want to do? So we want to have a graph or a chart for the profit values for the country as well as for the product. So I'll go to this pivot chart option. This is pivot chart. I'll click on that. Here you can see different kind of charts are visible. So this is templates are given. And we have the column chart, we have the line chart, we have the pie chart, bar chart, area chart, XY scatter, map, stock, surface, radar, tree map, sunburst, histogram, box and whisker, waterfall, funnel, combo. So for each kind of a chart, it is actually showing you a preview as well. So if I click on the column, so you can go with this. And this is, again, we have some different categories, that is clustered column, stacked column, 100% stacked column, 3D clustered column, 3D stacked column, 3D 100% stacked column, and 3D column. So you can choose it according to your condition as well. You can go for the line chart as well. In the line chart, you have the different options. So let's explore that. This is line. Then we have the stacked line with us. After that, we have 100% stacked line, line with markers, stacked line with markers, 100% stacked line with markers, and then the 3D line we have. If we go with the bar, and you can see here different kind of stacked bar is there, 100% stacked bar is there, 3D clustered bar is there, 3D stacked bar is there, and 3D 100% stacked bar is there. So let me first come to the line. So let's try what will happen in the case of the line. I click on the line chart and come to the OK. So here you can see the chart is visible. In this chart, you can see here we have the Canada, France, Germany, Mexico, United States of America, and we have the different products as well. And this is the profit, how it is moving irrespective of all the countries. So this was about the line chart. In the line chart only, if I go to this pivot table analyze and click on this chart here, or let me have the data here again in the pivot table analyze. So you in the line chart only, you have another options as well. Let me delete this and let me try a second kind of a pivot chart. I'll go back to this pivot table analyze. Pivot chart I am having here. In the line, we have a different line as well. So this is a stacked line. Then we have something like this, and you have some pointer values as well. So let me try this pointer value. Now here you can see the pointed kind of value in the chart. So you can actually, if you hover, you can see series total point Canada, Caratra value is this. So by hovering your mouse, you can see the value it is associated with it, and you can focus on the values, which value is given here. So this is all provided with the data. Now this pivot table analyze, let me try another chart now. I'll go to a column chart. In the column, I'm selecting this 3D part. I'll click on this. Okay. This is so simple to do here. So I have for the different products, I have the profit into the chart for the Canada, France, Germany, Mexico, and United States of America. So you can see here sum of profit is given, country, product. Here is there. I can have a value as for the total of the profit as well. So editing, you can of course do it. So let me try any other chart now. I'll go back to this pivot table, analyze in the pivot chart what we have. So let's see for the pie. So this should not be working good with the pie chart, but we will try that. What will happen in the case of the pie chart? So you can see the pie chart has been formed here depending on the country and the product you can see. So let's come to another chart now. Same path we are following. Then we have the bar here. Bar. It is good to go here. In the bar now you can see in the bar chart you have a different set of values here for the profits. Now you can see the movement for each product. Now, if we talk about the United States of America, they have the highest profit for which product? This product you can see here. This product you can see here. So with this chart, it is easy to analyze what we are talking about. Instead of the table, instead of the values, you have a different forms or you have a different set of values. So let me select this column here, and so here you can see here column chart, the column. Now you can analyze here. For Canada, the highest profit is for the product this passive. From country France, the highest profit is for the this again passive. And in the Germany as well, Germany we have a different product that is Velo. In the Mexico we have the different product. This is passive again. And then in the country United States of America as well we have the passive. So from this chart it is easy to understand like how our performance is happening. In fact, you can go for the minimum as well. So for the Mexico, I'll see the minimum profit that is for the value. If I see for the United States of America, that is for the Cartera. And similarly, you can do for the different countries as well. But if you have this data set, you need to apply some kind of formula and then you need to see. But from the graph, it is clearly visible. You don't need to do much exertion here or any other extra work you need to do. You just directly can insert the charts here and then you can look for the values, what values you want to provide here or what you values are given here. And similarly, let me change some value and see how it changes here. So let me try if I can make a changes here. So if I, instead of this value in the value, we are talking about the country Canada. This column chart is with me and this chart we are seeing here. Let me have this value here and let me change this value. For this first product, I'm checking it to, we can't change this part of the pivot table. So I cannot make any changes here. This data is reflected from the main data only. This data is reflected only from the main data. So let me try to change something here. I'll go to this table and come to the filtration part, that is data filter. I'll choose only Canada here. This is my Canada. And in the Canada, I have the profit here. We are making or we are working on the profit. So I have how many records? I have some, I have total 142 records here. You can see the count of that. Instead of all these values, what I'll do, let me make it 100. This is very minimum here. Or let me take it 10 lakhs here. 1,000, 10,000, 1 lakh and 10 lakh I'm taking here. This is the value here. So let me copy the entire value into this table. We just want to see how this data, if we are changing anything in the data and how this is performed in the pivot table and in the pivot chart. Let me save this and click on the pivot table part. We need to refresh our data. I'll go back to this pivot table analyze and then we have this refresh thing. Refresh all. So I will be refreshing my data. You can see here the some processing is happening. We are just checking whether this, if we are making any kind of changes in the main data, that changes are reflected somewhere else or not. So you can directly see here. Now for each product, the sum of profit has been increased. And with respect to that, this chart has automatically adjusted all the values here. You can see very minimum because this is in the comparison with these values. So let me make some other changes now. So again, what I'll do, instead of this so much value, let me give a value as 10,000 now. This is my 10,000. So same value I will be copying it to the other products as well for, but this is only for the country Canada we are doing. We just want to see the changes, how we are performing. So I'll paste it there. save it here the value, come back to the table part, change the source, or we are basically refreshing the source here. This is a refreshing the data source. Now you can see your output line. So we change it for everyone, and that is why we are getting this kind of output. And here you can see for the Canada you have these kind of values here, and this is has not been changed here. So you can see this kind of values are given here now in the main data. So you just made a logic or a structure of a table or a pivot table and the pivot charts. You can continuously work on your data, and even if you're changing your data, you don't need to do any changes in the pivot table or in the pivot chart. So automatically what will happen, it will pick the data's changes by just clicking on this refresh data source, and then what you can do, you can have the updated data set with you for the pivot chart and for the pivot table. It depends how you are changing your data, you are changing it or not, you are changing it on the daily basis, you are changing it after some time, so that depends. But the logic is already given here. You don't need to make a new chart every time. What you can do, you can just make a structure in initially, and if you are adding something, that will be part of the this insert table or insert whatever you have inserted here in the table as well as in the insert chart as well. Now the second case, what we can do, let me delete this and let's see, can we make pivot chart with a calculated field or not? So let me take here a calculated field. I'll go back to this pivot table, analyze, click on this field item, calculated field. So here, let me take another thing here. So let me take here text. This time let me take a text 6, and how I'm calculating it depending on the profit. This is my profit and I'm multiplying it with the 0.1. So this is my text 6. I'll add it and let me have this value text 6 and click on OK. So this is the text 6 now. So let me try a pivot chart with this sum of texts. So let me take that value. I'll go back again to the column only. I'm not selecting anything. By default, it has taken everything. So now you can see here we have this 0.1 value of the profit is also reflected here. Now you can see here sum of profit is given with the blue lines and sum of texts is given with this orange line. So the calculated field is also part of that pivot chart. Similarly, you can make part for the or make existence for the calculated item as well into the chart. Just you need to do what you need to do. You just need to click, and depending on that, you can set your conditions here. Pivot table analyze, pivot chart. By default, it is coming. In fact, it is coming in the line as well. So in line, if we see how it is performing. So sum of profit is with the blue line, and the orange line we have sum of text 6. It is in the decline position because we just had the value as 0.1% of the profit. That is why it is coming like this. So if I change this value, so let me again change this value, pivot table analyze. I'll go back to the calculated field. We have this text 6 here. I'll click on this text 6. So text 6 we will see, and what we can do, we can make any changes as well here, and in the changes, or let me make a new field here. Let me make a text 7, and I should have a value for the profit here, and we are having profit plus 1000 here. Click on add and then go to this text 7, click on OK. We have the value here. Now go back to this pivot chart. In the pivot chart, go to this line 1 and click on OK. Now here in the line 1, you can see something like this. Sum of profit is now very higher value, so you cannot see here, and we have the sum of text 7 as well there. So inserted field is also part of that pivot chart. So this is a calculated field, and again I'm repeating, this inserted or a calculated field is not part of your main data. It is not reflected your main data. It is just assigned or to a pivot table, and depending on any column it can be calculated.
As we can see in this picture, we have different options available with us. Sum of expenses, sum of sales, sum of create here, and we have the filter option here available with the country. So let me go back to my sheet, financial sample. Let me enlarge this chart. Now what we can see here, we have the total values for the sum of the profit, and this is for different countries. We have for Canada, France, Germany, Mexico, United States of America. And similarly, we have the sum of profit here. as we are doing it for one numerical value as well, only one numeric field. So if in the country I will be having the filtration option, I'll be just going with the Canada and clicking on OK. So this time you can see here the changes are visible in the pivot table as well, and as well as in the pivot chart also. So we have now products sum of profit only for the country Canada this time. We have the different products here. All 6 products are listed here and we have the graph with us. Let me take for maybe France and Germany as well now. So basically I'm having it for the 3 countries this time. So let me give this time to this pivot chart, and then we have the values for sum of profit. So even after doing the changes here, what we are doing here, we are making changes here in the sum of profit, and we are having the values for different products as well. So similarly, what we can do, we can make the changes here for other values as well. You can have the different values here. You want to have it for the gross sales, you can have it here. You want to have it for the discount, you can have it here. You can add any other field as well. So this is the power of the pivot chart. Let me try this time some other charts now. Let me delete this one. So I have the table here. Let me come back to the complete set of the values. I'm selecting all the countries here. So this was the data. So again, let me add some more columns now. This time in the section, in this pivot table, I'm adding one more column, that is year. Now you can see the values here. You have it for the country Canada and the other countries. You have the values for different products, and this is grouped according to year wise. You have the value for sum of profit only. Now let's see what are the changes in the column chart. So I will be going back to pivot table analyze and clicking on the pivot chart, and let me click on this column chart. So let me enlarge this. So this is some overlapping of the data because I have the multiple set of the values here. So if I make it more enlarged, in that way somehow I can see it here. So this is a huge data. So that's why we have the data like this, but it is visible now. So you can see here it is available for Canada. And again, in the case of the Canada, first it is showing the values for 2013, then for 14, 13, 14, 13, 14, you can see here. And similarly for other countries as well. So let me take the values for only the product. This is umbrella. I'm only taking the first product, and this time you can see the changes here very beautifully. In just one click, you can actually change this pivot chart. You can view the information according to your need now. So here also you can choose if I want to go for any particular, let me select only 2014 here. In that case, so I have the result something like this. So accordingly, I can add one more country as well. I can delete the country. I can have the multiple information for the product as well. I can go for the least one also. I can go for the maximum one also. And similarly, I can go for the year one also. So this is pivot chart. This is the column chart we covered. If I take here the 3D column, we just had a view preview here in the column here only. What are the difference between the 3D chart? Let me delete this pivot chart, and going back to the data, let me filter out everything here. So I have the information, whatever I have available here. So I am having all the values here. So let me take it for 2013 as well. So this is the complete data set now. I'll be going back to pivot table analyze and clicking on the pivot chart. Let me take a 3D column here. Once I am taking a 3D column, to see it carefully, let me select the country only, Mexico, and clicking on OK. So this is the result of the 3D column. So this kind of output you will be receiving in case of the 3D column, and similarly you can go for the stacked one also. If I go and check the values for stacked column, so let me take a stacked column here, pivot chart. So in the stacked column, this is the stacked column. So this will be output like this, or I can have something like 100% stacked column as well. You can have a 3D column as well. So this is the value for the stacked column here. So stacked column, you can cover it into the mathematics. What is stacked column? It gives a ratio for the with respect to the other values. So this is the column chart. So let's have a look on the pivot chart for a pie chart as well now. So in the pivot chart, we have the pie chart. So what we are doing here, in the pivot table analyze, we are going to pivot chart. In the pivot chart, we have pie here. So column we already covered. Let me take this pie chart here to have a pie chart value here. So for the same things what I am doing, I am having the value for sum of profit, total, country, product and year. So this, let's make some changes in the pivot table. I'll be having the fields here. Let me go back to the pivot table sheet here. Let me delete this and come to the pivot table option. So let's try here the pie chart. So I'm going to pivot table analyze here. In the pivot chart, we have the option for the pie as well. In this pie as well, let me try this time some other values. So let me go back to this pivot table here. In that, in that pivot table fields, in the field list, what we are doing, let me unselect this profit as well, year as well, and even I'm not taking the country and the product as well. So this time, let me take this segment and let me take the unit sold this time. So unit sold we have for each segment, what how many units we have sold. So I will be selecting into the another values. So we have in the rows segment, and for the values I have sum of units sold. And let me make a pie chart for these values. I will be clicking on the pie chart. You can see the preview as well. So you have the values for the channel partners, you have the value for the enterprise, government, mid market, and small business as well. So according to your data, you can decide what kind of chart you want to have for the column chart or the bar column chart or a line column. You can decide accordingly. And similarly, we have the option for the filtration as well. You can sort it also accordingly. You can make the sorting as well. You can make and sorting into this descending order as well. Similarly, you actually can work with the design of the pivot chart. So this time what I'm doing, I'm clicking on this chart and you can see here there are two more tabs with you. This is design and format. In that design and format, you can choose a different design. So this was the default one. If I click on this, I have this kind of output. If I click on this and similarly I have some other designs as well. You don't need to do anything. You can choose a particular theme you can apply on your pivot chart. Either it is a column chart or either it is a pie chart. You can have it and apply it. See, I can change the colors as well. I have layout with me. I can switch the rows and the column. I can change the data range as well. I can change the chart type as well. I can move it to the different location as well. In the format, what we have, again, we can make a changes with the shape fill, shape outline. So all the changes we can do it here with this pivot chart. Now let's try one more time. This time, let me take something as country and discount. This time I will be deleting this as well. So this time let me make the changes in the pivot table. So this time let me take country back, and in case of unit sold, I am taking here discounts. So I have two values here now. So this we are right now we have only for one country. Let me select for other countries as well. So for all five countries, I have the sum of discounts with me. I can change this formula as well. I can have the count here. I can have the product here. I can have the maximum value or the standard deviation variance. Anything I can have right now for the default purpose. I'm taking sum of defaults. And then I will be going back here. In that case, let me look for the pivot chart. This time, let me take the bar chart here. So you can see here the bar chart is with you. The value is something like this. So you can have the output like that also. So rather than having a column chart, you can have the bar chart as well. So country option is there, filtration you can do. So if I try design for this bar chart, so you can see different themes also here. So I'll go with the style 2, style 3, 4, 5, 6. You can see all the changes here. See, this output is so impressive here. And so according to your design, you can decide which theme you want to apply on your chart. And this actually gives a user a look, a very good look. So it is easy for your client to understand the scenario or the data analytics behind the data. And it is easy and impressive way to make them understand as well. Similarly, we have the other options, changing colors as changing theme. We have the option for switching the rows and the column. If you see this description given by the Microsoft Excel, swap the data over the axis. Data being charted on the x-axis will move to the y-axis and vice versa. Select the data. With the selecting of the data, what you can do, you can actually change the data range. This is inclusive in the chart. You can have a different type as well. You can move it to the different location here. Move this chart to another sheet or tab in the worksheet. So this is pivot chart. Let's try one more this time. I'll have another values now. So let me take here year and month. Let's have something on with the dates now. I'm taking here year and then I'm taking here product and I'm having month name as well. And plus I'll have the profit here. So this time in the columns, I will be putting year. So in the column we have year, in the row we have product and month name, in the values we have sum of profit. And let me try now a different chart type. So in that Power Pivot or pivot table analyze, I have pivot chart with me, and then let me go to this line thing. Here in the line thing, you can actually have the data with you. So you can see here the output here. So this is given here for year 2013 as well for 2014. So sum of profit, you can actually see the trend, how your profit is moving and going back and coming back. It is increasing or decreasing. So rather than seeing the values, you can have a look on the graph and you can understand your business, how your profit is affected by different factors. So if you can see it is going into the negative, at that time you can analyze what should be the reason behind that, why the profit is not coming in the expected way. So this is all about the pivot chart. You have the different options available with you. So whatever you want to choose, you can have it, but according to your data, according to your requirement, according to your client's expectation. Now, next we have the slicer. Slicer also we covered. Let's take a deeper look this time. So let me come back to a simpler kind of a data, or let me work on this only. So this time I will be clicking on this filter and insert slicer. Insert slicer. In the slicer, let me simplify this form. So I will be, let me delete this for now. So this time what I am taking here, I am taking here country as back, and I'll be including product as well, and then I'll have sum of profit. I'll uncheck other things from here. So I have, this is the output, the basic output I am having. In the rows I have the country, I have the product, and in the values I have sum of profit. Now let me click on the slicer. I will be clicking on the slicer. Now in the slicer you can have anything here. Let me take in the slicer year. I'm taking here as year. Now you have the slicer with you. In the slicer, if I click on 2013, I have a different output now, and this output is only related to year 2013. If I click on 2014, this output is only for year 2014. So this is the functionality of the slicer. You can actually have the result according to one particular kind of filtration. So what if I want to have multiple values here? So if I see the description here, this option is for multiple select. You can choose Alt plus S here. This is for clearing the filtration. Right now 2014 is selected. Let me clear it out. Or you can say it there. Now this time both the things are selected here. If I click on one particular thing, this is for only 2013. If I click on this, this is for 2014. Now the condition is that I want to choose all the options available. So this is for multiple select. Once I clicked on that, this multi-select is enabled now. Now I can have the option or for choosing the multiple values from this slicer. So this slicer is actually enhancing your pivot table's performance by providing the filtration here. So time this filtration is based on some other column, on some other values, and then you can filter it out your slicer. Now, once you have the slicer with you, you got one more tab, and this tab is slicer. Now, in that tab, you have different options. What are those options? So this design is with you. So if I click on that, you can see the beauty of the slicer tab. This is with a different color now. So I can have a gray shade. I want to have a red shade, a maroon shade, or your any favorite color. In my case, sea green is my favorite color, so I can have that output as well. So you want to have some new slicer style, so you can click on that also. So this new slicer style, for whole slicer, I want to do some formatting. So let me do some formatting here. I want to have a bold italic format. In the fill part, I want to have maybe a yellow color and click on OK. So this, I'll be making a new theme here. This time I have a theme here. So you can see here that already available the themes. We have the light and dark. This time I have the customized one. So this is my customized theme. Of course, it is not looking so nice, but for the trial, you can choose it. So in the slicer, once you have the slicer, you have one more tab enabled with Microsoft Excel, that is slicer. There you can change the slicer style. So you can choose from any predefined theme, or you can make your own customized theme as well from the option new slicer style. And then you can give the caption as well. Let me give this caption as year. So if I write here specific year, so you can see the changes here. So this is not dependent on the field only. So like you can name a pivot table, you can name a power pivot, you can name a table. In the similar way, we have the option for the slicer as well. Slicer settings you can do. So you have different options, ascending, descending order. You want to have a different name that you can choose it from here. Then you can choose it the theme here. Alignment you want to do, that you can do it here. You want to show the grid lines or not. If you want to have a height, a specific height and width, that also you can do. Let me make it to 2 columns this time. So you can see it output like this. If I increase it here, so this is leaving a space for the third column. So in my case, I have only 2 options, so I'll go with the column one. Like if you're having multiple values here, then you can have a different column set here. So, but it will be working in the same things only. So let me add one more slicer here. This time I'm adding a slicer based on, let me go back to my pivot table. In that pivot table analyze, I'm coming with insert slicer with the month name this time. So I have one more slicer with me. So I can choose these output as well. So for example, I am choosing here 2014 and then I'm clicking on September. So this is data only for September 2014. So you can work on multiple slicers as well, and I can again make the changes, like I can choose a theme, I can make it bring forward, send backward, selection pane. I can make changes with the alignment. Let me do the changes here for the column. So that will be more interesting one. So if I do it, make it 2 columns, you can actually see the output carefully. So if I click on 2013, you can see all the months here. And similarly, you can have it for based on any other field as well. So adding month name also is a good option. So let me delete it for now, this slicer. And then we have one more other option, that is pivot table analyze, that is with insert timeline. So how this timeline is basically responsible for the date kind of a fields. That is why it is only showing the date field, not bothered about other things here. If I click on the date, now I have this timeline with me. So you can actually drag and drop here, or I actually move the timeline here. So this time I have only selection for 2040 or 2030. Let me start it from here. So you can see here 2030, January, February, March, April, and if I scroll it to the right side, then I have a 2014. So if I want to choose a particular field, let me click on this. Now it is showing the output only for January 30. Let me go back and choose it for the December 2014. So it is having the output accordingly. So according to that particular timeline, you can restrict your output. Whatever you want to have it here, you can have it with your date. I can clear the filter as well. I can choose the multiple selection as well, or I can scroll it down as well. So this is the power of the insertion of the timeline in your data. So you can actually control your pivot table or pivot chart based on the slicer or based on the timeline. And similarly for the timeline, we have the option for timeline tab. So I can make the changes here with the different tabs. You can have your own style as well. You want to follow the light theme or a dark theme, you can decide it from here. You want to make it give a name to this timeline, you can apply there. And in the selection pane, you can choose the height and width. You want to give a header to this date, you want to have a scroll bar here, or you don't want to have a scroll bar. This is your entirely depends on your condition. You want to have a selection label also. So this selection label, let me uncheck this. So January 2014 was there, now it is not there. So this is with the show. What you want to have in the showing window, that you can decide it. You want to have a decision based on header, scroll bar, selection label, time label, that you can decide with the show ribbon. Height and width, you can make it increase level also, decrease level also. Alignment, you can set it here. You want to snap it to a grid, you want to have it to snap to shape, you want to have it to the view and grid line as well. This is up to you. So this was about adding a timeline. Let me add one more field here. So this time what I am doing, in that pivot table, I'll go back to the pivot table and the field list. I'm adding one more field here. This field is now manufacturing price. Let me add manufacturing price as well. And then let me take a timeline again. I'm adding the timeline here, date again here. So here now you can have the output according to that particular time here. So I will be having it for July, or I just want to have it for December 2014. So I have the output here for the sum of profit as well. And I have it for the sum of manufacturing price as well. So with this timeline, I can have the output according to the one particular time as well. Similarly, what you can see here months is written. In this filtration, months is written. If you want to have it in a particular quarter, now your output is divided in different quarters. One year is divided into 4 quarters. So your output is shown like that. You want to have the output for quarter 1, you can see here quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, quarter 5, 6, 7. So this is for another year, or maybe you can see here first quarter of 2014, second quarter of 2014, third quarter of 2014, and similarly fourth quarter as well. You can have it in the form of months as well. You can have it in the form of year as well. You can have it in the form of days as well. So this list is so long now because we are having the dates for 2 years. So this is more than 600 something. So this is with the days also for. So in the timeline, we have 4 different options. One is years, one is quarters, one is months, and one is days. And we have different styles available with the slicer as well and the timeline as well. We can choose the theme as well. We can go for one particular alignment as well. We can go for any other kind of height, width selection and the column selection as well. Now let's try another thing. Now we have the grouping and ungrouping with us. So in the grouping and ungrouping, what we are doing, we want to I want to make this a group. So I can use it as a group selection. So this is my group now. I can provide a name to this group. I can have the totals as well in that group. And once I want to have the removing of that group, I can go back and click on ungroup. Ungroup. So this is the power with group and ungroup. We already covered the pivot chart. We covered the slicers and timeline. We use the slicer and timeline for filtering data and the pivots. Connect various pivot tables with one slicer. Yes, can do that as well. In the group also, what we can do, we can select multiple items in a field to group. We can name the group. By default, of course, it will take as group 1, group 2, group 3, but you can choose that group's name as well. You can auto group the time period as well. So if you are having the time here, like if we add a year here, and that time automatically it will be grouped here. Select the heading and then you can hit it on ungroup. Let's try it with the date thing. So if I'm adding this column date here, so I'll be adding here year. So automatically it is a part of group now. Now you have a different groups here for 2013, 2014. So with the date, we have the option available. So I'll just reread it. This auto groups the time period. That is why it is coming into a group here. And ungroup, how you can make it ungroup? You can just select the output and then you can click on the ungroup thing and you can work on ungrouping the thing. So you can have different groups or as well. Let me make it this Canada and France one group this time. So this is part of one group. So I will be clicking on group selection. So now this is a group one. So how you can change the name here? See, if you click here, so this is not visible. If you expand it only, then you can see the output here. If I right click here, I can hide it from the field list. I can do the field setting. I can remove it here. I can group and ungroup here. I have other options also available here. So once I refresh it, the data will be refreshed here. So from if I want to make it changes here, that ungroup, you can do it from the same table, that is pivot table analyze. And then we have this group ribbon. We have the option to ungroup here. So let me try one more thing this time. So I have this one entire group with me till France we have. So we can have the output, and depending on that output, see if you have this group, if you see in the pivot table, this is named as the country 2 now. So because it is part of one group, that is why into the rows we have the output as country 2, country, product, year, and in the values we have sum of profit, sum of manufacturing, price. Next, let's come back to the presentation. So this we already covered, group and ungroup. And after that, what we have this a good function with us, that is get pivot data. So what this function does, we take some few arguments like data field, pivot table, field items, field other items it is giving here, and then we have it returns the visible data from pivot table. By default, get pivot data is an active formula. So just see that and then we will come to this third point. So what we are talking about, this is my table here. So I want to have the information about this particular column. So what I'm doing here, I'll just enlarge my screen. So what I am doing here, I have the output here. So I'm going to the 60. I will be writing here any other column equals to and click on the 60. Now you can see some output here, that is get pivot data. Automatically you are getting this value. So this value is, let's explore this function. So this function is, first is data field. So the data field is sum of manufacturing price for this 60. Yes, this column exists. Then the pivot table is this A3 is the pivot table. And then we have the country is as the pivot table column, and field 1 is column, and then we have another field item is Canada. Then we are doing it work in the product, and whatever the information is available with that particular cell, that is returned by get pivot data. So you can see it here how many arguments it is taking. It is taking data field, it is taking pivot table, it is taking in that pivot table, what it is taking, it is taking the name of the field and name of the item here. So this is get pivot data. So by default, what our presentation, what is mentioned, that by default get pivot data is an active form. If you want to turn this feature off, how you can do it? You can do it by selecting any cell with an existing pivot table, then go to the pivot table analyze tab, pivot table options and uncheck. Let's try that. So we have this, we are into this table. I am part of this table, pivot table analyze. Click on option that is just below this pivot table name, and then you can uncheck this generate get pivot data. So this time, if I am clicking this and having value for this, So this is a normal value now. It is not returning me something as get pivot data. If I want to have that value again, by default it is selected. So this time let me uncheck and let me check that value again and generate the get pivot data. So what we have in the get pivot data now, we have the value for what fields we have. We have value for data field, we have the value for pivot table, that is field and item, and all the output is shown here in the get pivot data. So if you want to have the information about one particular value, so you can use this get pivot data if it is useful for you. So from that information, you are able to know that what we can do with that particular column or particular cell. So we covered here what we covered. We covered about, we started with the advanced function of the pivot table and we learned about some very good things here. We learned about how we can add the calculated field and calculated items in pivot table. You can have your own fields here. You can provide your name to that field or that column name. Any computation you can use it here from depending on the existing columns or your own calculation, and then you can click on OK and have the value in pivot table. Similarly, you can have it for calculated item as well. You can solve the order of those items with the solve order. You can list the formulas as well. Then we covered about using pivot chart. We learnt about the column chart, we learnt about line chart, pie chart, bar chart we covered, and we tried it on different set of values for these same financials table. We have taken output for country, we have taken output for sum of profit, sum of manufacturing price for product, or for other fields as well. So you can see the preview here, and accordingly you can choose according to your data what kind of column will be okay or will be suitable for your data. And after that, we have learned and we have talked about inserting the slicer. The slicer is used to filter the data visually. Slicers make it faster and easier to filter table and pivot tables, pivot charts, and queue functions. We learned about the timeline. Timeline deals with date interactively. You can have the values on, and based on quarter, months, and days with the option available with that timeline. For both things, for the slicer and the timeline, you can choose any specific theme as well. You can go with any particular or you on your customized theme as well with this slicer or this timeline option. After covering slicer and timeline, we talk about how we can group and ungroup the selection. We can make our on group also, and for the date automatically groups are formed. After selecting and clicking on ungrouping, you can actually ungroup the selection that you did with the option of the group selection. So this is the power of group and ungroup function or functionality. After that, we have learned about getting the information of the pivot table with the function get pivot data. By default, this get pivot data function is enabled. You can make it disabled by clicking on options and unchecking the generate get pivot data options. And how many arguments it is taking? It is taking the information based on the table, that is based on the data field, based on the pivot table. Inside that pivot table, it is giving us the information for the field as well as item. You can have the value for multiple data as well. So let me try this time for a range, whether it is working or not. So if I do it like this, it will not work. So it is giving me just range like B7 to C30. Let me try it for a entire column. So if I do it like this is not giving me value. If I try it for a row, obviously it will not give me a value. If I try for a cell, that time I will be getting information on get pivot data, that is having the values on that. So these were the advanced functions of pivot table. So from that pivot table, we have entirely covered all the tabs, all the ribbons here. We learned about keeping a name, giving options. This way we learnt about how we can have the information on the get pivot data, active fields wherever we are having the cursor, and from the field settings you can choose what options or what function you want to have. In case of the default one, that is the sum, you can have the maximum, standard deviation, or any other function. We learnt about the group selection in the detail this time. We learnt about the slices and the timeline. We can change the data source as well by clicking on this change data source. We can do some kind of formatting from clear, select, moving the pivot table, and then we can have on calculation on the pivot table by field items and sets. So we can go, either option is available with the calculated field or calculated item. And from the pivot chart options, we have different options available with us. You can go for a bar chart, you can go for a column chart, you can go for pie chart. Depending on type of your data, you can choose the type of the chart. You can see the preview as well. If it does not fit your requirement, you can change it at any time as well. And if we have the pivot chart, you can save it as a in the JPG format as well. Let me show you a quick example here. So I'm just going with the default one. This is my column chart. So if I click here, right click here, and so you have option available here. So you can copy it here, and also you can save it as a picture as well. So if I click on save as picture, in by default we have the format for PNG. You can have the JPG format, GIF format, and other formats available here. You can provide your name and choose your location and save this chart as a picture as well. And later on, maybe you can put it in any presentation, you can put it into any report or any other mail, other ways you can have that value or that chart with you. So, or you can go with the recommended pivot table also. See in the recommendation, it is showing me some recommendation as sum of it is based on your pivot table only. Sum of profit by country, sum of product by country, sum of profit by segment, sum of discount, sum of COGS, other things I'm having. If I go with this sum of country, it changed everything. Now I have the country as well as the product here. So this is my option available with the pivot table analyze. We covered all the advanced function that is available with the pivot table.
Till now, we have talked about advanced pivot table functions. We practiced on that. After that, we are going to cover Power Pivot Tools. So what is Power Pivot Tools? Power Pivot is an Excel add-in basically, and you can use to perform powerful data analysis and create sophisticated data models with using Power Pivot. So with Power Pivot, you can mash up large volumes of data from various sources. So basically we can have data imported from different sources through Power Pivot, and then you can perform information analysis rapidly and share insights easily. So before that, we should have this add-in in our Excel. How we can have it? We can have it with the COM add-in. It's available in the limited versions, basically with the latest one only. And the best thing we have with the Microsoft 365. So once you have this add-in, you will be getting an additional tab in your Microsoft Excel that will be Power Pivot. So Power Pivot is an add-in that allows you to perform powerful data analysis on your data, and you can have the data from multiple sources. So before covering Power Pivot, we will be learning about the checking of the add-in. Do you have that add-in with you in your version of Microsoft Excel or not? So let me open my sheet. So I'll come back to my financial sample, the same database only. I am opening the same Microsoft Excel, and let me come to the new sheet here. In that new sheet, now you can see this Power Pivot option as it is shown in the presentation as well. So same we are getting here. So once I click on this Power Pivot option, that time I have different ribbons, that is manage, measures, KPIs, add to data model, detect and settings. We are going to cover all these ribbons, all these functionalities of Power Pivot in this week. Before that, we need to learn, do you have this add-in with you installed in your Microsoft Excel version or not? So by default, it is disabled only. I have enabled this Power Pivot add-in. Only then I am able to see this tab here. So how we can enable this add-in? So for that, you just need to follow the steps. Click on File and go to Options. In that options, you have this add-ins. Click on that add-ins. Once you click on the add-ins, you will be having these manage button, and from that manage button you need to come to com add-ins. Right now or by default we can say that we are part of Excel add-ins. So we need to click on com add-ins and then go. After clicking go, so in my Microsoft Excel version, already this Power Pivot add-in is installed. In your case, you need to make it checked and then click on OK. And with fractions of seconds, this add-in will be installed. So once this is installed, you will be able to see this Power Pivot tab in Microsoft Excel. So I'll repeat the steps how you can have this add-in in your system, in your Microsoft Excel, and remember that it is available with only the latest versions only. So already we are working on Microsoft 365, so it's good to have this. So click on File and then Options. After that, click on Add-ins. From that add-ins, go to Manage and then choose Com Add-ins. Click on Go and then you make sure that Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel add-in is already checked, or no, if it is not checked, click on check. This will be installing this add-in to your Microsoft 365 or any other version. Once you have this add-in with you, you'll be able to see this Power Pivot option here into the tab. So first what we are going to do, let's practice on that. So till now we have understood that why Power Pivot is useful for us and how we can use this add-in in our system. So once we have this add-in, we have options to manage measures, KPIs, add to data model, detect and settings with Power Pivot option. So what we can do with this Power Pivot option, we can work on more tables and we can actually form the relationships among those tables. More tables, we can connect multiple data, auto adds the tables to data model. This we will learn by practical, by hands-on session. So relationship, what we are talking about relationship. So basically if we have 3 or 4 tables, so we are building relationship among those tables and accordingly we are getting the data. So create relationships to connect to tables outside or inside view of data model. So once you have this Power Pivot table, or let me come back to the pivot table option, we have this field there. There is a click for the more tables. From that more tables, you can actually have multiple tables in your system, but with Power Pivot, you can show it as relationship. So this relationship is possible with Power Pivot. So let's try that now. So I'll come back to Microsoft Excel. So let's explore this Power Pivot tab. It's wonderful add-in, how we can do the data analysis and everything. Before that, I will be showing you that we are working on 3 more data sets now. So for Power Pivot, I have 3 more tables. The first table is cookie type. Let me open that table so that you can understand what kind of a data we have. So we have this much information with us. So this is cookie type, revenue per cookie, cost per cookie. So this is our data set for this cookie type table. This we are going to consider into the Power Pivot option. Next, the second table we have is, so we are considering here 3 tables. The second table is customers. Let me open the customers as well. So in this customers table, what we have, how many fields we have? We have multiple fields and we are trying to build the relationship among those tables. So this is the table here, cookie type. Let me close this one. And financial sample, as of now we don't need that, and we are looking here for the customers table. So this is our customers table. So what we have in this table, we have customer ID, we have name, we have phone number, address, city, state, zip code, country, and some notes we are having here. So we have some few rows here, 1, 2, 3, or we can count it on number 6. The number 6 rows we have, including the heading here. I will be closing this table as well. Then let me come back to the third table. My third table is orders table. In this orders table, what we are having, what kind of data we have. Let's open that Microsoft Excel worksheet and we will be able to see or explore the data. So we have here customer ID, order ID, product, unit sold, and date. So these all 3 tables are part of the same organization and storing different kind of information. Now, what is our target to do here? Our target will be adding these all 3 tables and building relationship
among these three tables. So let's add a table. How we can add the table? This is add to data model, and I will be clicking here add to data model. So before that, we should have the data with us. So currently I don't have any kind of a data here. I will be going to manage the first thing. So once you click on the manage, a different window will be open here. I'll go it again. So this is I'm at Power Pivot. In that Power Pivot, what I am doing, I'm clicking on manage. I will be clicking on manage. Let's add all the three tables here. How we can add it? So I will be clicking here on the manage. So once you click on the manage, you can see the description given by the Microsoft Excel as well. So go to the Power Pivot window. What you can have Power Pivot window to load and prepare data or continue working on data already added to this workbook. So on these tables are customers table, orders table, and the other table that is with storing the information about the cookie type. So let's have the tables first. How you can have it? So we can have from it different sources as well. We can have it from databases, from SQL Server, from Microsoft Access, or from any other tool, or you can have it from web as well, that we known as OData. But for this example, we are taking data from other sources. So what you need to do, so you can have it from SQL, Azure as well, Analytics Platform System, Microsoft Access, Oracle, Teradata, Cbase, Informix, IBM DB2, others. So where we have the data, we have it in the Microsoft Excel. So we'll be going exploring into the last, and then we have this Excel file. So I will be clicking on this Excel file and next, and then here I need to give the path here. The name is friendly connection name. Let it be by default name. Now let me choose the Excel file path. Let me click on the browse, and from that browse, first what I'll do, I'll have the customers table. So let me have that customers table here. I'm not doing anything else. So I want to use first row as column headers. Yes, I want to do it, and click on the next. You can see select tables and the views. So we have this customers tables with us. So let me click on the finish here. So I don't want to see any preview, anything. Here, once you are done with this, you can see the import operation might take several minutes to complete. To stop the import operation, click the stop button, but you don't need to do it for now. So you can see here total 1, cancel 0, success 1, error 0. This is done. 5 rows transferred. So we were having only 5 rows in the customers table. So that is why we are having this much rows. I'll click on close. So once I click on close, you can see here on the back side, you have this table now. So this is that separate window for the Power Pivot. That is a special add-in for Microsoft Excel, where we can have the data from multiple tables and you can build relationship on that table. So this is possible with Power Pivot option. And after that, this you can see here as in the Excel, we have the worksheet name. Similarly, we have one more worksheet name here only with the columns customer ID, name, phone number, address, city, state, zip, country, notes, and you can add the column as well. We will learn about the adding the columns as well. Let's have the another table now. So I'll be going back again from other source, click on Excel file and then click on next. Next choose another file. Let me take this time cookie types. So I will be going and following the same path, clicking on the next. And then you can see here what kind of a table we are having. If you want to see the preview and the filter, you can see the preview. If you want to choose some specific data also, that you can do with the filtration as well. Right now, what we want to have the complete data set with us. I'll click on the finish. So this is done again. So you can see here, I'll click on the close again. In the cookie types again, we have this column. But this time we forgot to have column name as the header. So let me delete this. Let me delete this here from this area and let me re-add it to the connection. So I'll be going back from other sources. Let me click on Excel file and this I need to make check, browse cookie types and then use first row as column headers. Click on next and then finish directly. This time success directly. I'm not getting any kind of a message here. Close. So once I have clicked on the close, on the back side, I have this another table that is cookie type. So customers is there, cookie type is there. Now, whatever the rows we were having in the cookie type, same I have received in this Power Pivot as well. Let's add the third table now. So let me click on that from other sources, click on Excel file, and let me choose that orders table. Use first row as column headers, click on next, and then click on finish. But I need to select the sheet as well. So I will be selecting only the first sheet here. I don't want to select the another sheet. Let me click on the finish here. So again, this time how many records has been transferred, or you can say the rows. We have total 700 rows transferred. I'll click on close. So once I click on the close, this data will be transferred to my Power Pivot for all three tables. Now I have the table customers, cookie types, and orders that is into the Power Pivot. So once you have the data, now you need to form the relationship among these tables. You might be having the data from multiple tables and you want to use it in same manner. See, I am owner of on organization, so this will be a very bad idea to keep all the records in one single table. Rather than that, I can have different tables here. Like you can take example of this tables. So customers information is kept in a different table. Cookie types information like cookie, revenue per cookie, cost per cookie has been kept in another table. In the orders, we have the customer ID, order ID, and the product, unit sold, and the rate with us. So, but when you need data, you might be required data from multiple tables. So this pivot option actually helps us to analyze the data from multiple tables and form a relationship among those tables. So let's form the relationship first. So for forming the relationship, what you need to do, you need to click on this diagram view. Right now we are seeing data view. Here show hidden is visible, calculation area is visible. So thus we do need to cover it for now. Click on diagram view. In the diagram view, you can see the table here. Let me zoom it like this, or you can expand the area so that you can see all the fields available. It is actually carrying all those tables fields. Let me replace it or relocate it here so that it is entirely visible on the center of the screen. So we have all three tables with us. So customer, cookie types, and the orders. So now I need to form the relationship among those tables, how these tables are related to each other. So if I talk about the customer, so this table is storing customers information here, and then this cookie type, we have a different information. So cookie type or revenue per cookie, cost per cookie. So let me take this orders to this side and this cookie type to this side. Now, here you can see that these customers can have multiple orders. So what I can do in that case, just see it carefully. What I'm doing, I'm clicking on customer ID and then taking this arrow to this customer ID. So once you do this, so you have a relationship among those. So that relationship is like customer ID is a unique ID in this customers table. So one to many relationship, but these one customer can have multiple orders here. That is why this is one to many relationship among the table, or we can say the between the table customer and orders. Now let's talk about orders and cookie type. In orders and cookie types, what we have, so similarly, in this cookie type and product is associated with each other. So this is about cookie type. So cookie type can have different products. So it is something like same kind of a relationship. So this is saving the information for the cookie, but in the orders table, we can have the multiple entries for the different type of cookie. And here in this orders table, it is known as product, and in the cookie type table, it is known as cookie type. That is why we form the relationship. So all these three tables is associated with different columns. So if we talk about the customers and the orders table, how these two tables are related to each other, this is related to the customer ID. If I talk about the orders and the cookie type table, these two tables are associated with the field product and cookie type. So we form the relationship here one to many, here many to one according to the entries here. If you want to delete something, you can delete it like clicking or right click and mark as inactive, edit relationship, or you can directly come to the delete one option. So this is your choice. Like by mistake, if you have made a wrong connection, you can delete it and form it again. So otherwise, this is the simpler view. If you want to see the data view will be like this. And if you'll come to diagram view will be like this. So to form the relationship among the tables, it is necessary to have this diagram view and then form the relationship. Now let's come back to the data view. Now let's see how we can have the benefit of these relationship with the data set. What we can do with this data set? So I'll come back to my table, my orders table. In that orders table, my requirement is to add profit. How I can add the profit? How I can have the profit? So let me add a column here. So I'll be going here and I will be naming here profit. Profit. This is a new column here. So how we are having the information for this column? We will be having this information from any other table. We can have it from the cookie type. So right now in this table, in orders table, what we have? Let's expand this and see. So we have the customer ID with us, we have the order ID with us, and then we have the product with us. Product is written, and then the number of units we sold and the date we sold these units. This information for the complete timestamp is already available with us. Now we need to calculate the profit. How we can calculate the profit now? We can explore others table. Before that, you come to cookie types. In that cookie types, cost per cookie is written here. Cost per cookie is written here. So what I'll do, I'll come to this profit function. Before that, we need to calculate the cost per cookie as well. So before coming to the profit or something, what we need to do? We need to calculate the cost per cookie. We need to calculate the revenue as well, profit as well. So for revenue, what we can do, let's have a thing here. Let me type here. So this is like typing a formula. So once you are here, equals to is already there. Here you need to type the formula. So I will be writing here related. So once I'll write the related, now you can have the suggestions for which column you want to choose. Which column you want to choose. So I will be using first, let me use the revenue per cookie. So before calculating the profit, I should have the revenue with me now. So let me change this column to revenue. I'll come back here, or let me delete this one to add something new. So it is waiting for a formula, so that is why it is giving us error. I have deleted that. Now I'm coming back. So I am typing here revenue. So revenue is required first. Then I should have the cost as well. Let me expand this. So once I expand this, here I need to type the formula. What is that formula? So for equals to is already written here. I'll type related. In the related, what I'll choose from that cookie type, I'll choose the revenue. Revenue is already there. That revenue is for the per cookie. Revenue is for the per cookie. I'll click on enter. So I have this information. Now what I'll do, I'll multiply this information with the unit sold. So this is the revenue we need to calculate for the complete revenue. So how many units we have sold? We have sold this the unit. So let me take the values from the orders table. In the orders table, we have this unit sold. So there I have the value. So what I'll do, I'll close the parenthesis here for the related function. I'll click on OK here. So let's see whether it will work. So it is an error. Let's correct the error first and see what we can do here. So this was about the related, and then we started revenue work cookie. Let me give some spaces here. Let's see whether it works or not. I'll click on enter again. So this is giving again me an error. So let's change this value again and see whether it works or not. So what I'll do, I'll come again with the related function. So what we are doing, we are choosing here first as revenue per cookie. So this was the revenue per cookie. After having this revenue per cookie, I'm multiplying this information with the unit sold. So this is the unit sold I'll take. I'll close this and click on enter. This is again not working. So let me delete this and then see what we can do with that. So let's start it again. First, I'll have the column here, column name. So column name, what we were talking about, we were talking about that we need to calculate the profit here. Before that, we should have the exact value for the revenue and for the cost. So what was the total cost? So first I'll take the revenue here, and after that, let me add another column as well. So it will be, you can see all this processing is happening down here. So what I'll do now, I'll add one another column that will be cost now. So this is the total cost. After having this revenue and the cost, what I can have, I can calculate now the profit. So this will be, profit will be calculated here. So now revenue, how I can take it? Now I need to click on the rows here. So once I click on the row in the revenue, I will be forwarded to a formula here. So I should have the information in the cookies table here. So I will be typing a related function. In that related function, from that cookie types, I'll choose revenue per cookie. So if I close this parenthesis, I'll get the information that is saved for each product for from the cookies type. So you can see for chocolate chip, the revenue per cookie is 5. For fortune cookie, it is rupees 1. So similarly, we can check it in our table as well. So you can see here in chocolate chip, this is 5 rupees per the revenue. But we need to make sure that we need to multiply it with units sold to calculate that total revenue per order. So what I'll be doing, I'll going back to this, and after that I will be multiplying the value that is stored in the table orders, and that is units sold. So I'll be clicking on that units sold. So we were making mistake that we were closing parenthesis in a wrong. For the related, we just need to pass only the revenue per cookie, that column only, to get the information from another table. So once I click on OK, the processing will happens here, and you have the complete data set with you. So this is revenue for each cookie. So what we did, we multiply the revenue for each cookie with the unit sold for per order ID. So you don't need to combine all the tables into one single table. You can have the information like this, and then you can utilize this. So after calculating the revenue, now let's talk about the cost. So similarly, what we will be doing, we will be having the cost as well here. So let me click here and go to the function. This time again, what we are taking, which value we are taking. Let's take the cost per cookie now from the table cookie types. And again, we will be multiplying it with units sold to calculate the total cost. So I will be multiplying it the units sold, that is from the orders table, units sold. Let me click on that. In this way, we can have the total cost with us for particular order ID. So we got the all the calculation here. To calculate the profit, what we need to do? We need to subtract these revenue minus cost. So let me subtract that also. This is in the same table. So in the formula, what we will be doing, we will be writing revenue minus. So let me do it here again. So this was the formula. I did something wrong again. So let me remove this formula. This was supposed to be equal to here. So let me put the escape here, and now in that profit one, what we need to do, we need to write it revenue minus cost. So let me write here revenue, that is from the orders table only, minus cost, and cost is again in the orders table only. So after clicking in that, then I can have the complete data here in the profit table. So this profit is written here. So we did the calculation. See, the calculation was simpler one here. So in this way, we can have the information from other two tables as well. This is revenue cost and profit, we can use a related function and get the excess of another column, table's another column value here. Let's go back to the presentation, what we have more for the Power Pivot. So this we started how we can have the multiple tables into one single Excel sheet, and then how we can form this kind of a relationship in the Power Pivot. And after having the relationship, we can actually combine the data from multiple tables. After that, we have an option to create the measures. So what is measures? So we will study about that, how we can work on the measures. So this is about creating data models. Power Pivot, add to data model with, and then what we can do, we can add tables to data model, create measures, make connections by creating relationship between tables. So manage we already covers, like once we click on the manage, and then we can have the information here. I will be saving it here, or let me minimize here and opening my financial sample again. So this was the manage we already covered. Now come to this measures. So what is measures? So let me have the new measure first. So what is the new measure here? So let me this kind of a window is available here. It is giving me all three tables option. My table customers, cookie type and orders. So let me take customers only. And that customers, what you want to measure. So this is like what you want to quantify. Maybe I want to quantify total number of customers. So same I am writing here, number of customers in the customers table. So what is the description? Description, let me leave it for now. Now here you need to give the formula. So I will be typing the formula distinct. Distinct function returns a one column table that contains the unique values in a column for a column argument. This we already know. So let me use this distinct function, and what I am passing to this distinct function, let me pass it to one again, count function. And to this count function, what I am passing the customer ID. So basically I want to have the unique values for the this customer ID, and same count I want to have. Or let me use here distinct count. So this will be returning me the, it will be giving me the count for the number of distinct values in a column here. So what I am passing here, I am passing here only customer ID. You can do the formatting as well. I'll keep it as general only. So this, what I did, I click on the measures, and after clicking on the measures, what I provided a name for the table. In the table name, I clicked on the measure name. Measure name, what I have provided, total number of customers. Here I am writing a formula in this kind of a window, and this formula we use for calculating the number of the customer. We pass this customer ID column to distinct count and then click on OK. So once you click on OK, so this processing is done. How we can see this again? So before that, let me add one more measure here. This time I'm adding something for the sum maybe. Or before that, what we can go do, we can go back to our data. Let's go back to this Power Pivot. Now in this Power Pivot, we edit something in the customers table. So you can see something here. So this is, let me expand this so that you can see it clearly. So this is total number of customers is 5. That is absolutely correct. So we have total number of customers as 5. So this is called the measure. So that information you are having here into that table. So this is the measure. So all the quantification on the table you can perform by using the measures. In fact, you can add it from here as well. Let me go back to my sample here and click on this measures here. So I'll click back for the new measure. This time again I am adding this measure in the customers table only. So let me add this time sum for the total profit we can write. We can write total profit this time. So let's see what is the total profit with us. Total profit, and let me write the formula as sum function. And what we are passing here in the order table, we already calculated this profit we calculated. Same I'm passing to this sum function to calculate the sum, the total profit we want to calculate, and this is done. Now in the average profit, what you want to have here, we need to put the information as the first one is total profit. So this is showing here total profit. So let me write here total profit. Let's try whether this will work or not. And then I need to write total number of customers. That is the another measure. So once I click on that, am I getting any changes? No, I am not getting any changes. Just it is formed with some kind of text here. So we want to have that information. So let's try one another way. I will be deleting everything from this side. Average profit, and let me take this value as, I should write it as a function, and this total profit divided by total number of customers equals to. So this time let's see what is the output. Yes, we got the output here. This was the correct way. So we have total profit divided by total number of customers. From here I can give it a name, and this name should be average profit with us. So this is average profit. So after you click on enter, then you can see here we have the total number of customers. This we entered from the measures tab. This total profit also we added from the measures tab, and then average profit we calculated it by entering the manual values. Let me go back to the Excel, and this here in the measures you can create a new measures as well. And if you click on the manage measures, there you can see all three measures. If you want to do some kind of editing, you can do it. If you want to delete this measure, you can delete it here. You want to have a new measure, that also you can have it from this manage measures table. This is all about the measures. So what we have next, so we learned about how we can edit the current model. We can click on manage and then click on editing part. Then we have a very interesting factor, that is key performance indicator. So what is key performance indicator? So let's learn about that. These are the set icons based on condition. Prerequisite is that you should already have the measure with you, and you can provide the conditional formatting so you can have the KPIs like this. So this is very interesting one. Let's try that. So we have the customer tables here. Let's go back to the data model and see what we have now. So we are into this financial sample table only. In that data model, if I add something, this is about the rate. So if you are having something here in that current sheet, you can add it to the data model. Pivot table, you can also have the pivot table as well. I'll go back to the file here, and in the data, then you can have in the insert, click on the pivot table, and if I go here from the data model, so from the pivot table, if I click on this from data model, I'll go there. So where you want to have it, let me have it in the new worksheet for now. I'll click on OK. So now you can see it here. So in the pivot table, now this time you have the option from the data model. We have all the three tables with us, that is cookie types, customer, orders. In fact, we have created some. Let me click on this cookie types. We have cookie type, revenue per cookie, cost per cookie. So whatever fields were there, that is allowed to have it here. In the customers, we have customer ID, name, phone number, address, city, state, zip, country, notes, plus whatever measures you have calculated, that values also you can have it here. Total number of customers, total profit, average profit. Similarly, you can perform the pivot chart as well. If you explore the orders table, you have customer ID, order ID, product, unit sold, date, revenue. These all fields we've created in the orders table from connection. So date, revenue, cost, profit is there. So this is the power of power pivot, we can say here. So let me choose something so that you can understand that. So you can have it from multiple tables as well, because all three tables are associated for now. So I'll click on maybe customer ID, or I'll come with maybe, let me come to the order so we can have something, a good information with us. So I'll come with the order ID, in the order ID and the unit sold. So right now it is having the values in the sum. So let me pass it to the unit sold to the rows. So you can see it like this. Or let me delete this one here. I'll remove it here, and I'll have the order ID here. I don't want to have it in the sum of the order ID and the unit sold is written. So you have the information for the unit sold. Similarly, I want to have the information about the profit. So you can have that value as well. So you have the authority to make the pivot table as well for the data model for the relationship that you had with the power pivot. So you can make it that pivot with the normal pivot table, and or otherwise you can go with the pivot chart as well. So this all options are available here, and you can use the functions like in the values you can have the measures as well. So let me take the measures as well. So if I'll use this average profit, so this also will be printed here according to here. Relationship between tables may be needed. Auto detect, if I'll click on that, so relationship done, no new relationships found. So this is the basic working here. So whatever information you want to have, you can have it with your data set. You can make the pivot table, you can make the pivot chart. So the option was going back to insert, clicking on the pivot table, rather than going from a external data source or from a table. You can directly come to the data model, and then you can choose where you want to have that table, and you can have all the data set with you. Now let's talk about the KPIs. So what is KPI? I'll come to the power pivot. So this is KPI option here. Let me delete this sheet. This is basically not required now, and let me delete other values as well, so we can work on our main data set only. KPIs are associated with the measures only. So if you have the measures associated in your sheet, in your relationship with your multiple tables, only then you are allowed or you are able to use the functionality of the KPI. So I'll come to a blank sheet. In the blank sheet, so you can see this KPI. So what is KPI? If you see, the description is not provided here. So there is an option to have a new KPI or a managed KPI. So what is new KPI? It is creating a KPI. KPI is basically create new key performance indicator. So key performance indicator is KPI. So you can create it by clicking on new. In the manage, what you have, you can modify and delete existing key performance indicators by clicking on the manage KPI. So let's try a new KPI. In that KPI, so you can see actually that interesting window with you. So this is providing you the option based on the measures you have made. We have made 3 measures. So that was total number of customers, total profit, and average profit. So what I'll do, I'll have the value for, let me take it for the total profit. And what kind of measure now you want to give? You want to give a measure. So here you have the values total. Let's take it as an absolute value we are providing here. In that absolute value, so in the profit, what absolute value you want to have? So let me write here maybe 6 lakhs. I'll be writing here 6 lakhs 345. So once you return there, and maybe you can have the values like, so now once you clicked on that, this is inserted here. So let me click on target as 60,000, and 40 will be the range here. So this is the slicer, you can say here. So let me have the value as 40 and 60 here. So here you want to choose some kind of icon. Right now, let me go like this. This is my icon. If I click on OK, so I clicked on OK here, and let me go back to the sheet. This is Power Pivot. So where you can see the KPIs now. So KPIs are already installed. So now you can see set icons based on condition. Pre-request measure should be there, and this provide you conditional formatting. So I'll go back to cookie type. We don't have it here as well, in the orders as well, in the customers as well. Now come back to your finance sample. Here you have the KPI. I'll click on the manage KPI. So this is written here total profit, orders, and you have the value here. Let's see now where we can use these KPIs. KPIs we already created. If you want to see it here, you can go back to the Power Pivot and click on the KPIs and manage KPIs, and there you can see that we already created a KPI here, key performance indicator. Basically with this key performance indicator, you're willing to know about the performance of your employees, and we can have the targets as well. Target we set as that 6 lakhs for that profit should be like this. So now let's use this all the data sets in the pivot table. So let me go back to the insert pivot table from data model. So we want to have it into new worksheet, click on OK. So what I'll do, I'll pick from customers, I'll pick the name in the rows, and from maybe the orders table, I'll have as order ID. So you can see here, I don't need sum of order ID. So I'll change it from here. I'll make it the value setting and come into the count here. Click on OK. You have the count for the order ID. Now we have the order ID as well. This is count for the order ID. And after that, let me take the measures now. Measures is in the table customers only. So I'll go back to the customers table. Now, if you scroll it down, you can see the measures here, but the profit is something showing a different icon now. So now let me click here as the total profit I want. So total profit I have. So let me click on all three values here. I'll check the value as well. I have the value. I'll click on the goal as well and click on the status as well. So now you can see some symbols here. So, and you can compare it. See, our goal was this one. If you compare it with, this is more than the goal. So this is the target is achieved there. This you can say the goal is achieved. In case here it is beyond the limit we provided as something as a 40 something, 40 we provided, and accordingly we are getting these three signals. What we are getting yellow, green and red. Let me go back to the KPIs and let's see what we have done. I'll come back to the Power Pivot. This is the KPIs and manage KPI. Right now, let me delete this for now. I'm deleting this one. Close. So you can, it is removed here. I'll come back to my pivot table here. This time I am coming to the pivot. We cannot drill it down here. So insert this pivot table option is right now disabled. Let me come to this pivot table analyze. Here you can see the options for here. Let me come with the field list. If you click on the field list, this profit is now normal one. I click on the profit, I'll have the average profit, I'll have the total number of customers as well in this pivot table. Now I'll do a reverse engineering. This time I'll go back to Power Pivot and click on the KPIs and new KPI. So KPI I will be providing again to the total profit, and I'll go with the absolute values. This time, let me do it maybe 50. I'll have 5 zeros here and then click on OK here. And then now you have the something like this. So target, I'll make it 50 and red and yellow. So now you can see here what is the range here. So let me select the range accordingly. So you can decrease it or increase it, and accordingly you can do the values like this. And if you want to increase it from here also, you can do it that. And from this you can actually choose the icons. You want to have something like this, something like this, something like this, or something like this you can have it. Let me go with this one and click on OK. So if I click here, then I need to select those values as well. I'll go back to this my pivot table analyze and the field list. In this field list now, let me click on the average profit again, and then let me have this total profit. There I need to see this goal and the status as well. Now you can see the status as well. So if you want to have the colored one, this also you can do this from that key performance indicator. So with this icons, you can actually know about the information available here. This KPIs can help you with that by providing the values here. So you can use different things as well, like let me use the insert slicer here. So slicer also you can choose it. So slicer you can have it based on other values. You can have it on active values. Otherwise you can have take the all values as well. So this all options are available with this Power Pivot option. So Power Pivot and Microsoft Excel in combination of these two things, or you're having the functionality of this add in Power Pivot, you can increase the functionality of and power of Microsoft Excel. We can have the multiple data sets, we can have the information from multiple tables, and we can form the relationship among those tables, and then we can utilize the data. So what we have covered for now, let me come back to the presentation. So let's revise this once again, what we have covered so far. First, we talked about what is Power Pivot. Power Pivot is an Excel add-in. You can use it to perform powerful data analysis and create sophisticated data models. With Power Pivot, you can mash up large volumes of data from various sources. We have seen like there are n number of options available to have the data source from the outside or from any other database storage device as well. You can perform information analysis rapidly and share insights easily. Before that, you should have that add-in. Add-in we learned how we can have it. Let me revise that as well. So if I go back to the financial sample file options, add-ins, and click on com and click on go, and then you can choose the add-in. Here we need to choose Power Pivot for Excel. Once you have that add-in with you, Power Pivot option is available. So to have multiple tables with you, first you need to do, click on the manage. Once you click on the manage, you should have the data from other sources and click on Excel, and then next you can add all these files. By clicking on the diagram view, you can form the relationship among those tables. So this depends on you. You want to associate which column from which table. That is entirely your own decision. So you need to carefully see your data, and accordingly you need to form the data. And after that, by using the relate function, you can use multiple values from different tables in one particular value. You can make your own calculation as well. So likewise, in this example, we had the revenue and the cost by taking reference from another table from the cookie type field, and then we calculated the profit. After that, we learned about how we can use this data to the pivot table as well. We can use it here. And let me come back to the financial sample. We learned about how we can create the measures. We click on the new measures, give the name here, and this is basically you're providing one formula. The formula will be added here, and you can add it manually as well. After that, we learned about we can use pivot table into the data model as well. We can form the data chart as well. We can form the pivot chart as well. And in fact, we can use these measures as well in the pivot option. And then we learned about the KPIs, that is key performance indicator. You can click on the new KPI, give the name here. This for KPI, we should have the measures with us. And then you can give the absolute value. You can set the target, and you can give the range as well. And then you can choose a particular icon, and accordingly you can set your key performance indicator here. So from that graphical, so you can visualize the things here. What is your target, whether the goal is achieved or not, or how much behind you are from that goal. So this can be set from this profit status or from this goal status here only. So this we covered in the Power Pivot. Let's come back to the presentation part. More tables we covered. We learned about connecting multiple tables, auto adds the tables to data model, relationship, creating relationship to connect two tables outside or inside view of data model. And then we talked about creating data model, managing the things here, key performance indicator. Just remember that prerequisite is that you should have the measure before. Summary, in this session, what we learned a very great function of the pivot functions. So we covered the pivot charts in the detail, how we can use the pivot charts, whether it is column chart, bar chart, pie chart, or any other 3D column chart you want to have. We learned in the detail about the slicers and the timelines, how we can use it. We learned about the designing part of the slicers and the timelines as well. And then we learned about how we can create the data models and the relationships. In this pivot table, we also learned about the function GETPIVOTDATA. So we can learn about the how we have the data into store into the pivot table. And then we learn about the add-in Power Pivot add-in. From using that Power Pivot add-in, we can have the We can create the data model, we can form the relationship among those tables, whether it is one table, two table, three table, or more than that. And then we learned about how we can form the diagram view and the data view, how we can switch among those two views. We learned about adding a new column from related function from another table. We did some calculation as well, and automatically it will be updated in the entire sheet, in the entire column. We learned how we can give our measures as well, and then we learned about how we can have the key performance indicator. You can set your icon as well, you can give your range as well. But before that, to create KPIs, you should have the measures with you. Only then you can create the KPIs. And this power pivot should, this is an add-in basically, it is already provided into the latest versions only. So before that, you should have this add-in enabled in your system in your Microsoft Excel. Only then you can see it into your tab. Once it is enabled, then you can easily utilize it. And whenever you have such a requirement that your data is placed in multiple tables, that time it is the best thing to connect it with the Power Pivot. And to represent your correct set of the information, you can take advantage of the charts as well, pivot chart as well. So recommendation system also works well, very well in this scenario, and provide you a good quite of a information. And only then, once you are done with your calculation part, your relationship part, you can show your result in the form of charts from a good graphic interface you are providing to your clients. And in that manner, you are a good one to present your information in a correct way after doing all kind of analysis. So this was all for this week. We will be covering more new things into Microsoft Excel in week 9. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to course Data Analysis and Visualization using Microsoft Excel. We are at the week 9, and this week we are going to cover topics large data sets, file protection, more in data tab. So let's see what we have covered in the last week. In week 8, we learned about advanced pivot functions, what else we can do with the pivot table. We learned how we can create the pivot charts. We learned about how we can connect tables using slicers and timelines, creating data models and relationship, and we learned about KPIs, how we can make key performance indicators in our Excel. So for this week, we have table of contents. We are going to work with large data sets. So we will be learning how we can freeze panes, how we can group the data, consolidating data from multiple worksheets, and then we will learn about file protection, protecting specific cells in a worksheet, protecting the structure of a workbook, and adding a workbook password. After that, we are going to learn about data tab, custom sorting, what if analysis, text to columns, data validation, understanding data validation, custom data validation error, learning objectives for this week. By this end of the session, you'll be able to work on large data sets. You will be able to add various types of protection to the worksheet protect. You'll be able to use what if analysis on your data, insert validations to the range or cells. So let's start working with large data sets. So we are talking about like when we are in the need of doing data analysis. So it's not necessary, and in fact, it is having less percentage that our data will be of small size. In the 90% cases, we need to work on the large data set to have analysis on that data. First of all, our topic is freeze panes. So what is freezing panes? So we are working in a table. You just see the screenshot. We have here columns month, year, client ID, team, country, sales and expenses, and we can have thousands of records for this particular table. So when we are dealing with this data, we are viewing this data, we are going down and then we are not able to see the column name. And if I need to see which is my second column, I need to come back and to check what is the column heading for this one. Similarly, it can be happen that we have some row wise, or you can say in first column we have some headings here. So there is a requirement to scroll and scroll up In that case, we are not able to see the exact information. Let me explain this with an example. Let me open my sheet here. So let's open up Microsoft Excel sample and then we can see what we are talking about, freezing panes. So this week we are considering a different data set. So that data set will be provided to all of you. So that data, let me open that. So we are working here in the database, that is sample employee data. So you will be getting this Excel with you. So I am opening the same Excel in my system. Now you can see here I have a table here. This is consisting of column name, first name, last name, company, address, city, country, postal, phone, email and web. And how many records we have? I'll scroll this down and we can see that we have a good number of records in this table. It is the employee database sample taken from the internet only and you will be providing it. It's a free open source data. And so we have somewhere about, we can say 2000 records in this table. So when you are working in the last that time, you're not able to see what is this column. I'm not aware about column A's heading. I'm not aware about column B's heading. Similarly, it is lying for C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J column. So I'm not aware about that. Similarly, I can be in between as well, and the same position happens as well here only. And the other case I was discussing that, for example, I have a column here and considering some kind of a table, this data can be in a landscape format. And when I'm scrolling to my right side, that time I will not be able to see what is written in the first column. So these kind of cases we can handle in Microsoft Excel very well, because normally when we are dealing with large data set, it is very normal phenomena and you will be having such data and it is not possible for the users to come back and go and scroll it down to up and top position. To avoid that, what we can do, we can freeze the panes. So let me come back to the slide. So we were discussing here. So this was the table, the sample table here. So what we need to do in the view option, on the view tab, we have freeze panes. We have three options here. We can use it collectively for row or column, or you can use it for freezing top row and freezing first column. So how we can get this freeze panes? View, window and freeze panes. View, window, and this is freeze panes, and there we have the options. We have top row or first column, several rows and several columns, horizontal and vertical headings simultaneously. This we are going to cover, and we can come back to the initial position as well. So this is about freeze panes. So let's practice that on our sample database. This time this is sample employee data. So my first requirement is to freeze the top row. That top row is my first row, that is first name, last name, company, address, city, country, postal, phone, email and web. So in that case, what I'll do, I'll click on view. In that view, I have this freeze panes with me. This is in the window, and in the freeze panes, I have the option for freezing the top row and the freezing is the first column. This we are going to cover in the later on. So first I'll do freeze top row. So once I freeze that, once I click that freeze, you can see here I have a darker line in the first row now. I can scroll it to the right hand side, even that I can see this. So if I scroll it to the down position, you can see here, I'll do it again. So you just focus on the row numbers now. It's not easy to see all the data in a one go. So it's better to observe the row number here. Once I'm scrolling it to down, I can see that this row is fixed now and my rest of the data is moving. So now, even if I'm at the last row, I can actually see what data I'm dealing about. This A is having the information for the first name, this F is having the information for the country, and similarly G is having the information for the web. So now it is clear from that freezing the top row. If you want to undo this, what you can do, you can just unfreeze the panes. At that time it will be over, otherwise you can do that. Similarly, I have some data here and I want to see like whose data I am viewing. I am viewing data for Mark, I am viewing data for Eric, Taisha or somebody else. In that case, what I can do, I'll go again to view, freezing panes, and in that freezing panes I have third option, freeze first column. So once I do this, I can see this line darker onto the first column. Now I'm scrolling it to the right hand side, but this column is freeze now. Now I can actually view whose data I am dealing about. It is for any other person, it is for any other viewer. I can see it here by carefully. So this is the freezing panes. Similarly, as we did in the last time, so we can unfreeze it by clicking on unfreeze panes and we are back to our similar position. So we covered freeze top row, freeze first column, and then we have freeze panes. So is this time, now with these two options, we are only freezing single row and single column. With freeze top row, we can only freeze the top row. And in the case of freeze first, I can freeze only the first column. What if I need to freeze multiple rows and multiple columns? So I'll do what? I'll be selecting this time maybe first 5 rows and then I'll click on freeze top row. So let's see, any changes occurred? No. Still it is freezing only the top row. I'll undo the changes, unfreeze the panes here, and that time what I'll do, now I'll select something here. I'm selecting 4 or if we select the 5 rows, and then I'll come to the first option, that is freeze panes. In that case, now what is happening? It is not doing something on the selection, it is doing in the unfreezing panes. So this time what I'll do, what I want to do, I have kept my cursor at C3 position. Just look at it carefully. My cursor is at C3 position and now I am clicking on freeze panes. So once it is done, you see that how the panes are freezed now. This is according to this cursor. So let me unfreeze this once again. This time I am moving my cursor to D4 and let me click on freeze panes again. Again you can see that now first 3 rows are freezed, in fact first 3 columns as well. So accordingly you keep your cursor there and then you can actually freeze the panes. When you need to deal with multiple rows and multiple columns, you need to just keep your cursor over there and click on freeze panes. You can see the description given by Microsoft Excel as well. Keep rows and columns visible while the rest of the worksheet scrolls based on the current selection. So it depends on the current selection. So that is why we are moving our cursor here. So let me do it to maybe this. Let's see in that case what is happening. See, it happened like that. Whatever default parameter was there, it reacted in that way. I'll unfreeze those panes and in that case, let me see for what I have for C6. I will be freezing the panes again and you can see the results here. So this is all about freezing panes. What is our requirement whenever we are dealing with a large data set? At that time, we need to freeze either rows or the columns, and it depends on the application on our requirement whether we want to freeze multiple rows or multiple columns, or we can work with the top row and the first column. The option is that you can go to view window and freeze panes. You can use top row or first column. You can make it for several rows and columns. You can have it for horizontal and vertical headings both, and if you don't want to have it, you can unfreeze it in the back position to restore the initial position. Next, we have the grouping data. So what we are talking about, like we are dealing with a large data set, as we having a sample here. The sample is sample employee database. In that also we have 2000 number of records. Similarly, when you are working on some data set or something, that time what will happen, you might work on maybe 6000 records, or it can be have more records. At that time, sometimes it is necessary to make the grouping of the data. Grouping of the data, if you want to relate it, you can do it in the form of the pivot table as well. In the pivot also we use some filtration, we use some groups. So similarly, we can make the grouping in the normal data set as well. How we can do that? So here you can see here, this is something showing as the group. When we will execute it, then you'll understand it more carefully what is happening here. So you can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is okay in the, but in the columns we have A and D. So B and C are part of group of A. How we can do that? We will learn it how. So what we need to do, we need to go to the data. And in the data, we have this outline. From that outline, we can click on group, or we want to make it ungroup, we can use subtotal. So options we have group, ungroup, and subtotal. So let's execute all three options here. What we have now. So let me go back to the same sample database. This is our employee database. What we have here now. Here you can see we have the first name, company, address, city, and all these options available. So I'm keeping my cursor at C column and I'm going to data, and then I have group here. I'll click on group here. Now it is asking me whether you want to group it rows according to the rows or according to the column. I'll be selecting the columns here and click on OK. So now you can see here this C and D. If I click on the minus sign, at that time that group has been disabled. So if I click on the expand, that time this grouping is there. So this is for single column. So let me ungroup this first. Columns I want to ungroup. Let me try it for a table. Simple we are doing here. I'm just keeping my cursor here, going to data, and from data I have this outline. I'll click on group. This time I'm selecting the rows. I'll click on OK. Again, you can see here something happened here. If I click on the minus sign, the fourth row is not visible because it is a part of a group now. If I expand the selection, that time I can see the view. So this is for grouping only one column or one row. I will be deleting this group as well. Let me ungroup that, ungroup this row. So this time I don't have any group now. Now let me try for multiple columns or multiple rows now. Let's start for multiple columns. So this time what I am making in a group, D, C, D, E. I'm keeping in one group and click on group here. So now you can see here, this is part of a one group. So if I minimize this selection, it is gone. So F is visible after the column A. So if I am expanding the selection, that time B, C, D, E, F are visible. So in this way, like after or like by selecting multiple columns or multiple rows, we can do grouping of multiple rows or multiple columns. So let me try for multiple rows as well. So this time I will be selecting rows from 5 to 12 and then I'll click on group. Grouping is done. So if I minimize it, so this 4 after 13, or I should say 13 after 4, and then if I click on the expansion, that time you can see all those rows. This is the symbol of row clubbing, that is row grouping. This is the symbol for group clubbing. So you can see the visibility here. You can go with this way also. If I click on 1, this is minimized. If I click on 2, this is maximized. Similarly here also. Similarly here also. So 1 or 2 you want to do, you can make it the selection. So 1 for minimizing the selection, 2 is for the expanding the selection in the case of group and ungroup. So if you want to have a single grouping for a row or column, you just need to keep your cursor over here. If you want to have multiple selection for the multiple grouping for rows and columns, in that case you can select the multiple rows or multiple columns and click on group. And similarly, if I want to make ungroup, let me do it for the rows first. So this is now doing one by one because my cursor was here. Again, I need to select everything here. So 5 to 13 I am selecting and clicking on ungroup. So this ungroup thing is done. Similarly, if I'll do for B, C, D, E, F and I'll click on ungroup, this is gone. So this is grouping and ungrouping. Then we have something here, subtotal. It is very quite interesting. This time I don't have a numerical data. We have some text-based data, but still I'll apply it on the phone number. I'll click on subtotal this time. So it will give me some instructions. Microsoft Excel cannot determine which row in your first selection. I'll click on OK for now. So now in the subtotal, where you want to show your subtotal, please understand it carefully. I have what you have here at each change in, it should be visible in first column. Okay, I'm fine with that. Which function I want to use? I want to use count function. And the subtotal should be visible under the which column? Let me select here the last name. So logically this thing is not correct. I don't need subtotal here, but my data is text based. So we are applying all the formation here for the tools and everything. So I don't have the current subtotals as well. So even if I click on replace current subtotals, it will not affect my data. And I'll go with this summary and I'll click on OK. So once I click on OK, you can see some kind of a processing is going on, inserting subtotals. So now you can see here, so basically you are having the count here. So we did the count, the heading is there, Alicia's count is 1, Ivan's count is 1, France's count is 1. So in this way you have the output here. So if I click here subtotal again, you can change the values as again as always. Let me remove this for now. I'm removing this. Let me try my financial sample database as well. So we have one more database here, financial sample, the same data we were working lately. So I'm opening that also here. So let's see what we can do with that. So here we have some units sold and manufacturing price and everything here. So what I will be doing, I'll going back to data and we can make the grouping here as well. So I'll click on group. So I'll make it for a row. So you can see the grouping is also visible here. Similarly, you can make it for the country as well. So in case of subtotal, let's come back to that again. In that subtotal, now you can see, I'll click on subtotal. So I'm going with the default setting right now. So this time we are adding the subtotal to last name. We can add it to some other field also. So let me take its last name as well only. In count, otherwise you can go for a sum function, you can go for a count, average, maximum, min, product, count numbers, standard deviation, standard developer, with deviation with population. Similarly, we have the variance and the variance with the population. If I click on the count numbers in an I'll go. Let's see what happens in that case, count numbers. So still the processing is going because I don't have numbers here. It's a text. That is why it is giving 0. Let me try another thing also. I'm removing it. So this is restoring the changes here. I'm removing the subtotals. I'll click it again. This time what I am doing, instead of first name, let me have the phone number here. This is phone here. So I'll come with the phone here. I'll click on phone. Same everything I am doing here. And I click on OK. So if I click on OK, in that case, what you can see here, so this time again, I have a count here and count is written here. So we are having actually which function we are doing. We are using count numbers. Let me have it for a count function. If I do the count function, so this time it should be returning me some kind of output because we are not having any criteria to count only numbers. We are using a normal count function. So it should be returning me some values this time. And yes, we got it. This is for the one. And similarly, we can do it for others also. So normally what happens, we make a group and then we do the subtotal. So clubbing, in the clubbing, we use the grouping and the subtotal. So we can have, like if I am making a one group and then I am doing the subtotal, in that case, I can use that. So let's try that as well. So I'll delete this for now. Let me remove all. I'm removing everything from here. I'm removing the subtotals. And this time I'll be having one group here. So now I'll make a group for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is a group now. Grouping is done. Once this grouping is done, let me try subtotal now. So now I am trying subtotal. That time I can make it a function or make a group here, the values here. So this time let me go with the same flow and I'm trying a count function on the phone number and I'm displaying the output in the same table for the same subtotals. Now for this group you can see that you have a different output. Now it has made the groups everywhere only. If I click on one, so you can see only one record. If I click on 2, that time you have only the phone numbers visible now. So this is for that count function which you made it here. And 3, if I click on, it is giving me a complete data set with. So this is the working of subtotal. Let me remove everything and come to the normal sheet of the sample database. And even I'll remove the groups as well. So you are not visible to see here. Yes. So we have the normal data set and I'll save that. So this is the functionality of the grouping data. We can group the data according to our requirement. So it's your wish. You want to group the rows, you want to group the columns, you want to have the multiple option, you want to have a single row or single column option. That is your choice. And similarly, we can make visible the subtotal as well. Next is consolidating data from multiple worksheets. So consolidating means combining the data from multiple sheets. So this is a very useful tool. We already worked on this kind of a project with using Power Pivot. That time also we can combine the data, and similarly we have other option as well without using add-in. So what we can do, we have the option data tools and consolidate, and then we have the option to provide input. Input we need to provide? We need to provide function, we need to provide reference, and then after provide the reference, click on the add, and then we can provide the labels here. This you want to as a top row or a left column. And alternative is of course Power Pivot. Power Pivot is the alternative here. So let's try how we can consolidate data from multiple worksheets into Microsoft Excel. So for that, I have output here. I have some orders here. So I'll show that worksheet first before working on that. So I have two sheets here, orders 1 and orders 2. So let me open that Excel as well. So in this, I have a customer ID, order ID, product, unit sold, and date. For simplicity, I am taking only a few records here. Only 5 records are there for oatmeal raisin. Similarly, I'll close this and I'll come to the orders 2 as well. In the orders 2, we have again data for customer ID, order ID, product, and unit sold and date. But this time I am having the information for chocolate chip. So customer ID is written, order ID is written, product is written, unit sold is written, and date is written. I'll close that. Now what I'll do, I'll come to my sample employee database only, and here I am opening a new worksheet because we want to combine the data here. So I'll be combining that data here only. I'll open my orders Excel also, orders 1 and orders 2. So I'm opening 3 worksheets now. So I am opening orders 1, I'm opening orders 2, I'm opening sample employee data as well. So once I open that, I have the 3 data sets with me, orders 1, orders 2, and this is my sample employee, and there I'm working in a new sheet. Now I'll come to data. In the data, I have this data tools. Now you please take your mouse over there and then look for consolidate option. I'll be coming here to consolidate. So this is my option for consolidate. So if we read the description given by the Microsoft Excel, that is summarize the data from separate ranges, consolidating the results in a single output range. For example, if you have a worksheet of expense figures or each of your regional office, you might use a consolidation to roll up these figures into corporate expense worksheet. This you can understand by that, like you have a different offices for your different branches of your firm, and each firm, each branch is maintaining a Excel record, and we can club those sheets by consolidate function. So let's try that now. I'll click on consolidate. So we have the function as sum, reference we need to provide. So in the reference, what I'll do, I'll click on this arrow, and it is asking me to provide the reference. So I'll be opening this orders 1 first, and here I am providing this range. So this is the range for my orders 1. After providing this, I'll click on enter. So this is the reference. Once I have this reference with me, I'll click on add. Reference is added now. So all references, you have the reference there. Then I'll need to come to the second reference. In that, what I'm selecting this time, let me select, I'll be deleting this. I have already added for orders 1. Let me go for the orders 2 and selecting this reference for this chocolate chip, clicking on enter and adding. Now I have 2 references in that. The master sheet was this sample employee. I'll come to this sample employee. Let me click on OK for now, and I'll minimize the screens here. You can see your data here. So this was my master sheet, sample employee, and I was working on a new sheet. I have something here 75775, and some columns are here. So this is not understandable. I'll click on consolidate again, and I'll click on top row and left column. And even I check this create links to source data as well and click on OK. So this time now I'm having this order ID as well, the product, unit sold, and date. And we have some groups also maintained here. If I select this, If I expand the selection, now you can exactly see what you have in the data. So what it has done, it has basically added, it is calculated the sum. You can see into the formula as well. This is the sum with us. So the sum is like that. We have for orders 1 as well and orders 2. So this is, if I do the summation here, the sum we have considered here, this was the order ID. And similarly for the unit sold, you can see the output here only. So this is the output here. If I undo this and if I expand the selection, this is for my one particular order ID or one particular customer ID. So customer ID is given here. For that particular customer ID, you can see the output with yourself. Now you can see here, if I make a sum of this orders 1 and orders 2 for this four customer ID. So this is something 2096046, that is already written here. Even if you do for the unit sold, you can see 3216 and it has added the dates as well. That is why we are getting this. Maybe in the later on scenario, you can skip it from the output. This time we have provided the complete data set in the range. That is why we are getting this kind of a output. Similarly, for this customer ID 2, I have the output like this, and this I can see here only 1480193. And same thing happened for units sold and date as well. So in this way, we can combine our sheet, consolidate our sheet, so we can have multiple references here as well, and we can add that. So I'll explain that view again. So this is some reference. What you need to provide, you need to choose the function first, then you need to have the reference, the range you need to provide. Once you have provided the range, click on add and click on labels as top row, left column, creating links to source data. So that is, a link has been provided, and click on OK.
Now, what we have covered, how we can deal with a large data set. We learnt about how we can freeze different panes. We learnt about how we can freeze only the top row, and then similarly we can go for the first column as well. And if we need to use the multiple freezing of multiple rows and columns, that again we can do with freezing panes. After that, what we learnt about the grouping, ungrouping, and then how we can calculate the subtotal in our Excel sheet. As we already did in the pivot, same we can do in the our master sheet as well. After that, we learnt about how we can consolidate different sheets into one Excel. For that, we have taken example of two Excel sheets, two worksheets, orders 1 and orders 2, and we combine these two sheets into one sheet by using consolidate function. Let's revise that once again. We clicked on that option, we provided the function, and then we provided the range by mentioning it into the reference and then adding add. And we can choose the labels as well for top row and the left column. And in fact, we can provide links to source data as well. So this was working with the large. After that, what we have, let's learn about the file protection now. So what is file protection? Your Excel sheet, you are working in a multicultural environment, and many clients or many users are using the same sheet, but you don't want to give access to all sheets to your user, or you want to protect a particular cell. How you can do that? You can do it with the file protection. How we can protect specific cells in a worksheet? So it is with the only one cell, or you can have a multiple cell. How we can do that? The option is available in the review tab. In review, we have this protect ribbon. There we have the option for protect sheet, protect workbook, and so first we are going to cover protect sheet. After that, we will be covering protect workbook. So first learn this. So the option is available with review, protect, and go to protect sheet. Protects worksheet and contents of logged cell. Check suitable options to allow user for various actions. So let's have it execution into the same database. For now, I am deleting this sheet. So this was my sample data for the employee, where we have this first name, last name, company, address, city, country, postal, phone, email, and web columns. So I'm going to review tab first, and then I have the option protect sheet. If we see the description given by Microsoft Excel, it is prevent unwanted changes from others by limiting their ability to edit. So if I log this sheet, in that case, what will happen? The another user only can see the data, but he or she cannot edit anything. In fact, I can do for one particular column as well. So like I am passing this sheet to my friend or my another colleague, but I don't want that he should be able to change the phone number and email ID of that employee. In that case, what I can do, I can log these two columns and rest I can allow sheet. Similarly, the another option is that I'll lock everything here so that another user can only see the content. So let me click on the protect sheet first. In that protect sheet, by default, drop down list, two options are selected. Select locked cell and select unlocked cells. This we are going to cover later. So this first it is asking about the password to unprotect the sheet. So right now let me provide some password here. I'm giving for now maybe 12345 6. You can give any password here. This is protect worksheet and contents of locked cell. So allow all users of this worksheet to select locked cell, select unlocked cell. So you can choose accordingly what you want to lock here. By I'll go with the default one. I'll click on OK. This is asking me to confirm the password, and make sure please remember this password, otherwise you'll not able to work on this sheet again. I'll write the same password here and click OK. It's not identical. Let me retype here. I need to give the same password. So I'm re-entering the password here. See, after this is something now unprotect sheet is coming instead of protect sheet. Now if I try to enter something, the cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet, you might be requested to enter a password. Let's see if I close this sheet, still it happens like that or not. I'll go back to my folder and I'll be opening this sheet again, that is sample employee data. So let's see this protection works or not. Now again I'm typing something, I'm not able to write anything. The same window is displayed here again. So what I need to do, I'll be going back to review and click on unprotect sheet. It is asking password here. So I'll provide the same password which I have given. Only then now I can edit the sheet. So this is now protected. How it is protected? It is protected by a password. Accordingly, we have different options as well. So if I give another password here, so I can allow it like only a user, he or she should not be having a right to delete rows, or he should not be having a right for delete column. Similarly, I can have for the insertions as well, using pivot table as well, edit objects as well. So different options are available. So same privileges you can provide to your user. So it is up to you how you want to do that. One another thing we have, if I click on this column, I'll go to the format. In that format, what you can see, there is in the last, we have the protection. By default, this all the columns are having option locked as checked. So you can make it unchecked as well. So when you are protecting the sheet, then you have these two options as well. Select locked cell and select unlocked cell. So same you are not providing to your client. Let me protect it once again. I will be providing the password here. Same password you need to enter again. This time now I am adding something here in that column. Again, I am not allowed because all the columns are by default locked. So you can change it on your later on as well if it is matches with your condition or your requirement. So we covered how we can protect a specific cells in a worksheet. So this is the way review, protect and protect sheet. And accordingly, you can choose the options which you want to do. So similarly, you can do for the formatting of the cell, formatting of the column, formatting of the rows, insertion, deletion, all the options are available with you. How we can protect a workbook now. So we learned about the worksheet. Now we are talking about entire workbook here. So let's try this now. Review, protect and protect workbook, same option. Just we are going this way now. Rather than protect sheet, we are doing with protect workbook. So it basically protects the structure of the file. input password to protect. And Windows option is not 2010 version onwards. This options is available in the latest version only. So I'll come back to simple employee database. Click on protect workbook. Again, it is asking the password. So this is not available here. So I'll be writing 123456 or any other password you can provide. Similarly, it is asking me to enter the password again. So now it is, you can see here protection works here. Now if I'm trying to enter anything, again I'm getting this kind of changes here. And the other thing is that, let me open the worksheet first. Let me unprotect it so that you can see what we are able to do. With this protect workbook, I am not able to enter any sheet here. So basically this protect workbook is saving the structure of this table. This Excel sheet, I am not able to enter any new sheet. I cannot pick it here. I cannot rename as well. Can I type something? Let me see here. Yeah, I can type anything, that is allowed, but I cannot have another worksheet with me. I cannot rename this worksheet. So this structure is fixed now by clicking on protect workbook. Here I need to make the changes and then only I can do other changes here. So once I have the ability, see, I have provided the password, then I am able to have a new sheet here, or I can choose it to another position. I can do the drag and drop. I can rename it. This all is related with the structure of the workbook. So this is the difference between protecting worksheet and protecting workbook. Next, we have how we can give a password to our workbook. Just you need to go to the your home option and then click on info. And then you have this protect workbook option. And after that, you can choose encrypt with password. So once you click on that, Excel will be asking you to give a password here. You just need to give a password and then your workbook, entire Excel workbook will be encrypted with a password. So only the user is having the password, he or she can access that sheet. So file, info, protect workbook and encrypt with the password. Input password to protect. File cannot be recovered without password. So don't dare to forget your password here. So let's try it. File, info, and then we have this protect workbook. I'll be clicking on this. Here I have the option for encrypt with password. Let me try with the password here, 123456. Again, I'm giving re-entering the password and clicking on OK. You can see the view has been changed like something here, protect workbook. A password is required to open this workbook. Let me close this. Yes, I want to save it. I will be closing orders as well. Let me go back to the folder. This is my simple employee database. I'm opening this. See, your content is not visible. It is asking a password. Simple employee data is protected. Password, let me write the password which I have given. Click on OK. Now I have the access for the sheet. So this is file protection. How you can protect your data? The first option is you can protect the particular worksheet. Otherwise, you can protect the structure of the workbook. And then you have the encryption facility available with Microsoft Excel. You can access it by clicking on File, Info, and Protect Workbook. So once you're done with the protection thing, in fact, you can go back to the initial stage as well. You can delete this password. How you can delete this? It's very simple. Click on encrypt with password again and keep it blank. I'll click on OK here. See, now when it is blank, this is gone again as a normal green view and your workbook is not protected anymore. So this is password free. No encryption has been provided. And similarly, you can access it without using the password. So how we can give the password? Clicking on the encrypt with the password. When you need to remove the password, in that case, you just need to delete the given password and then click on OK. Password will be removed from the Excel. Let's revise once again what we have covered for now. We covered how we can work with the large data sets. In the large data sets, first we learnt about freezing panes. Freezing panes can be done by view window freeze panes. We have the option available to freeze the top row or first column. We can have it for the several rows as well. and several column as well. And normally what we do, we provide freezing for the panes for the horizontal and the vertical headings simultaneously, and we can restore to the initial stage as well. Then we learned about how we can group the data. We can group the data by clicking on data, outline and group. We can do it column wise as well as row wise, and we have the option for group, ungroup, and we can have the subtotal as well. Then we learned about how we can combine multiple sheets into Excel without using any other add-in or something. We are not using Power Pivot. We are not using any other add-in. How we are doing? We are doing this is by consolidate option of Microsoft Excel. We are going with data, data tools, and consolidate. Input we need to provide as function you can select it here. Reference is for the range, and once you have the range you click on the add, and then you can use the labels here. You can give the top row and the left column. You can create links to source to data, and then click on OK, and you will be having the resultant in your centralized table from the reference tables or from the reference ranges as well. And alternatively, you can work with the Power Pivot as well. Then we learned about the file protection. In the file protection, we have three options. One is to protect a particular sheet, go with a particular cell. You can select the criteria for protecting the sheet. Then you can do the protection of the workbook as well. And you need to remember, by default, all cells are locked. Unchecked locked under format cells window. We learned this by right clicking and getting the link for the format cell. In the last we have the protection. By default it is checked. You need to make it unchecked. And when you are doing in a workbook, in that case you are basically protecting the structure of the file. So once we have the protection for the workbook, we are not allowed to add multiple sheets or add multiple worksheets here. We cannot rename it as well. Password is required to protect it. And then we can encrypt our Microsoft Excel sheet also with a password. And if we need to remove the password, in that case we need to replace the password with the deleting the password and then clicking on OK. And accessing is allowed with file info, protect workbook, and encrypt with a password. In the protection we have other options as well. So if I click on file and then going to info, here in the protect workbook, so I can make it like always open, read only, prevent accidental changes by asking readers to opt in to editing mode. You can protect a one particular current sheet as well. Controls what types of changes people you can make to the current sheet. You can protect, this is the same structure we were doing here, it is provided here only. And you can add a digital signature as well. Ensure the integrity of the workbook by adding an invisible digital signature, and you can mark it as a final as well. So it will be making sure that readers know the document is final. So these all options are also available with us. Next we have the data tab with us. So what we can do with the data tab? So data tab is the same tab. Let me show you in the sample database. This is our data tab. In the data tab, we already covered how we can get in transform data, queries and connection, data type. In data types, we covered about stocks and geography. And then we have now sorting. So let's understand sorting carefully now. What we can do with the sorting. Sorting is accessible through data tab, sort and filter, and then we have the sort. So we can add levels of sorting. Input we need to provide. We need to provide input on the column name, sort on order, options top to bottom and left to right. Just expanding the sorting. Let me try it on the same sheet, that is financial sample first. The same Excel data we have worked in the previous weeks as well. I will be opening that. In this financial sample, we have different columns. So we have the column segment, country, product, discount band, unit sold, manufacturing, sale price, gross sales, discount sales, COGS, profit, date, month number, month name, and year. So let me try this sorting. Data, clicking on sort again. So by default, I'm not going with the by default option now. By default, we already covered in the previous week when we covered the data tab. Now you just see here, you have different options available. So you need to select the column here first. So let me have it the value according to the profit. So I'm having the value according to the profit now. Once you have selected the column, then what you can do, now the sorting you can do with, you have the option to do the sorting depending on the cell values. You have the option doing sorting based on cell color, font color, and you can provide some conditional formatting icons as well. And then by default, I'll be going with the cell values. Then I have the option, you can have it into the ascending as well as in the descending order. So smallest to largest, largest to smallest. So after that, we will be coming to the custom settings as well. So I'll click on that. So I have the sorted data according to the profit of this financial database. I can add the levels as well. So if my profit is in same in that condition, by default it is taking the what is the existence of that particular row. Again, if I want to sort it, then I can provide another level as well. So I'll click on add level here. So that is why it is writing here then by. To sort by profit and then by another column. So in that case, I will be choosing, might be I'll be having it here, and then again smallest to largest, A to Z. I'll click on it, OK. So it has problem with some dates. So let me choose something here as well. Here I'm going with a country name maybe, and then I'll be having data like this. I'll click on OK. So this is another level of the sorting. Similarly, I can have here all the columns as well in the adding level. I can delete a one particular level as well by clicking on this delete level. I can copy the level. So same level is provided here. Maybe later on I can make some changes. So this is deleting the level, copying the level, and I have some options available also. So I can go with the case sensitive thing also. So in the case sensitive, it will make sure that it will differentiate it from the small and the capital alphabets. I can sort it to top to bottom as well. Right now I have the information in the top to bottom. If I want to have it to left and right, I can do that as well. And then in the adding level, I can have multiple levels with me. Similarly, we were talking about the custom sorting. So if I click on the custom sorting, that is profit cell values, and I'll go to the custom list. In that custom list, I have some list like this. So this Microsoft Excel is already aware that after Monday, Tuesday comes, and after Tuesday, Wednesday comes. Similarly, we have it for the full-fledged weekday names as well. Similarly, for the month name. So this information is already provided. And similarly, you can provide your new list as well. So you will provide a list here, and Microsoft Excel will understand the data according to this list. So might be what I'll be doing. Let me write here. I'll go back to my discount band. Let me click on the filter. In discount band, I have four values: high, low, medium, and none. High, low, medium, and none. So what I will be doing here, in the sorting, I am giving another level. Let me have only one level so that you can understand it easily. I will be sorting it here and adding one level, and this level will be based on discount band. And here I am clicking on the custom list. In that custom list, I am clicking on the new list, and that new list is that high should be the first, and then medium should come, after that low should come, and then none should come. So this is my order, and I click on add. So now you can see that in that list, these entries are written. I'll click on OK, and now this is the list with me. I'll click on OK. So my data is sorted here. So you can see here the information is provided with the high first, then with the medium, and after that you can see the low, and then you can see the none. So this is how we can give your own list for the data sorting. You have the option to do with the ascending and the descending order. You have the option for doing into the numerical or alphabetical order. Otherwise, you can give your own list as well. Similarly, you can do with any other criteria as well. So this is up to your data how you want to make it. So sorting, what we covered, we have the option to choose the column name. We have the option to make it with the other values as well. Let's try something with the colors now. So what I will be doing, let me have a small set of this data. I will be copying some 4 columns and some 5 rows for the data into a new sheet in the same financial sample. Or otherwise, what we can do, we can go to a smaller sheet we have already with us, that is orders. So let me come to the orders here. In this order, we should be having something like this. So let me provide, here you can see that we have different colors here. So this row is not colored, this row is also not colored. I'll be clicking on the sorting. So I'll be going to data sort, and here in the sorting I will be choosing might be customer ID. So customer ID, and then now I want something on the cell color. So this is my cell color. So now you can see no cell order on top, no cell color. So what you want to have? So where you want to keep? Maybe I want to keep it the last. The customer ID which is having the cell color, in that cell color, the row which is not having any cell color should be at the bottom. Let me click on the OK, and I need to select the complete data here. So this is my customer ID. It should be on bottom. Now you can see here, let me provide the cell color once again. In that range, I will be giving no color for now and giving a black color to all the content so that my data should be visible to me. So this is my data now, and now I am providing color to this. I can say my, which I have the cell color here for this row. This row is given with a color. Now I'll be selecting it and going to data, clicking on sort, and what I am giving, now I have the value here. So for this color, this is the range here. It should be on the bottom. I will be clicking on that. So you can see it here, the changes. The yellow one is at the top. Similarly, if I make the changes again, in that case, now I want to keep the yellow color at the bottom side. I click on OK. So this is the sorting based on the color. And we have the other options as well. Let me make this row as a different text color. So let me make it red. This is my data here. And then I will be selecting the range again, clicking on the data, sort, and then maybe for another level, let me add this time font color. This is my font color. Now, which color? It is already showing you red because it has detected that red color has been provided into the table. I want to put it on the top. So this time you can see this customer ID 2 is at the top. How it is on the top? Because it is having the red color. Similarly, you can have it at the bottom level as well. Exploring it again, clicking on the sort, we have another thing with us, conditional formatting icon. So we don't have any conditional formatting for now. If we would be having any conditional formatting, and accordingly we can do that order as well. So we can provide a conditional formatting and then we can have that value as well. So in the sorting, what options are available with us? We can go with multiple columns. We can add the levels here. Multiple columns we can have for the sorting condition. We can choose the column. Depending on that, we can add different levels. We can delete any levels. We can copy the level as well. First, we need to choose the column name. Then we have the option to sort based on the cell values. We have the option to do it on basing on the cell color, then on the font color, and after that we can do it with the conditional formatting icon as well. And we have the option to make it in the ascending and the descending order, and otherwise you can do it based on the color as well. When we are doing the sorting based on the color, we can keep it either at the top position or at the bottom position. So whenever you want to make some changes, you can do that. So this is the multiple options available with sorting option. And if you go with the shortcut, in that case, the default things will be coming here. So this is the default one. I'll go back and have this is in the descending order, this is in ascending order. And if you want to explore multiple options, in that case, you can click the sort button and you can choose it according to your application. Let's go back to the slide. And what if I try it on the simple employee database? So let's try there also. Let me click on the sorting and column. Let me add. Now see here, I have not provided border name here. So that is why it is showing column A, B, C and all the columns. Let me click a column E for now. So it will be shifting the heading as well according to the alphabetical order. So if I want to make Excel understandable in the format that the first row is my column heading, in that case, it's better to provide the borders here so that Excel will be able to understand that first row is a column heading, and then you can do the sorting here. So whenever we are working with a large data set, it is a good to have a data into a sorted form so that you can actually make the analysis based on some changes over there. But it is a requirement of the sheet that whether it requires the sorting or not. So I will be selecting, we have a record of somewhere 2000 rows. Let me have the data here. I will be going to the bottom side of the sheet. Till now we have selected some 1300 records, and similarly we are doing it for the complete range, and that complete range is rows till 2000. This is a good data set, and even the normal application as well, you will be working on the large data set only. So in fact, it is advisable whenever you practice with Microsoft Excel, you practice it with the large data set so that you will be habitual to do the things over here. And then I am providing a borders here. Let me provide a complete border, all borders. So this is my data, and then I'm keeping it into the bold. Now when I'm doing the sorting here, data and the sort, yes, this time I have the column names. So if I do as maybe first name, I'll click on that. So you can see that this is fixed here only. The column is fixed here only. Microsoft Excel is able to understand that the first row is a column and it should not be moved from any other position. So we have here our column headings as well. After understanding the sorting, next we have what if analysis. And this is very useful tool when you are dealing with data analysis using Microsoft Excel. So how we can access this? First, we understand this what if analysis. So it is available with data, and then we have ribbon forecast, and we can go with the what if analysis. It allows user to change the formulated value to the target value. What does that mean? We will understand it by example. It sets the input value and determines the possible results. So you consider a condition where you have multiple inputs and you want to have the results for all the inputs here. So it is not necessary that you provide everything into table. You can actually test the inputs as well. So you are changing the input and then checking what will be the resultant for the corresponding input. In that case, we can easily use what if analysis functionality of Microsoft Excel. So we have three options available with what if analysis, that is scenario manager, goal seek, and data table. So if it is visible here, we have scenario manager, goal seek, and data table. Let's have a practical analysis of what we have with the what if analysis. It's a simple workbook here. The data set will be provided to you. So what we have here, we have different values with us. We have price for a certain product, and we have the quantity here. This is total revenue, transport cost, and then item cost, and this is the total cost, and the last we have the profit. Now this is the formulated data. Here in the slide also it is mentioned that it allows user to change the formulated value to the target. So we have some kind of a formulas here. So all the values here, we have a different values here. Total 6 value, that is for price, quantity, total revenue, transport cost, item cost, and total cost. And then we have the profit ultimately. So all these values are related to each other. We can consider it is a value for a product and let me name this product as maybe alpha. I'll give this name as alpha. Let me write here, and so I will be giving name as alpha to this product. So let's change it to alpha. So this is the price for alpha. And then now see, this is the $32 here, or we have a rupees here, 32 rupees price of this alpha product. And in the quantity it is 100. You can see this formula bar here as well. So we have price as well, we have the quantity as well. And when we talk about the quantity, or when we talk about the revenue, total revenue is multiplied or multiplication of two number, that is E6 and E7. So E6 is price, E7 is quantity. So total revenue, I will be writing here in the description as well. So revenue is price multiplied by quantity. So this is, here we have given a formula here. So according to that formula, what we are doing, we are calculating the revenue for the product alpha, and that revenue is based on price into quantity. So even if I do here $30, so I have some corresponding output here. I'll go back. So this is for the 32 rupees. Then this is the total revenue. After that, I have some of a transport cost, and that transport cost is again dependent on the revenue. Revenue is my E8 value, and that is 10% of the revenue. So I will be writing here 10%, 10% of revenue. So how revenue and transport cost is associated? Transport cost is 10% of the revenue generated, and revenue is price into quantity. This is the formula here. Then I have the item cost here. In that item cost, what we have the formula? This is 20 multiplied by E7. What we have in the E7? E7 is the quantity. So this product is costing as item cost as 20 rupees each. So total cost is 20 multiplied by E7. So I will be writing here 20 into quantity. 20 into quantity. So I am writing here all the formulas so that it is easy for you people to understand how we are calculating these values. Then in the total cost, we have E9 plus E10. E9 is what? We have the transport cost and then item cost. So this is we are calculating here. So E9 and E10 we are adding up. That is transport cost. I'm writing here again transport cost plus item cost. So this is the total cost I'm having here, transport cost plus item cost. And then we talk about the profit. Profit is E8 minus 11. E8 is what? E8 is total revenue. So total revenue minus total cost. Total revenue minus total cost. So this is the profit generated by product alpha, and we have all those formulas here. So now if this is my product and I want to maximize something, I want to maximize my profit, in that case I need to have some inputs as on the price, like what should be, I should keep my price, maybe can I increase the price of this alpha product or not, should I decrease the price. So what I need to do, every time like I need to test something, so I'm making it 29, then I'm seeing my profit. I am making it 32, then I'm seeing my profit. If I'm increasing it, then I'm seeing my profit. So this all calculations you need to do. There is another option, that is what if analysis. So now see this description again. It allows user to change the formulated value to the target value. So if I want to fix my profit, like I want the profit as 1000, here I can do some testing. Let me increase it to 35. So this is something greater than 1000. If I make it 34, in that case it is 1000. Let me make it 33.7. Then I'm getting something. Then let me make it 33. Then I'm getting less. So 33.5. So this is like I am testing every time. So rather than that, I have something here, that is what if analysis. So what if analysis, this forecasting thing actually makes easy for me to do all these kind of calculation. It sets the input value and determines the possible results. Let's see how we can do that. I'll be going back to data. In that data, I have this forecast ribbon. In this forecast ribbon, I have what if analysis, and we already know that we have three options available, that is scenario manager, goal seek, and data table. If I read the description given by the Microsoft Excel scenario manager, we have create different groups of values or scenarios and switch between them. So let's try that first. What we have here in the scenario manager. So in the scenario manager, we need to provide some input first, and accordingly we can give the scenarios here. So let's try that. I'll be clicking on that scenario manager. Now I have this window here. This is known as scenarios. No scenarios defined for now. Choose add to add scenarios. So by default, it is not having anything, but we can add it here. This is changing cells and the comment. So let me add here. If everything is disabled for now, I'll be clicking on the add. Here in the add, I just need to provide some scenario name. So let me provide here as maybe I want to do some changes on the quantity. So I will be writing here QTY quantity, and then in changing cells, what actually you want to change? What you want to change here? So I want to change maybe quantity only. So according to the quantity, we want to do some profit thing. And here, then what I will be doing, scenario name is QT, that is a short form for the quantity. And in the changing cells, I am writing here quantities. I am passing this E7. And then if this comment by default, it is taking my system's name created by IT admin on 16th February. So you can change it to something else as well. But for right now, I'll keep it as a by default. And then I'll be clicking on OK. So now enter values for each of the changing cells. Now instead of 100, what I want to have, if I make it 200. So instead of quantity 100, if I make it 200 and I click on OK. So this is my first scenario has been added here. This is my first scenario has been added here. If I click on show, in that case, I am getting the same output. You can see here 6400 is the result for the now profit has increased to something else. Let me add other things here. In the scenario name, again I'll put QTY. Changing cells will be again this E7 only. It's the same comment here. And this is already there. Let me have this value again. So I'll have a show value here. I'll click on show. This is the quantity. Already we have something here. Let me edit here this time. So E7 is there. I'll click on OK. This time let me provide 300. So I want to change it for another scenario. This is, let me show. So value for 300 is shown here. So in this way, I can have multiple scenarios here. Let me add one more. This time I'll make it QTY1 and same cell, same everything. And this time I'll make it 400. If I add, you can add more values as well. So this is QT1. I'll click on show, so you can have the resultant for 400. Similarly, I can change any other value as well. So let me change the price here. This time I'm changing the price, and the changing cell will be E6. E6. Comment I'll keep the same, and I'll click on OK. And instead of 32, let me make it 40. So this is my value here. I'll click on OK, and I'll click on show. In that case, I'm getting the result here for another value. So this is the value. This here we need to provide the according value, and then we can do the resultant thing. Let me come back to the same price. So I'll be providing it here 100 only, and I'm having this result. So let's try once again what we have, the what if analysis. Scenario manager, we can actually add the scenario. Let me delete this, all this, and we can try more values here. I'm deleting everything. So by default, what I have all the fields here blank. We can add the scenarios here. I'll click on add. Here I need to provide a scenario name, that is QTY. For example, in the changing cell, I'm providing E7. Comment is we are having same as provided by default. It is IT admin for my computer's name, and today's date it is picking up, and I'll click on OK. And then you need to provide some values for each of the changing cells. So for E7, let me provide a value 200. If I click on add, then again it is giving me option to add some more scenarios. This is we are adding here, and then we are doing the changes here. And in fact, if I need to do Let me delete this as well. I'll click on add. Scenario name, again I am providing quantity, and control plus click cells to select non-adjacent changing cells. So if you want to have some more range, you can provide that as well. Let me click here price and quantity both, and I click on enter and OK. That case, now I have two values. So what I can do, so price, let me make price as 40, and quantity, let me make it 200. I'll click on OK, and I'll click on show. So I have the output like this. So you can have multiple values as well. So I have not taken revenue, I have not taken transport cost, I have not taken item cost, I have not taken total cost, and as well as profit also, because this is based on a formula and have the price and quantity as a fix. So these two values I am providing. So whatever the changes you want to do, if you want to have multiple scenarios, you can add it here. So you can do all the testing here. Basically, with this scenario manager, you are providing different inputs and then having the results for the formulated cells with you. This we can do with the scenario manager. I have deleted everything and I'll close this. Next, we have second option, that is goal seek. What do we have in the goal seek? Microsoft Excel says that find the right input for the value you want. So let me click on the goal seek. Now we have a set cell and two will by changing cell. What we are doing here, so as clear from the name, it is like we are targeting, we are setting a target here, and for that target we need to see something. So now we are setting the target for set cell. Which is the set cell? We are setting the target maybe for the profit. Okay, so this is our profit. What it should, the value should be maybe 4,000. So I want a 4,000 profit with this data set. And what you want to change? Let me change the price here. Price I want to change. So this is my target here. What I have done, I have set a target. This is what is the target cell is, that is 3,200. This is profit, and what value I want, I wanted 4,000. And which cell I need to change, I'll click on this 40 price. I'll click on OK. So it automatically calculated everything. So you can see here the target value is 4,000 and the current value is 4,000. How it happened? Goal set seeking with cell E12 found a solution. It found a solution that price should be 44.44, and then you can have a profit like this. Okay. So I'll click on that. Same we can try with different outputs as well. Again, I'll set a value profit as, let me have this 95,000, but I want to make changes in the quantity this time, and then I'll click on OK. So this is now quantity is done. See, now if you need to do this work manually, you will be trying different inputs. Now Microsoft Excel is making your life so easy and just providing you solution with a simple click. You just clicked on and then you are getting the result here. So this way we can set our target as well here. Let me take some more examples now. So once I click the close, it is coming to the basics only. So initially we were having 32, then 100. So again, I have this 880 as profit. I'll go back, what if analysis in the goal seek, setting the value. So this time, let me set the value for maybe transport cost. So this is 10% of the revenue. What I want to have the transport cost, like I want to have it, let's try some other changes. I want to have it as a 400. This is my 400 value. So this transport cost is dependent on total revenue. So total revenue is which cell we have by changing cell is. So this is again formula based. Let's try this. Will it work or not? So this is my E8. I will be writing here by changing cell as E8, and I'll click on OK. Cell must contain a value. Why this has given me this window? Because it is not a value here, it is a formula here, so it will not be working on that. For the goal seek, we need to actually provide the values here, and then we can apply here. So three options we are providing. Two are the ranges and one is the value. This is the where you want to have the set value. Cell we are providing here. Then what is your target and what you need to change. So this is the input form, this is the output form, and accordingly you are already telling to Microsoft Excel what should be the output. and then accordingly this Microsoft Excel is calculating that particular input for you. This is the benefit of using goal sync. So in scenario manager, what we were doing, we were adding the scenarios for input, and then we are having that output with us. In the goal seek, what we are doing, we are providing the output and then they're asking the inputs result. So this is the difference between scenario manager and the goal seek. Next, we have the data table. So this is again very interesting one. So what you want to have now, so before using this, so what I will be writing here now, so what I have in the profit, I have the 880 here. So in the quantity, I have 100. So for the quantity 100, I have the profit as 880. I'll be writing here. So this was for the quantity 100. Now, what I want to have, I want to calculate it for the quantity 200. I want to have it for 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800. 900, and let me take it for 1000 as well. Now I want to have the profit for all these quantities. So I can do it with the scenario manager as well, but every time I need to run it or I need to provide the scenarios. The other case, what you can do, you can actually write here all the data set here, and how you can do it here. So this is basically what, this is my quantity here. Let me write here quantity. So this is the quantity what we are giving. So 100 we already provided. This we have some other data sets that we want to see what will be the profit in case the quantity is increased in our business. So let's see here quantity. Now I will be selecting this. I'm selecting this range here, this 880, and then clicking on data table. So now this is basically my column level input. In this column input cell, what I will be providing, I will be passing this profit. This I need to calculate, so I need to see this the result. I click on OK. So I have something 880 as here, but it is not calculating it for other values. Let me click here once again, and then let's see what if analysis data table in the column. I'll click on the column here, column range, and let me provide this time quantity and click on OK. And it is again passing me the same resultant, that is 880 with me. Right now what we are having this 880 profit only. But what we need to calculate, we need to calculate it for the different quantities here. So what we can do it now. So let me change this 880 to a value as provided in E12. E12 is now based on a reference based on all the formulas, that is total revenue minus total cost. So same I'll pass it to here. In that case, you can see here that we have the results here. We have the results as 1760, 2640, 3520, 4400, and all the changes are reflected here. So the profit is calculated according to the quantity. Let me click on the data and show formulas, or formulas as show formulas, and now you can see all the formulas here. So in the formula, see, E12 is written here and one table is referenced and accordingly it is calculated. What we have in the E7 we have the total revenue, the total quantity, and for that quantity the profit has been calculated here. Let me come back to the normal view so you can see here the output. Let me make it changes at 250. So my output has again changed, and I'll make it 500, and maybe this time I'm making it again. Let me do some calculation, some automatic calculation here to see the resultant here. So this is now quantity has been increased as 250, 500, 750, 1000, 1250, 1500, 1750, 2000, and 2250. And we have all the profits here. So we are not calculating it anyhow. This Microsoft Excel is doing for us. So this is the total what we can do with this data forecasting, that is what if analysis. This is our input and accordingly what will be the output here. So this is the data table because we were having all the quantities into the column. So that's why we have provided a column input cell, and that value was given as the quantity because we are changing the quantity and then we are having the profit. So let me change this time maybe the price. So what I want to have, so if I increase the price as 30, 60, and then let me take it to 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 and 110. So this is my price, but here I need to change some formula as well. So I'll click on this what if analysis and data table. In the column input cell, what I will be providing here, this time instead of quantity, I will be giving the price. I'm passing the price here. Let me make the selection once again. So let me delete this. So selection will be like this here, and what if analysis data table, and then the column input cell I am passing the price here and clicking on OK. So this is my profit here. So if I'm increasing the price from 30 to 40, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 and 110. So this will be the profit with me. So all the for if I have some data sets, like I'm running a business, I'm running a business for product alpha, and I have some things in my mind that should I increase the price, should I decrease the price, what should I do with the quantity. So ultimately I want to do the things with my profit only. What I need to do, I am focusing on my profit. So what inputs I need to change. So rather than doing all the manual calculations, I can provide a range, whatever the options, different options are available with me. I can test it with what if analysis. So what if analysis, we have total three options, that is scenario manager, goal seek and data table. And from that, you can see everything here. So for the scenario manager, you can create different groups of values on scenarios and switch between them. In scenario manager, we can add the scenarios. Let's try this once again. So let me provide the input here. Quantity is changing cells should be this 100. That is what we have here, this E7. And then I can click on OK. Here I want to give as output as 200 and click on OK. I can add it here. And then maybe let me give another scenario, that is again QT quantity. This time I'm giving 300 maybe. Changing cell should be E7. I'll click on OK. Let me give it to 300 and I'll click on add. Then I have again quantity as 400. Changing cell should be E7 again. Click on OK. Value should be 400 again. I'll click on add and let me take a last one, that is quantity as 500. Changing cell should be E7 then and click on OK. Value should be here 500 and I'll click on OK finally. So this is, let me edit this as well. So this quantity will be 200 now. OK. So now, yeah, this is fine. So I have total scenarios, four scenarios, that is quantity 200, quantity 300, quantity 400, quantity 500. Now I have one more option here. So I can see individually as well for each quantity or each scenarios. Otherwise, the second option is that I can have the summary as well. So if I click on the summary here, so it will be asking me report type. It is basically providing me a report here. So result cells, I have some here. So I want a scenario summary. I'll click on OK. So I have a new sheet with me. So it is showing me all the outputs here. So some result cells are provided. So I have here, delete this and we can go with a default version. I am not taking anything with the data tab. I'll delete this. And in fact, I'll delete this because till now you have understood how we have this here. I will be deleting this scenario summary as well. So let's go back to the scenario manager, what if analysis. Scenario manager, we have these scenarios here. I click on summary here. So scenario summary should come in a different sheet. So we have this sheets with us. Result cell I have chosen wrong. So that is why it is giving me this kind of output. Let me go back and see the result again. What if analysis scenario manager. So this is, if I show the result here, you can see all the outputs are with you. And if I summarize everything, so let me have a summary here. In that summary, I'll have a results reports here. scenario in a pivot table report. So I can have that pivot table report as well. So we can see it in a summary. I'll click on delete here. Let's try the summary once again. So this time now we are setting some results here. We want to see some profit result here. So I have added the quantities here. How we added? We have provided a scenario name. We have provided the changing cells value. So we have given here what quantity we need to provide and then comment it as well. I'll come back here. So we have the quantity here. And now I'm clicking on the summary. This my report type is scenario summary. And in the result cell, make sure you are having the value for the profit. This is my output level. I'll click on OK. By default, it will be creating a new sheet as scenario summary with a good color here. So the changing cells is this is 200, 200, 300, 400, 500. So you can see your different scenarios here. One scenario is quantity to 200, quantity 300, quantity 400, quantity 500. What the names we have provided. This was the input and this is the result with us. So profit has been given here. So we have the result with us for the different scenarios. So we can have a different sheet as well with the scenario manager where you are changing the value and then getting the output here. Okay. So you can have it for the multiple values as well. This is the functionality of the scenario summary. Let's try the pivot as well. What if analysis and clicking on the scenario manager, clicking on the summary, then scenario pivot table report. In the results cell, again, we are doing it for the profit, that is E12, and click on OK. We have a new sheet with us. So this is the pivot with us. So this is the row label and then we have something with the output. So this is, we provided the input, the scenario name we provided, and then we have the resultant with us. Now you can see here that row label and E12. In fact, we can click on the scenario summary as well. We have some E7, E12. So it is not easy to understand for us what we have in this E7. You need to come back to your sheet, your main data, and then you need to see what we have in the E7, what we have in the E12. What is the another option to do that? Let me delete this for now and let's see what else we can do to have a clear understanding of the scenarios. So I'm deleting both the things, the summary as well as the pivot table. So in this sample, I have two things to consider. One is the input and one is the output. My input is residing in the cell E7. So now after coming to this cell, I have something here as a name box. In that name box, now I am writing quantity, UANTITY. So this is my quantity. So this is the name of the cell now, quantity. Let me do it again. It has not reflected here. Let me try QTY here. I'll click on enter. Yeah, now it is done. So quantities, this name box is, this is no more E7 now. I have provided a name QTY to this cell. Then similarly for E12, let me write the profit. So make sure when you're writing a name in the box, then click on the enter, then it will be taking a name as here. So we have two names now, profit and the quantity. So E12 is profit now and E7 is quantity. Now let me repeat the steps again. So I am going back to my scenario manager. What if analysis, scenario manager. Here I already have the different scenarios, 4 scenarios. The name is QTY 200, 300, 400, 500. Where we are changing the values, different values we are changing. We are changing it to 200, 300, 400 and 500. And now I'm clicking on the summary. In that summary, I'm going to scenario summary. So I'm not going with the pivot table report for now. Reporting cell is E12. That is perfectly fine. And I'll click on OK. So now you can see here, the name boxes you provided, that is quantity, this QT and profit is there. So it is now understandable for us what we have in the outputs. If you expand the selection, you can actually see all those comments provided by you. So if you have some other comments, you can see that as well here. In fact, we can go with this 1 and 2 as well, that we understood already in the grouping thing. So same we can do it here as well. So this is the scenario summary with us. By default, we are getting this kind of a formatting and this is provided by Microsoft Excel. You can have some more changes as well according to your choice. So what we have in the what if analysis, scenario manager, goal seek and data table. So with the scenario managers, you can give different scenarios for different inputs. You can have the output according to the formulas you have provided into your sheet. With the goal seek, we are setting a cell value, and then we are targeting, we are making a target, and then we are telling Microsoft Excel to change the value here, and accordingly we can get that what input should be provided. And if we talk about the data table, we can actually work on a range here with scenarios. This is about what if analysis. Here we are already done with what if analysis. So just revise the concepts: data forecast, and then we have what if analysis. Uses, it allows user to change the formulated value to the target value, sees the input value and determines the possible results. Options, scenario manager, goal seek, and this is the data table. Next, we have text to column. So already we covered so many things here. Now, sometimes what we need to do, we are actually working with text files and we need to do some kind of analysis. There are many softwares also, simulators also, when they are having the output, they actually store into the text files. But when we need to do the analysis, we are doing into the Microsoft Excel or with the CSV files only. So how we can do that? Can we have that file in the correct format? So this is fifth data something I have. So I have some output like this. So this is showing me something that it is having the values in the same column or the same data set. So let me try to copy it into the Excel now. So I'll be selecting everything here. Control A and Control C, simple copy paste thing. So let me go to the opened one, that is my what if analysis. I'll have another sheet here, then I'm pasting here something. So I have pasted my data, and if you can see here, let me expand my selection. So they actually did that pasting in one column only. So this I assume, if I see on this text file, what happened here. So I have the data something like that. This should be my first column, 1. This should be my second column, and similarly there should be some other columns as well. But when I copy pasted the things, I have the output like this. But then if these all values relate to different columns now, and it is not easy for me, in fact it is next to impossible. I have some 700 records with me, that I'll write it 1 300 1, or I do some kind of a formula. That is not possible with me, but we don't need to worry. We have Microsoft Excel with us to help us out. The option is text to column. So again, in the data tab, we have data tools, and that is text to column. And if you read the description given by the Microsoft Excel, split a single column of text into multiple columns. For example, you can separate a column or full of names into separate first and last name columns as well. To understand this, we will try a simple option first. So let me write here. I'm writing here a name. Let me write something as Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So this is the name. So this is my text. Let me try text to column to this cell, to this column maybe. I'll click on text to column. So now to understand this, this is convert text to column wizard. This is divided into 3 steps here. So what we'll be doing, this text wizard has determined that your data is delimited. If this is correct, choose next, or so by default it is saying that your data is delimited. It is characters such as comma. So it is carrying something that it is having a commas or tabs or separate. So I'll go with the default. Yes, Excel, you're doing right. I'll click on delimited and click on the next. And then the screen lets you set the delimiters your data contains. You can see how your text is affected in the preview below. So this is something, if I select on the tab, I have the output like this, semicolon, output like this, comma, output like this. If I click on space, now actually it is identifying it into a column. It has identified the space, so I don't have tab here in between the text. I don't have that semicolon here in between the text. In fact, I don't have the comma here. So what we have the space. If you have anything, any other symbol, you can write it here as well. So I'll not go with the text qualifier and everything. By default, it is fine. It is fine to do with that. This was the second step of this text to column. I'll click on next again. Now, you can change the data format of the column as well. You can choose a general, text, date, and anything else as well. But this time we are going with a general only, the destination. Now, where you want to have your output now. This is your starting thing. this is where you have passed that text. Now where should print it? So let me have it here in the H. I want to have it into the H now, and then I'll click on next. Next is done and then finish. See, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam is reflected here. So output has been changed here. So basically you have converted your text into column. So in the same case, we can apply this text to column thing to our data set as well. So after understanding this, now let's start here. So I will be selecting this column and clicking on the text to columns. And that text to columns, now you can see that this again the text wizard has determined that your data is fixed width. Now it is having some kind of fixed width. That is why it is giving some output like this. If this is correct, choose next or choose the data type that best describes your data. I'll go with the default again. So I'm not going with the delimited, I'm going with the fixed width now. If I click on the next, now you can see that it has already provided you a data like this. So this is for 1, this is for 300, the second column, third column, fourth column, fifth column, sixth and seventh column. So if data preview is okay with you, you can click on the next. Data format is also okay. I'll finish this. And now most importantly, if you don't change the destination, by default it will be taking the same column and your data will be overwrite like this. If you don't want to do this, I'll control Z, text to column. So same thing I'll do, delimited next, and here in the destination I'll provide maybe the column C and click on the finish. This time you'll be not overwritten by the data. So you have all the outputs here. You have total how many columns now? You have total 7 columns C to I, and you can provide the row headings as well. You can provide the column headings as well to have your data in a correct format. So in this way, whenever we need to fetch something from a text-based file, we can have it into the Excel, and after that we can use text to columns data tool to formalize your data into form of a table. If I go with that, now what I'm doing, let me delete this. I will be deleting everything from here, and then I can see here, this is my column here. And the same column, text to column, let me change the default thing now. I'm going with the delimited and clicking on the next. Now, space is the thing that has been recognizing. So if I click on the tab is not recognizing the text here, not the semicolon, not the comma, not the space, not the other thing I would say. But in the case of the space, it is actually detecting the data. I'll click on the next. Destination, let me choose the C column. Make sure we are choosing the C. The format, data format, I'm choosing the general one only, and then I click on finish. So I have chosen the C here, but C is blank now. Why C is blank? So let's see it again. Let me select the data here again, text to columns. So I'll go with the fixed limit, fixed width. Here we delimited, we need to choose. I'll click on next. In the space, you can see here space has identified that before starting this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it is having space here. So that is why for that space, it has made one more column. That is why this we started with C and we have a blank here. I'll take you to the text file as well so you can see the blank here. So that blank is already also detected by Microsoft Excel. That is why it is making a separate column for this space, because in that way we did the spacing thing. We asked Microsoft Excel to identify the space and accordingly need to do all the changes here. So this is about the text to column, and in this way this is making our all the simulator files accessible in Microsoft Excel. This is our text to column. So same it was showing here. So in this result or in this output, you can see we have the columns like month, year, client ID, team, country, sales and expenses. So we can have the output like this here. And how we can do that? By clicking on the text to column, data tools and text to columns. Steps, we can use the delimited one. We can have the fixed width. Select the delimited or the width, and the data format you can choose. We have completed our data tab, and next we have the data validation with us. So in that data validation, basically what we are doing, we are validating the data. So we have entered the data and then we are testing that everything is correct or not. So how we can do that? In the same, we have this data validation thing. So let's understand this. We can access it by data tools, and then data validation. Options are, we can have the data validation. This you can see here, circle invalid data and clear validation circles. So let's try that first. Understanding data validation. We have some settings as well. So I will be going back to my Excel sheet. So let me open a large database so that we should understand this carefully and then see what we can do. I'll go back to the Excel, that sample employee data, and there we are providing some data validation rules. So we are testing our data here. Let me delete this sheet and I'm at this data. So I have some record here, first name, last name, and all these columns are here. So I'm going to data and data tools. In that data tools, you can hover your mouse and see this data validation. So if you read the description given by the Microsoft Excel, it is saying that pick from a list of rules to limit the type of data that can be entered in a cell. Let me click here. So now in the settings, first we have this data validation. So if you can see here, I have some options here that those three options are data validation, circle invalid data, and clear validation circles. So I'll click on data validation first, and I have the settings, I have the input message, I have the error alert with me. So validation criteria, what you are keeping here. So I have the cursor here somewhere in this column A. So let me choose the entire column here. So I will be going back and choosing the entire column, and this entire column is having a name. Or let me do the testing on a smaller data set, and I am opening the orders one again so that we can understand it first. So I'm selecting here this customer ID now, this entire column, and going to my data and this option to data validation. In that setting, now what value should be allowed? Validation criteria you need to set. Right now it is any value. Let me have it like it should be having a value, a whole number. It should be having a decimal value. It should be having a list. It should be having a date. It should be having a time, or it should be having a text length. Or otherwise, I can customize it to the custom my rules as well. So let me do it for that. It should be having only a decimal value, and that value should be, or maybe what we can do, we can set it to a length as well, or we can try with the whole number as well. I'm giving with a whole number, and that value should be, minimum should be 2 and the maximum should be 4. So this is my range here for the validation criteria. And in the input message, so if somebody is putting a wrong input, then what should be the output? We need to set it here, and specifically you need to tell your customer as well that it should be having the value, it should the minimum from 2 to 3 4. So these are all the allowed values here. So in that validation, what we are doing right now, we are choosing one column and then providing, then doing data validation on this column. So validation criteria is that it should be a whole number. Between the data, we can choose not between, equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. So right now I am doing the between. In that between, I am providing two things, that is minimum value should be 2 and the maximum value should be 4. In the input message, what should be the input message? So I am giving here as, I'll write here important. So you can provide any description here. This depends on you. So I will be writing provide correct customer ID. So this is my input message here. And then in error alert. So if somebody is having a input and the wrong input it is providing, what should be the output in that case? So show error alert after invalid data is entered. Yes, when user enters invalid data, show this error alert. So this is stop, title and error message. So this time I am giving message as, let me give it error. So I'll write here something, wrong data entered. So this is my error message and I'll click on OK. So data validation is already set. Now you can see here you are having a message with you. This is the input message provided, and that message is important, provide correct customer ID. Okay. Even if I click on any column, I'll get this message. So it is telling me what should be the output here, what should be the input. So the message is given. This is the title which we provided. If you see it again, I'll click on the data validation part. So you can see here, I'll click on input message. So this was the title given by you. This was the input message. And this similarly we can see here. Now let's try something. I will be writing here now 5. Wrong data enter. So it is not allowing me to enter 5 because the input, the setting what I have done, the validation rules are set to value from minimum value is 2 to 4. So if I retry it, let me try this time 2, good to go. I'll try 3, good to go. 4, good to go. 5, I'm not allowed to enter. So this is the data validation. By using data validation, you can actually stop the user to enter the wrong values. Now users are restricted to have only the corrected values with you. Now if I go to data validation again, so this is data validation. Now what if I already have the data and then I need to check whether it is having the output in the correct form or not. So before that, let's see what other options are available with us. So we can check here for a whole number. We can check it here for a decimal value. We can check for a list. We can check for a date, time, text length as well. So we can set the text length like I should have a word of or a sentence of 20 length. I should have it for 100 length, that I can set that also. Otherwise, you have a customized option as well. In that customized option, you're okay to provide a formula here, and then you can, according to that formula, you can have those values here. So you can use a formula like unique. So all the values should be unique here. You cannot re-enter it again. So this all can be provided here. In that input message, so same it will work as title and the input message. In the error alert, you have the option as a style. So you can have it as a warning, you can have it as a information. So it will be, so if I change it to the information for now, I'll click on OK. So if I enter 5 now, so it is giving me only information. It is not stopping me because wrong data entered again. And I'll change the values again. This was set for an entire column. This need to be set for entire column. So let me change it to the data validation. It is having a more than value. So let me delete that. Let me clear all and click on OK. Now I'm not having any data validation. I'll click on this again, data validation. And in that data validation, I'll go to the whole number again. Minimum value I'm providing 2 to 4 and maximum value is 4. Input message, let me write IMP here, and for brief thing I'm writing here correct, and in the error alert I'm giving only information I am passing this time. This I'll write here wrong maybe, and again in the error message also I'm writing wrong, and I'll click on OK, and now you can see the output here. So if I write here 5 wrong, so this is like information. Before that we have used what we have used the different style. The style was stop. Similarly we can use with the warning as well. Now you can see some green symbols here. Let me close this. So this 5 was already provided. So this is a data validation error. So you can see here this is a data validation error because I have already have this data in my sheet. So it could not stop it before, and after that, after having that value, I have put on the data validation. So if it is having a wrong input, then it is giving me error like this. So I can change these values as well. The other option is that now with the data validation, let me go back to my slide. So data validation we understood. Then we have circle invalid data. In that invalid data, now if I already have this data with me, so let me delete this thing first. So I am deleting this data validation rule. I am clearing this validation thing here, and then I am writing here 5 here. So I'll enter 555. So this is my customer ID here. And now I'm going to a message here that is circle invalid data. So before doing this circle invalid data, what I need to do, let me select a column here. And then I'm clicking on data validation and I'm providing here some settings here. Let me make it whole number between 2 to 4. So this is my range here. I'm not testing anything here. So this is showing me some green things. Otherwise, what I can do, let me circle the invalid data. So I'll do the circle the invalid data. Now you can see here that you are actually checked for a value here. In fact, it is doing for the heading as well. So instead of passing it to the column headings, you can start it from the values and then it can actually circle the wrong values. Now it is easy for the user to see all the wrong values and user can actually work on those values. So now I can make it changes as 4. Similarly, I can change it to 2 as well. I can change it to 3 as well. So if I try to write maybe 5, it is giving me some error. This value does not match the data validation restriction defined for this cell. So in the future, I cannot enter a wrong input, but if it is having with the previous data, that we can do with the data validation. So we have two options available. If you are having the data validation rule in the beginning only, then user can't enter the wrong type of data. If you already have the data, you can identify it with the data validation. So let me delete this once again. I'm clearing all the rules here. Clear all. Click on OK. I am passing these values again to data validation. So data validation is again whole number between minimum is 2 and maximum is 4. I'll click on OK. And if I enter something 5, it is giving me a wrong output. Let me delete this again. I'm deleting this data validation. So I will be coming to data validation, yes, and clear all. Click on OK. Now again I'm changing it to 5, and then again applying data validation on this. Data validation, whole number, keeping it between the value minimum 2 and maximum 4. Clicking on OK. I have some wrong inputs here. I'll click on circle invalid data. So once I have clicked that, so I can have these circles here. And then if I need to delete this circle, I can click on clear validation circle. So once I click that, this is done. So let me go back to my large data set. This is my sample employee data. So let me test something here. Let me see, do I have the repeated names with me? So I click on first name and this data validation, and let me take the value as maybe custom. In that custom, I'm using formula unique. I'm using the formula unique here and click on OK. Let me click on circle invalid data. Your worksheet contains more than 255 invalid cells. Only the first 255 cells will be marked. OK. So you can see here. So these names are repeated here. So that is why it has been marked here. So it should be having the unique values. Let me try this clear validation circles here and go to some other text validation now. I'm going back to the text validation. Instead of customized value, let me test it for the text length. That length should be, minimum should be maybe 5 and the maximum should be 8. It should be having more errors now. I'll click on OK and let me circle the values here, circle invalid data. So again I'm getting because I'm having a good number of records. This is somewhere about 2000. Your worksheet contains more than 255 invalid cells. Only the first 255 cells will be marked. So this is giving me result like this. So data validation, that is, we have said accordingly I'm getting the circles here. So in this way, you can work on your dataset. Yes, these things we need to be corrected here. And if you want to clear it, you can clear the validation circles here. Similarly, you can set the input message, error message, and error alert. So what we have with the data validation, we have the three options. We can choose a particular column here or a column cell, or you want to have for entire sheet, you can do it. So you can choose any value, whole number, decimal, list. By default, it is set to any value. List, decimal, date, time, text length, and you can customize it also. Then you can choose the range here. You can provide the input message as title and the description. And the error alerts, you have three options for the style: stop, warning, and the information. You can clear it by clearing it all. Once you have set the data validation, you can circle the data validation. And with the third option, you can actually clear the data validation circles. In the last, we have removing the duplicate rows, and this is an interesting one. You can actually delete the duplicate rows from your worksheet. How you can do that? I'm coming back to my simple employee data. So like I can have a duplicate record with me. So let me select this, the complete data set, and let me hover my mouse to this data tools. In here, I can see here remove duplicates. Delete duplicate rows from a sheet. You can pick which column should be checked. So right now I'm selecting everything. Let's see whether it will work or not. I'll click on that. It is asking me to select the column. So let me select everything here, or let me go for any one column. I'll try first with all the columns, and 1499 duplicate values found and removed, 502 unique values remain. So if I click on this, okay. So I will be left with my 500 records and other values are deleted. You can see here in the count now I have this total 502. I'll make it undo so that I have everything back with my data. Similarly, I can go with what particular column as well. I can choose that as well. So with this remove duplicates warning, I can do the expand the selection as well. So this is the option available where I can have only the unique data set in my Microsoft Excel sheet. You can delete all the duplicate rows here. So what we have covered so far in this week, we learned how we can work on large data sets. So first we learned about how we can freeze the panes, how we can freeze the pane for the first row, first column, or we can choose the multiple rows and the multiple columns. We then worked on how we can make the groups into Microsoft Excel like pivot table. We can ungroup it also, and for each group we can have the subtotal as well in Microsoft Excel. So whenever we are working with a large data set, then we have the requirement to make our data into the groups, and according to that group we can make the expansion and the selection. After that, we learned about various methods of protecting file, how we can protect a worksheet, how we can protect the structure of a workbook, and then we learned about how we can give a password to a Microsoft Excel sheet or workbook file, and we can encrypt it with password, and whenever we need to delete that password we can keep it blank. Then we learned about how we can sort the data at various level. We learned about the custom sorting as well. We can do that custom sorting. We can have the sorting with multiple levels. By adding the levels, we can copy the level, we can delete the level. We can have the data in the form of ascending and the descending. We can do the sorting based on the font color as well as on the based on the cell color as well as on cell value. Then we learnt about modeling what if analysis to get the target results. We learnt about the scenario manager with having the values in the scenario summary. We learnt about the name boxes as well. Then we learnt about the goal seek, where we need to provide a target value and accordingly we can have the input value. We learnt about the data tab as well, with where we can provide a range, and according to that range of input we can have different outputs set with us, and accordingly we can forecast our analysis. Then we learnt about how we can add the data validations to the cells or to a column. We can provide a set of rules and for our data entry. So if you already have the data with you, then from that data validation you can actually circle out the invalid data, and if you don't have the data, in that case you can restrict user to enter only the valid data. This is all about this week. Thank you.
Congratulations on completing Cryodos data analysis and visualization using Excel course. You've invested 26 hours mastering valuable skills from data cleaning and advanced formulas to creating insightful dashboards, preparing you to tackle complex data challenges. If you found this course helpful, please like and share this video. Don't forget to leave your questions and feedback in the comments and we'll get back to you promptly. Be sure to download your well-deserved certificate from the link in the description to validate your new skills. For more advanced courses and resources, subscribe to our YouTube channel and also explore our website for premium programs. We wish you continued success in your data analytics career. Until next time, happy learning!